This story begins deep in the mountains of the great Chinese Empire of the past, where the Hama Range is located. High above stands the fortress of Hama, which by the time this story begins is already almost empty. One man told his comrade that under their old leader they were so strong that even local bandits obeyed them. However, after the death of the leader, the remaining brothers abandoned the new owner of the village, and now there is almost no one left here. The man said that officers would soon arrive, disperse the bandits, and the village would not withstand the attack. Then another man appears, who remarks with displeasure that the new leader is only 18 years old and is too young and naive. After this, he asks if the others are going to follow his example and go with him. He loudly declares that those who want to leave the leader can leave immediately, as it will not be a disgrace. The two comrades exchange glances, then smile and decide to leave so as not to waste their time. The main character, Charlie, sits in a wooden chair on a tiger skin, clutching his head and complaining that it is splitting. He feels alien memories flooding his mind, and wonders if he is being transported to another world. After waiting out the headaches for a while, he suddenly comes to the conclusion that he is becoming a time traveler in another world. Until recently, he was an ordinary student sitting at the computer with headphones and playing a strategy game. However, he suddenly loses consciousness and comes to his senses in another world, in the body of an unknown person. At the same time, his own memories begin to merge with the memory of the body in which he finds himself. According to these emerging memories, there is a village in despair. After his father's death, Charlie becomes its owner, and along with this fortress, numerous responsibilities pass to him. The Tao state was founded 120 years ago, and it governs 108 cities and 13 prefectures, which is very impressive. Now, however, imperial power is weakening, and the people are suffering from endless wars that break out almost every year. Those who cannot survive go into the mountains and become bandits, and the world is filled with them, and the fortress of Hama is swarming with them. Under the old leader, the fortress of Hama was quite strong and famous in the Shin-Nur Mountains for its warriors. But the old leader of this fortress recently dies, and the remaining bandits begin to leave one by one. Charlie believes he is the last one left and sighs quietly, sitting alone. But at that moment someone's hand falls on his shoulder. It's his old assistant named Shen, and Charlie is surprised that he still decides to stay in the fortress. Despite his position as the village's strategist, Toad is known for his dubious intellect. His ideas never prove useful. Charlie quickly takes Shen's hand and thanks him for staying through such a difficult time and remaining loyal. Charlie stands up and declares that he will not forget such an act and will treat him with great respect. However, Shen, still holding his hands, explains that there was a mistake and Charlie misunderstood his intentions. He explains that the village's resources are almost exhausted and the only thing left is a skinny horse which he wants to take. After this, Charlie sinks to the very bottom inside, and Shen even asks for a tiger skin to make the ride more comfortable. Then Charlie, in complete despair, replies that he can take everything and get away from here as far as possible. Shen enthusiastically grabs the rolled-up tiger skin and calls for Lindsay to quickly get the horse and get ready to leave. Left alone again, Charlie sighs heavily, as he has no idea what to do now. He worries that he won't be able to survive in an unfamiliar world, because he knows nothing about its customs and principles. Suddenly a small portal appears behind him, from which a hand extends, clearly reaching towards his body. This hand slowly approaches his head and freezes for a while, trying to get his attention. Moments later, a hand hits Charlie on the head with unprecedented force, causing him to jerk his head to the side. Charlie is very surprised and annoyed at the same time and turns around sharply, trying to understand what is happening. However, he quickly realizes that the space around him has changed, and a huge hall spreads out before him. He is surrounded by strange particles that can only belong to the digital space, which does not exist at that time. A few moments later, a long-haired blonde girl appears in front of him, and the hero is briefly speechless. When she appears, the girl tells Charlie that she considers him an incredibly brave and courageous young man who attracts her attention. Looking at him, she notes that he is finally arriving here and can now begin to carry out his duties. Charlie asks who she is and what this place is, trying to understand what is happening and why he came here. The girl replies that this is a large systemic space, and she is the spirit of this system. She quickly praises Charlie for successfully activating the heart of the mountain bandit. After this, the crystal suddenly begins to release powerful waves of energy and explodes into a blinding light. Following this, a blue window pops up in front of Charlie, and he remembers that he was playing a game with the same name before the transfer. The system tells him that he understands everything correctly and explains that it is here to help him. She informs him that Hama Fortress, which Charlie owns, is considered the initial mountain base, but is now on the verge of collapse. Looking at the window that appears, Charlie is amazed and still does not understand why he becomes the owner of the system. A moment later, a quest appears, according to which it is necessary to prevent the collapse of the fortress's population and stop the departure of the remaining people. The system reports that there is no way back, after which integration begins, and flashes of light penetrate the hero's body. The spirit of the system reminds him that he needs to use any sincere tactics to keep the strategist and groom in line so as not to fail the mission. Charlie says he will try to complete the mission, but he does not understand how to return from the system space to the real world. The girl laughs and invites him to come closer to solve this problem. When he comes closer, she suddenly grabs him by the collar, which greatly surprises the protagonist. The next moment she throws it with all her might somewhere up, towards the heavens and the stars, claiming that this will be the easiest way. Charlie screamed, almost crying, as his body cut through the air with a loud whistle. A few moments later, he finds himself back in his original place, drenched in sweat and trying to figure out if he was dreaming the whole thing. What is happening really does seem like a dream, because such miracles only happen in fairy tales. However, the spirit of the system whispers right in his ear that if he fails the task, he will die a terrible death. Charlie immediately feels pure horror and runs headlong after his strategist in order to bring him back under his wing. Finally, when Charlie reaches them and has time to catch his breath, they stop and decide to listen to him. However, Charlie becomes distracted when his attention is drawn to a girl who is traveling with Shen. Lindsay, with a rather haughty look, remarks that they had better hurry up and not linger unnecessarily. Charlie blushes and asks the strategist who this beautiful girl is who decided to keep him company. Shen politely replies that this is his daughter, who usually takes care of the horses, and that the master simply hasn't seen her before. Charlie looks closely at the girl and realizes that the old bamboo really does have beautiful young shoots. Charlie grabs Shen's hand and says that he is an amazing person, and that he shouldn't leave because he makes a huge contribution to the life of the fortress. Despite his irritation, Shen calmly replies that he cannot return because he is old and considers himself a burden. Then the determined Charlie insists that since he hears such an answer, he will definitely not let the strategist go. He assures them that he will not let them starve as long as he lives, and then declares that no one will accept them into another village. Shen, perplexed, asks how they can survive if they stay, since there are only 3 of them left in the entire fortress. Charlie proudly replies that he has nothing to fear, and asks to be given a gun because he is going to rob someone. After this, he grins slyly, thinking about the reward he will receive for completing the task, anticipating a confident victory. Charlie instantly begins to imagine himself as a cool bandit with a graceful sword that he masterfully wields. He sees himself as an incredible handsome man who conquers this world with the help of his amazing skills. However, his dreams are shattered when he sees Lindsay irritably handing him a huge axe, heavy and ugly. Charlie was sweating with disappointment and tension, because this was clearly not what he expected to receive as a reward. He takes the axe with both hands, looks at it dejectedly, and immediately imagines himself as a stupid giant with huge muscles and an axe. A pop-up window appears in front of him about the mission being completed, after which the system hands Charlie an axe skill book. The protagonist almost immediately merges this skill with his abilities in order to upgrade himself even more. Shen reminds his master that it is dangerous to go alone, hinting that it is better to abandon this idea. But Charlie just looks at him blankly, making it clear that he has no intention of going there alone. Shen is, to put it mildly, surprised, realizing that Charlie wants to take him with him and does not even expect a refusal to this risky offer. Charlie says that he is not worried about this at all, because his faithful friend will never leave him in difficult times. Looking sternly and holding the axe over his shoulder, Charlie asks if the strategist has any other objections. Shen replies that he will say nothing more, realizing that Charlie is not in the mood to be contradicted right now. After a while, the 2 of them set off on their journey, leading the horse, which is still in good condition. To say that Shen is very happy about this would be a great exaggeration, but he still has no choice. Shen calls Charlie young master, but Charlie immediately tells him to never address him that way again. Smiling proudly, he declares that from now on, everyone will only call him master because of how strong he is becoming. Soon, a new task appears before them, according to which they need to carry out at least 1 successful robbery before sunset. Charlie raises his hand with the axe and the horse rears, their silhouettes standing out against the orange sky. He lets out a scream like a cowboy into the heart of the mountains to begin his great adventure. Meanwhile, a detachment of armed soldiers moves along a mountain road, escorting a very important person in a carriage. A soldier approaches a warrior named Lin to discuss something important. He warns that the area is full of mountain bandits and asks to be careful, because they are escorting the bride of the city lord's son. Warrior Lin sharply replies that if the bandits decide to attack, he will gladly introduce them to his spear. Lin also says that the whole journey was too boring and calm, and his spear is bored because of it. Charlie, along with his faithful companion Shen, continues to travel through the mountain ranges in search of prey at this moment. Shen warns him, saying that it's getting dark, so they probably won't run into anyone here, and it would be better to go home. Charlie decides not to give up and stops his comrade, claiming that, apparently, he noticed something with his keen eye. Meanwhile, Lin's comrades say they always rely on him, but the stakes are high, and it's best to be careful. One of the soldiers says that the manager is too cautious, and that the mission will be much easier than he imagines. They point out that they work for the city's chief, so no one would dare to commit an attack for the purpose of robbery. Charlie continues to keep a close eye on the caravan, and tells his companion that their target is finally in sight. Shen decides to quickly count all the opponents in order to soberly assess the danger that he will have to face during the robbery. He suggests retreating because the caravan is guarded by too many armed guards. Charlie says that he understands his fear perfectly well, but there is nothing to be afraid of in this case. After this, he mounts his horse and claims that if they are destined to die, they will do it together. Shen looks around carefully to assess all the opportunities the nearby landscape offers them. He doesn't plan to lay down his life for some unknown purpose, and he tries to find a way to escape. As he gets closer to the horse, he notes that he is choosing the perfect vehicle for fighting. Immediately after this, he decides to plunge a small knife into the horse's body in order to frighten it and make it run forward. Such a sharp pain in the croup area really has its effect, and the horse begins to scream loudly. Charlie is very surprised by such an act on the part of his friend, and mentally asks what the hell he is doing. Meanwhile, Shen turns to the guards and claims that the owner of the fortress, Hama, nicknamed the Toad King, wants to rob them. He also loudly declares that if they do not want to die, they must flee at all costs or take the blow themselves. After this, he mentally apologizes to his master, saying that his daughter is waiting for him at home, so he will definitely remember him. Charlie mentally calls him an old dog who is going to betray him, but at the same time he also calls him a king. He wonders how he will be able to look people in the eye now after such an absolutely idiotic nickname. After a while, he finally manages to calm the horse and make it rise, slowing down a little. Charlie looks carefully at the ground in front of him and notes that he was very lucky to convince the injured horse to stop. After this, he decides to look around to soberly assess the situation, but it turns out that it is already too late. The thing is that he manages to run up to several guards, who are very surprised by the robber's strange appearance. At this point, Charlie thinks that the prospect of being destroyed by the system itself is not the worst option. The guard manager looks at him in surprise and asks if he really came to create a night. Charlie immediately tries to show that he is not in the mood to fight, and claims that he is not the Toad King, but that his name is different. After this, he comes up with another name for himself and declares that he is a red representative of scientists and is ready to pay off. The soldiers look at him in bewilderment, wondering if this man really decided to come to the robbery himself. After a while of silence, they begin to laugh sincerely, because they have never seen such a funny eccentric. The guard commander gestures for everyone to remain silent, so as not to violate discipline at such a crucial moment. After this, he turns to Charlie and states that he must have gone crazy and decided to commit suicide. At the same moment, the curtain near the carriage begins to slowly open, because the VIP is trying to find out what is happening. This important person turns out to be a beautiful girl who, until this moment, did not understand what was happening here and why they stopped. Charlie immediately notices her and takes a close look at her appearance, amazed by her incredible beauty. He sincerely admits to himself that he still finds it difficult to believe in the existence of such an incomparable beauty. The system materializes behind him and gives him a quick hit with the tablet to bring him back to his senses. Charlie asks the system why it hits him over the head every time it appears, noting that it looks very strange. The system arrogantly hands him a task, according to which he needs to kidnap the princess, adding that he can refuse. Charlie realizes that a stealth mission is a rare occurrence and can bring him a great reward once completed. Charlie states that if he is lucky, he will have a wedding, and if not, he will be killed, so he must take this bet. The system expresses skepticism about the sincerity of his intentions, but does not prevent him from accepting the task. Lin asks the others to stop laughing and claims that the bandit has finally appeared, which means it's better not to scare him. Taking a few steps forward, he tells everyone that he will deal with this man himself and forbids anyone to interfere in the duel. The soldiers claim that they have heard that Lin is an excellent fighter, and they finally get the chance to see it. Lin claims that it will only take him 3 rounds to force his opponent to surrender. He also promises to keep him alive, and the system tells Charlie that Lin is a man who wants to become a hero. Charlie claims that he doesn't fight nameless fighters, so he asks Lin to state his name, which he does calmly. After this, Lin asks the protagonist what his name is, trying to figure out whether he should be called the Toad King or the Great Scholar. Charlie is silent for a moment, trying to figure out what his real name will be in this world. With a menacing face, he declares that his name is Ip Man, and that he is a master of the martial art called Wing Chun. Lin reflects that he has never heard of such a martial art, and the name seems a little strange to him. Charlie rushes into battle and declares that the time for talking is over, and now only their blades will do the talking. He tries with all his might to bring his giant axe down on his opponent, hoping that he won't have time to dodge. Lin has a high agility stat and manages to block in time, but their battle doesn't end there. Lin is impressed by the incredible force Charlie puts into his punch, and it becomes clear that he can push him back. Charlie becomes more furious with each passing second, pressing harder and harder on the axe handle, trying to break through the defense. Lin tries his best to parry, but he fails, and a bright flash erupts in the air. Lin loses his balance in the saddle and then falls rapidly to the ground. He can't hold his spear in his hands and falls with a crash into the soft mud, from which it will be difficult to rise. Charlie pushes forward, hoping for an easy robbery and a big score. The soldiers look at him in surprise, trying to understand how this is even possible, and most importantly, they don't understand what to do. Charlie reaches the carriage the princess is in, and decides to jump from his horse a few meters into the air. With a powerful blow, he knocks out the rider accompanying the carriage and gains complete control over the hostage. The princess turns around in surprise and tries to understand how some pathetic bandit could defeat several trained soldiers. Charlie, at this point, decides to use the incredible blow of the supreme authority and delivers a powerful jab to the horse's croup. Feeling pain in the area below the back, the horse screams loudly and begins to run forward with all its strength. Charlie takes control and is able to correct the movement, which explains the horse's ability to obey him. The remaining soldiers, not quick enough to dodge, are seriously injured despite their armor. The guard commander shouts to his comrades that they must, at all costs, catch up with this man and bring him to justice. His horse is still moving, so he rushes forward, hoping that the pathetic bandit does not know this area. Shen, meanwhile, returns to Ham's fortress, loudly calling for his daughter Lindsay and hoping that she is okay. Coming closer to her, he advises her to close the gate as quickly as possible, since they have very little time left. Lindsay asks him what happened and why he came back alone instead of bringing the repairman. Shen says that this youth is already dead, and if he had not been so resourceful, he would have remained in the grave with him. After this, he theatrically closes his eyes and claims that he is very sorry that everything turned out this way. Lindsay advises him not to be sad, noting that people do not come back after death, so there is nothing to regret. Shen explains that he is upset not because of Charlie, but because he had to sacrifice such a good horse. He also claims that because of this, they can no longer stay in the fortress, as there are no supplies or resources there. He recommends that she take the last useful item they have, and remembers that there was garlic in the kitchen recently. Meanwhile, Charlie continues a tense and exciting chase from the princess's security guards. He continues to whip the horse to move it forward, hoping that its speed will be enough to break away from its pursuers. The system happily offers him to complete a task in order to get a chance to win the lottery. Charlie continues to say that he needs to do things faster, and the system asks if he is talking to the horse or to her. Charlie loudly declares that he is addressing the horse, continuing to whip it with all his might. The system doesn't fully understand him, and claims that it would like to receive more details to understand what he needs. Charlie loudly shouts that he accepts her offer and will play the lottery, advising her to hurry. With a snap of the fingers, the system summons a bizarre device that looks like a regular slot machine. However, after a while, it becomes clear that this device is not fully functional and needs to be shaken a little. Meanwhile, the sound of the guards' hooves loudly echoing in the air as they relentlessly pursue him. The head of the guard claims that he will definitely destroy the thief who dared to encroach on the princess. Charlie asks the system to hurry, and claims that the guards have no intention of letting him go alive. The lottery finally gets going, and the hero is congratulated on winning the unknown, distinguished hunter Manny. Charlie is surprised that you can win real people in the lottery and wonders where he can meet that person. He assumes that some kind of ritual must be used to summon this person and makes his first attempt. When it becomes clear that this is not producing results, he decides to make a few more attempts. Each of these attempts looks more and more dubious, but this does not stop him from continuing, no matter how strange they may seem. Lin reaches the protagonist and claims that he made an oath not to kill him today. Suddenly, a menacing figure appears on the horizon, asking the master not to panic and calling himself Manny. Taking a closer look, Charlie notices that the man is incredibly physically built and wields a long weapon. Charlie comes to the conclusion that the system cannot allow a reward to appear out of thin air, and finds an excuse to do so. Lin runs up to Manny and orders him to step aside because he can't stop his horse that quickly. Manny pompously addresses his opponent, and claims that he must get off if he does not want to get hurt. Of course, no one manages to dismount in time, so the formidable warriors deliver a swift blow straight to the horse's muzzle. The horse loses consciousness, and the rider is sent into an uncontrolled flight that can result in serious injury. Charlie is surprised that Manny was so strong that he was able to stop a man on a horse in just a split second. The guard commander feels extremely insecure, but understands that he cannot retreat, as he will simply be executed for this. Brandishing his weapon, he claims that they are the city chief Heishi's men, and that if Manny doesn't want to die, he should step aside. Manny waves his wooden stick menacingly, showing with his whole appearance that he does not intend to move an inch from the spot. He also hits a small rock towards the guard captain, which instantly knocks out his tooth. Manny orders them to get out of here nicely, adding that otherwise he won't leave even a bone of them. The chief guard decides to escape, saying that he needs to return to the city and tell the chief about everything that is happening here. Manny immediately turns towards the protagonist and approaches him a few steps, demonstrating peacefulness. He again states his name and says that from now on he will serve under his protection, hoping that everything will be fine. Manny says that he was once a hunter who lives near the city of Heishi with his dear wife, whom he loves very much. The town's chief hears of his wife's beauty and sends men after her while Manny is away to treacherously kidnap her. The wife does not want to go with these people, and seeing that she has nowhere else to run, jumps off the cliff in despair. When Manny returns home, it is too late, and after some time he discovers the body of his beautiful beloved. In a rage, he goes into the city and kills more than 10 guards, thereby earning himself a reputation as a dangerous criminal who must be executed. A few days after this incident, he takes a breather and decides to go to the fortress of Hama to find shelter there. Charlie reflects on how at first it seems like just a normal backstory for any character, but in reality, it turns out to be quite heavy. When he returns, he sees that the horse he left behind is returning to him on its own, and he recommends that Manny mount it. Right after that, he tells them that they are returning to their fortress to talk to a certain person. Meanwhile, the sun gradually sets, and in just a few hours, night falls over the fortress. Shen turns to his daughter, telling her to put the pot on her back and see what else she can take with her. Lindsay, finding herself loaded to the brim, says she can't carry anything else because her body simply can't handle it. Shen says that this is a necessary restriction, because otherwise they simply won't survive if they come down from the mountain. Suddenly they hear a familiar voice asking if they would like a horse to make their departure easier. Lindsay turns around and says with surprise that she didn't expect the master to return after that mess. Shen looks at his master in shock and asks if he somehow manages to escape death. He also says that he can now rest easy if his master manages to escape, after which he declares that he is going to leave. Charlie looks at him with an extremely angry look and tells him that if he wants, he can get out of here. However, he quickly mentions that when he was asked who he was, he introduced himself as Shen, and now that name is being sought. Shen immediately changes his shoes and says that, despite his age, he still has a few strong bones. He confidently states that if anyone dares to attack Charlie, they will have to step over him first. Charlie realizes he could use some extra hands, so he asks him to help him take the harness off the horse to get it ready. He also decides to introduce Manny to his new comrades, since they will now have to work together. Charlie says that Lindsay should feed the horses, while Manny will cook, and Shen should take the girl to her room. Smiling, he declares that tonight will be very important, as he will be getting married. Immediately after this, Shen jumps onto the carriage and directs the horse in the right direction. Charlie reflects on the fact that he is on a hidden mission that has never happened before, and snaps his fingers to summon the system. The system appears behind him again, delivers a quick attack with a wooden tablet, and tells him that he is being too rude. After this, she reminds him that she is a great system, not some ordinary program, so he must respect her. She admits that she finds it hard to believe that he can complete the first task of kidnapping the princess. Smiling, she announces that the new task is for a random person in the fortress to awaken their hidden traits. She also states that he must find out who will be this person who will discover new abilities in himself. Charlie decides to use a counting rhyme at random, and at the last moment his gaze falls on Shen, whom he dislikes. Charlie wonders if this vile old man is awakening his hidden ability as a reward for his betrayal. A few hours later, night falls over the mountains, and the action moves briefly away from the fortress of Hama. The guards decide to set up camp to come up with a story that will justify themselves and their escape. The strict boss says that if they want to live, they must answer how many attackers there were in total. The soldiers understand that this is going to be a difficult conversation, and admit that only one person is attacking them. After this, they realize that this is not good enough, and decide to say that in fact, there were 100 people there. Their boss says that's a weak excuse and claims there were at least 300 bandits there. He also says that they fight hard and leave behind a dozen corpses, but unfortunately they were unable to protect the lady. Another soldier decides to get a tattoo to highlight the incredible hardship of the battle he is experiencing. The chief calls his soldiers together and tells them that they are returning to the city, after which he advises them to prepare properly. Lin still can't calm down after the crushing defeat he suffers in the fight against Manny. He sadly says that he no longer dares to call himself a knight, because the manager trusts him, but he does not complete the task. He also says that the manager should not worry as he will save the girl from this family. Meanwhile, the system says that Shen's advice will always be terrible, and that whoever follows it will lose money or loved ones. Charlie reflects on how he thought Shen had nowhere left to fall, but he still manages to surprise him every time. Shen asks him what's wrong, to which he replies that he's just a little pale and wonders why he's coming. Shen says that he spoke with a girl named Sylvia, and adds that she is the fiancée of the city's chief, Haishi. He also adds that they create a big problem for themselves as soon as they capture it, since a whole army is sure to arrive after it. Lindsay interrupts their conversation, saying it's time to have a proper lunch and catch their breath. Charlie orders Manny to be called in, and they will discuss the current state of affairs and their next steps over food. As the impromptu fortress council gathers, he asks if anyone knows anything about the city of Heishi. Manny says that this city is located 75 kilometers from the fortress of Hama, and the city's leader is named Hank, who is a tyrant and a womanizer. Manny also says that he has 5,000 warriors under his command who have cavalry and heavy weapons. Shen states that this is a very unequal confrontation, so it is much better to try to get the princess back. Charlie asks him if he really wants to suggest that he get down on his knees and apologize to these people for kidnapping the princess. Manny says that he believes that instead of simply defending ourselves, we need to take the initiative and destroy our enemies. Shen and Lindsay realize this is a direct suicide and decide to pack their things to escape as quickly as possible before the terrible events begin. Charlie sternly tells them to abandon any thoughts of escape, as they will act differently. He also adds that this military leader can easily find himself another bride, and is unlikely to bring all 5,000 warriors here. He emphasizes that they are 5 days' journey from this city, and in these 5 days they must take an advantageous position and attack from ambush. The system appears before them again and gives them a task, according to which they need to repel an enemy attack that is about to happen. Charlie also says that his father catches an arrow during the siege and dies of an infection, which is a very sad outcome. He says that Manny has a more serious feud with the boss of this fortress, so he needs to take revenge in order to call himself a man. He menacingly says that no matter what happens, they are simply obliged to hold their ground and repel the enemy attack. Shen says that there are 2 roads leading to the city of Heishi. One is the official and wider one, and the other is a path. Charlie muses that Shen's hidden trait is that all his advice is bad, so he should do the opposite. Shen says that the enemies are definitely going the official route, and Charlie realizes that he needs to make the opposite choice. Smiling, he wonders what exactly Shen thinks about their chances of surviving this attack. Shen says he doesn't want to hide this from the master and states that they have absolutely no hope of winning. Charlie realizes that his advisor has the ability to destroy bad options, and his optimism increases. The action moves to the room where Sylvia is, as she is currently experiencing quite a difficult time. She sits motionless and does not say a word, and from the outside it may seem that she is simply sleeping. Charlie carefully opens the door and greets her, saying that he is bringing her a very tasty and nutritious dinner. He notices how quickly she becomes alert, and notes that she is a very quiet girl with clear and beautiful eyes. At first, he is happy that she belongs to him, which means he can do with her whatever he wants. However, he quickly takes control of his emotions and declares that if he crosses this line, an abyss awaits him. The system praises him for his integrity and gives him the next task, according to which he must win a woman's heart with his tenderness. Charlie hands her a tray of food and says he assumed he wasn't the only one who couldn't sleep this endlessly long night. Sylvia says that her family is a wealthy merchant dynasty, so they will pay good money if he lets her go. She emphasizes that she is the future wife of the city chief Heishi, so the money offered for her will be large. Charlie says she got it all wrong because the town's boss is his father's killer, and he kidnaps his fiancée in revenge. Sylvia says the desire is gone from his eyes, meaning he's no different from other men she meets. She adds that she only wants one thing, for him not to harm her, and that the rest of the conditions will be calmly agreed upon. The system informs him that in front of him is a surprisingly insightful woman for her young age. Charlie realizes that it is impossible to deceive her, which means he needs to try to act in a slightly different way. He says that in her eyes he probably looks like a rude kidnapper. But when he was little, he had dreams too. He tells her that he was once a boy who dreamed of holding a book and a sword in his hands, but then he saw many refugees. He says that he was angry at the elite of this world, and wondered why the world was arranged this way, and then he wanted to save all the people and free them from trouble. He smiles and declares that now his dream is to simply hold this girl's hand and ask her if she agrees. Sylvia says that everything he says is a lie, but she understands that he does not intend to harm her, although she does not understand why. After this, she recommends that he simply tell her about his intentions, but not touch her. Charlie pauses for a moment and decides that now is the time to sincerely ask her for one favor. Sitting down on the table, he says that he would like to learn about this world, and these are the only sincere words from the moment he entered the room. He reasons that he needs to know as much as possible, and that now the merchant's daughter is sitting in front of him, which means this is a good chance. Their night turns out to be quite exciting as Charlie learns a lot of information about the countries and states of this world. After he finds out most of what he needs, he decides to bow before this girl to thank her. During all this time, the main character does not make a single attempt to behave dishonestly towards this girl. Before he leaves her a small quatrain that he writes himself, and it makes her think. She asks herself why he chooses to use these particular wordings for this verse. She says that she understands perfectly well the falseness of his words, but considers them quite beautiful, and suggests that he could become a good poet. Manny is nearby all this time and listens attentively to what is happening in this building. As soon as Charlie comes out of there, he stops him and says that he wants to talk to him about something very important. Charlie asks him what he's doing there, suggesting that Manny apparently has a hobby of eavesdropping on other people's conversations. Manny says he assumed Charlie wouldn't behave much better than the gangsters, but now he's convinced he's noble. The system smiles at the fact that he is fulfilling the character's hidden task, thereby correcting his psychological trauma. Charlie realizes that kidnapping Mrs. Sylvia is essentially no different from what the city's chief intended to do. From his point of view, if he had actually harmed her, Manny would most likely have tried to cut off his head to save her. However, now their friendship is getting stronger, so he can stop worrying about it and get ready for other things. Lindsay rushes back to the fortress to report the results of her latest reconnaissance mission. She loudly informs everyone that someone intends to attack the fortress, so they need to prepare as quickly as possible. Charlie looks at her in surprise and wonders how many people are moving towards the fortress and how strong their force is. Lindsay says that only one man comes here, armed with a spear and incredibly handsome. Lin reaches the fortress and announces that all the bandits present here must come out to accept their death. He also loudly declares that if anyone even touches Sylvia, he will behead whoever is behind it. Charlie looks at the young man and wonders why the man is in such a hurry to get here. The protagonist realizes that spending time on such things is too tiring and turns to Manny for help. Manny goes out to fight, but Lin advises him to go back and take his weapons and horse, as he does not wish to fight unarmed people. Manny says he can handle it without a weapon and rushes forward, shocking his opponent with his agility and speed. Lin doesn't even have time to react to this attack in time and immediately finds himself in an extremely disadvantageous position. Manny grabs his head and lifts him above himself, noticing that his opponent does not have serious fighting skills. Lin shouts loudly at him and orders him to let go, hoping that he will be able to redeem himself in this fight. Manny listens to his request and throws him as far away as possible so that he gets as much damage as possible. Lin breaks several trees with his body, after which he says that he will return to take revenge for this. After the last tree, he lands on the stone steps and continues to roll down with a characteristic sound. Charlie says that when the man returns, he will be able to take his horse and leave in peace, since no one will disturb him. Charlie receives a notification that he has successfully defended the fortress for the first time and is now due to receive rewards. He suggests that the system is mistaken in thinking that the demands far exceed the strength of the fortress, because it turns out to be too simple. Charlie suspects that there is a bug in the system that is causing him to receive a reward for a task that takes less than a minute to complete. The system informs him that it will reward him with the best iron spear, horse, well, and other good winemaking resources. Charlie watches this in amazement and assumes it is a dream, as he has never felt so good. His legs also become weak from such an incredible feeling of victory and triumph, which comes to him almost for free. Charlie approaches the system's embodiment and asks it what's going on, hoping to get at least some kind of explanation. However, the spirit says that he can do nothing about his mistakes, and that Charlie is free to use them. Charlie happily notes that he keeps receiving new awards, while Shen asks him what is happening to him. The system contacts him again and informs him that it has prepared a new task, according to which he needs to defend the fortress again. Shen says that he should be more discreet because girls might look at him, but he is interrupted. He understands perfectly well that this is probably a mission to protect against professional soldiers, which means the next attack will be more difficult. However, after a few minutes, Lin appears on the horizon again and manages to recover his strength relatively quickly. He menacingly says that he is returning again, and wonders if the bandits did not expect him to come for their souls. Shen says that this guy is back again, so it's better to finish him off. But Charlie says that's unacceptable. Feeling the nobility of the young man, he asks him if he is hungry, and invites him to come in and eat. Lin challenges him to a fist fight to settle the matter like real men, and Charlie asks Manny not to beat him too hard. He again instructs him to act as gently as possible so as not to harm the man, to which Manny nods silently. Lin continues to provoke the enemy, ordering him to come out and show his youthful prowess. Manny complies with his demand and immediately rushes into battle, moving so quickly that it is impossible to notice. Lin, of course, doesn't have time to react in time and receives a powerful blow that sends him into a long and fast flight. Charlie asks him if he's okay, hoping he'll come back here again and not get seriously hurt in the fall. Charlie finds himself being rewarded again for his second defense of the fortress, and realizes that he is now receiving even more rewards. After some time, he is given another task for the third defense of the fortress, while Lin continues to climb up. Charlie asks him if he's okay, hoping that they can come to an agreement this time, but his hopes are dashed. Lin says that if they don't let Lady Sylvia go, he will never stop as long as his heart beats. Charlie turns to his bodyguard again and advises him to be even gentler so as not to kill him. This fight ends exactly the same as the previous one, as Lin's strength wanes with each attempt. Soon he is given another task to defend the fortress, hinting that Lin will soon return to try to fight again. Sometime later, he completes this task again and receives another reward, already basking in the trophies of a series of unbridled victories. Lindsay approaches the protagonist and recommends that they return to the fortress as she is hungry. But he states that Lin should not lose heart. The system rewards him for 10 successful defenses in a row without a single kill, and now he gains the good person trait. At first, Charlie doesn't understand what this means, but after a while he notices that Lin still hasn't returned. Crouching down, he realizes that something must have happened, since this man has a stubborn character and could not give up. Suddenly he wonders if this man was attacked by bad people and decides to come to his aid. Immediately after this, he recommends that all his comrades remain where they are, while he himself goes down to check everything thoroughly. Meanwhile, Lin stands at the cliff and says that he was wrong to call himself a knight who, with a spear in his hand, wanted to sweep away the villains. He says that today he is again being humiliated by robbers, and now he is losing his horse and spear. He expresses hope that if he dies now, he will be reborn in 20 years and become a knight again, gaining new powers. Charlie clears his throat several times, trying to get his attention and distract him from the dangerous step. Lin asks him if he is going to make fun of him, adding that the king would never allow such a thing to happen. Charlie says that he hears Lin's words and considers them worthy of respect, but adds that only young people are willing to die for their ideals. After this, he adds that real men live modestly for their ideals, and dying for an idea is just a show of bravery. Charlie adds that such a way of leaving life is cowardice and desertion, which is unworthy of respect. Charlie also recommends that he wake up and look at himself, as he is already becoming a pathetic ghost of a great knight. Lin asks him what he can possibly understand about such things, since he is just a pathetic robber from the mountains. Charlie says that Lin may look down on him, but he once had ideals that he tried to follow. Lin asks him if he ever really had ideals, and Charlie asks if he wants to hear about it. After that, he tells him a rather cool story about how he used to hold a jade book and a great blade in his hands. After this, he adds a pinch of drama to the story to make it sound even more convincing. It also adds some interesting twists where he becomes disillusioned with his ideals after some serious upheaval. After this, he adds that now all he wants is to hold the hand of the company he is trying to find. Lin looks at him and mentally wonders if all this is really being said by an ordinary mountain robber. His eyes begin to slowly close, and he doesn't have time to answer Charlie's question about whether he wants to share this journey with him. Lin finally asks himself how a man with such a big heart can turn out to be a robber, and begins to fall down. The cliff beneath his feet begins to slowly crumble, but he is already completely losing control of his own body. Lin pays no attention to mortal danger, because everything loses its meaning for him. Charlie comes to the rescue in time and intercepts him, preventing him from falling into the abyss, thereby saving his life. Charlie carries him away and finds that he is seriously injured but still trying to fight. After some time, he is carried to the fortress of Hama in order to treat his wounds and offer him lodging and food. Charlie turns to Shen and asks him if there are any other medicines in their fortress that can heal wounds. Shen says that all the medicine was stolen by his brothers when they left the mountain, and suggests that Lin is a covert spy. Charlie says he's not worried about that and asks where the hoe and shovel he asked for are. Lindsay is already entering the room, and says that she brought all the tools that he told her about recently. Shen asks him what he plans to do, to which Charlie, with great calm, replies that he will dig up treasure. Shen says that this is impossible, since there cannot be any buried valuables in the fortress. Charlie quickly finds the miracle pills and sends Shen to give them to Lin. Immediately after this, he turns to Manny and tells him that he will have a black horse as a reward for successful service. Lindsay comes closer to them and says that she found an iron spear in the grass that looks strong and powerful. Charlie, among other things, finds an indecent picture that must be burned to avoid embarrassing himself and others. In addition, a drum is found under the stone, which can be useful for making important announcements. Lindsay also finds the banner somewhere under the table and discovers that it was thoroughly covered in dust. After some time, the dry well, which had been abandoned for more than 10 years, suddenly began to fill with water on its own. The spear, received as a reward for defending the fortress, is decided to be given to Manny for his faithful service. Manny says he always dreamed of one day owning a spear, and now plans to use it to the fullest in combat. After tallying up today's results, he wonders why they still haven't gotten the ball he dreams of. After a while, he remembers that they still have 50 wooden boxes in which he can definitely find something valuable. Shen removes the lid from the basement and recommends that Charlie go down to check for any interesting artifacts. Shen speculates that these dozens of boxes are all the savings of the old owner of this fortress, accumulated over many years. Charlie states that he is not sure about this, but they both come up with the idea of opening the boxes to find out everything. To perform the necessary ritual, he decides to wash himself, since opening boxes with a dirty face is considered a bad omen. Charlie recalls that for many years he donated in card games and played various projects with casino elements. He hopes to get something great, but what he gets is a box of stones that is complete rubbish. Charlie pushes the idea out of his head that secret teachings and video game donations can help him with this issue. Shen wonders why he doesn't open one of those boxes, to which Charlie replies that he can try his luck. A few moments later, the advisor looks in surprise at the substance found in the box and wonders what it is. Charlie comes closer and comes to the conclusion that it is ordinary gunpowder, and Shen wonders if it can be eaten. Charlie says that it is inedible and recommends opening all the boxes to find out what is inside. After some time, they complete the inventory and discover 10 boxes of gunpowder and 20 boxes of common stones. Charlie says that with the help of this gunpowder, and thanks to geographical convenience, one can successfully defend the fortress. Charlie recommends stacking the boxes because they can be used, and Shen notes that the master is very far-sighted, although he himself suggests using them for firewood. Charlie replies that this is unacceptable, and adds that he will deal with his advisor himself if even one box goes missing. He also asks where their fields are, to which Shen replies that they are located on the back slope, but are not suitable for farming. Charlie recommends going there right now, but Shen objects, adding that it's already dark, so it's risky. Charlie goes there with his comrades anyway, and Shen says that he planted wheat seeds in the spring last year. He sadly says that unfortunately, this did not bring any results, and apparently, nothing has changed. However, after some time he discovers a huge amount of wheat and peers into the distance. It turns out that the wheat not only sprouted, but there was so much of it that it could be enough for an entire fortress and a couple of hundred people. Shen walks among this wheat and says that he cannot believe his eyes, thanking the gods for such a gift. The system reports that 10 acres of fertile land have been delivered, while Shen begins to rejoice at the harvest. Manny claims that if all these ears of grain were collected, a lot of grain could be obtained, enough to survive more than one winter. Lindsay confirms his words, saying that wheat straw can also be heated in the stove, which will make it much easier to survive this winter. Shen understands that for this, he must immediately fall to his knees to thank all the gods for such generous gifts. He declares that the gods have descended upon them with their grace, so now they must work 3 times harder. Charlie watches this, and realizes that the fortress is inhabited not by bandits, but by peasants driven by a time of turmoil. He understands that old and young farmers work in the fields, and sometimes come down from the mountains to buy the necessary products. Shen was just a teacher in a village homeschool before he went up into the mountains due to dire need. He understands that the greatest entertainment for him is buying a jug of wine, after which he has a good time drinking alcohol. However, one day, a bully in the village sets his sights on his daughter and repeatedly tries to kidnap her. After numerous refusals, one day Shen decides to invite this bully to his home in order to deal with him once and for all. He dresses up his daughter, buys wine, and slaughters an old hen that laid eggs to prepare everything for the important celebration. He praises his daughter, saying that she is very beautiful and will take good care of any man who takes her as his wife. He also tells the groom that today will be their wedding night, and that he will make sure that they are not disturbed. This turns out to be a trap, as that night Shen chops off the groom's head with a kitchen knife when he becomes completely drunk. They leave immediately afterward, having first set fire to their house in order to fake their own death. They set out on a journey of wandering and, after going through a great number of hardships, suddenly reach the fortress of Hama. This may be Shen's first successful strategy, and Charlie, upon hearing the story, thinks it's great. Lindsay turns to her father and tells him that she wants to take some ears of wheat and make some flatbread for him. They stay there for a long time, enjoying the beauty of the wheat field. but after a while it is time to return. Shen discovers the banner Charlie is holding and says it belongs to their stronghold, noting that he thought it was missing. Charlie wonders who came up with the strange design that shows an egg sitting above a toad. Shen tells him that the banner depicts the moon being swallowed by a toad, adding that it is a symbol of great ambition. Charlie hands the banner to Manny and asks him to hang it high above the fort, which he successfully does thanks to his acrobatics. After he completes a task, he will perform a small jump back to appear next to his allies. In the moonlight, this banner looks very interesting and truly reveals the full magnificence of the artist's work. Shen and Lindsay conclude that with the wheat now available, they will be able to survive the winter if they manage to survive the attack. Charlie reflects on the fact that this is his land, and he wants very much to protect it, no matter the cost. Charlie wonders if this means he decides to fight for her. The system appears next to him and calls him a fair guy, saying that the flag has been raised and that heroes all over the world will hear the word. At this time, there is a transfer to the palace of the city's chief, where an awkward meeting takes place between him and the guard. The guard says that they have been subjected to a terrible attack, which forces them to retreat, sacrificing Sylvia. After these pathetic explanations, complete silence reigns in the room, as no one dares to utter a single word. The head of the guard tries to continue his story, saying that he was about to start a fight with the robbers, but they were attacked by arrows. They ask him whether there are really so many robbers on the city ridge that they were able to surround them. The commander falls to his knees again and says that he did not know that there were more than 200 people there, and therefore he is making a mistake. He begins to bow before the master of the city and asks him for mercy, saying that he tried his best to protect her. The city's mayor remains absolutely adamant and says that this man must be executed as quickly as possible. The chief guard tries to continue to ask for forgiveness, but is simply dragged out to carry out the sentence. After some time, the son of the city chief comes out of the chambers and anxiously turns to his father. He asks him for a sign from a military leader to lead a detachment of soldiers to the mountain ridge and exterminate the bandits in order to save Sylvia. The city chief says that if the girl died, it doesn't matter to him, since he can find someone better for her. His son says that if a man cannot protect his wife, then he cannot stand between heaven and earth. His father asks him how many soldiers he needs, after which he states that he needs 2,000 brave warriors. The city master's advisor says that 2,000 soldiers require much more provisions and feed for the horses, so this is difficult. However, the hot-blooded young son of the city's mayor says that he has already thought everything through and wants to inflict a crushing defeat on the bandits. The city commander says that there are 5,000 people in the garrison, so he can only allocate 1,000 to him. His son immediately makes huge demands on him regarding how many people and what kind of people he needs to conquer the mountain. After hearing all these demands, the city chief says that he is glad to hear this and allows him to take command. After this, he returns the chief of the guard and says that he will accompany the master to atone for his guilt. The chief of the guard thanks the master of the city, saying that he will not forget this great favor. However, in reality, he understands that if his deception is revealed, a fate much worse than execution by the hangman awaits him. The mayor turns to his advisor and asks him what he thinks of this strategy. The advisor says that dressing warriors in heavy armor in the mountains would be a bad idea, adding that it would be difficult for the cavalry as well. The city leader says that his son studies many treatises of different military leaders, so he is quite smart. He adds that in this case there is no need to take additional measures, and his advisor says that he will be at peace. He also points out that they have a lot of things to take care of, and wonders what to do now. The city chief says that he is very tired and does not want to see anyone, after which he turns to his servants. Rising to his feet, he turns to his advisor and informs him that if he ever tries this, he will find that nothing in the world matters. The military leader does not answer and remains aside, but it is clear from his face that he is clearly dissatisfied with the behavior of his superior. Meanwhile, Charlie decides to consult with Sylvia and suggests that the city of Heishi does not have a regular army. He explains that there are 20,000 households in this city, and they cannot afford to raise an army of 5,000 men. He also adds that precautions will not allow them to send all the people, as they could be attacked. Sylvia reports that in wartime, homes can be called upon to respond to losses, and if the city is attacked, the military will have free rein. Sylvia adds that one of the commanders once intended to train the regular army, but the costs proved too high. Charlie asks her who the advisor is, and Sylvia tells him his name is Barry, and that he is a really wonderful person. Sylvia emphasizes that while the city's owner is enjoying himself, he is still trying to make the city better. Charlie points out that the system is imperfect, and Sylvia assumes he is criticizing it because he knows a more advanced way. Charlie says he has no ideas yet, but Sylvia advises him to escape from there because 200 soldiers are approaching. Charlie explains that his plan is designed for a 500-man attack, so he will not run. even though there are only 4 defenders in the fortress. After some time, he returns to the infirmary to check on Lin. He finds that Lin has recovered quite quickly and can already walk and move his limbs freely. Lin looks at him in surprise and immediately calls him master in gratitude for bringing him here. Charlie extends his hand to him and tells him that he did it for the sake of the ideal that once guided him. Lin is very impressed by Charlie's big heart, despite the fact that at first glance he seems like an ordinary robber. He decides to respond with a gesture, and says that he will also try for the sake of their common ideals. After some time, Charlie comes to Shen and informs him that the task of ensuring success, on which the well-being of the fortress depends, lies on his shoulders. Shen asks why he couldn't delegate this to someone else, and Charlie explains that he must go to Feihu Fortress and find Gary. Shen claims it's suicide, but Charlie recommends taking wine with them and claims that Haishi City is planning to attack them. Shen desperately asks if they will listen to him, since they will simply kill him as soon as they see him. Charlie says that in this case you need to act, relying on your wits and deceive them. Shen admits that he is still afraid that they might attack him, to which Charlie replies that he will go with him to Lin. Shen continues the operation, saying that he would like the master to go with him, but Charlie states that it is too dangerous for him. He encourages Shen to be braver, and reminds him that if anything happens, he will take care of his daughter. Immediately after this, Charlie warns that if Shen dares to refuse, very harsh and immediate sanctions will follow. He promises that otherwise he will hang the incriminating evidence he found during the search of the fortress on the city walls. Shen realizes that he has absolutely no choice, harnesses the cart and sets off on his journey with Lin. Shen's appearance betrays his absolute reluctance to go and fear for his life, but there is no need to worry about him. Manny asks Charlie if they will believe him at the fort, to which he replies that it doesn't matter. He explains that the main thing will be to send people on reconnaissance, and then they will have a chance. He also says to put crushed stone, rice straw, and use paper tape in the boxes. After a while, they complete their preparations, and Charlie asks to move the box of gunpowder further away for a test. As soon as the moment of testing arrives, the box bursts with a deafening roar, releasing a huge amount of energy. Manny reports that the rebirth of a new dragon's land has just happened, not believing his eyes. Charlie explains that this is the art of explosion, and with it he will be able to defeat the enemy army. Meanwhile, the son of the city's master is preparing to march with his fighting armies into the mountains. He says the sky is clear today, which is definitely a good sign. The soldiers nearby mentally call him a bastard, realizing that they are currently fighting in heavy armor. One of them turns to his comrade and asks why he is here, since he has been serving for 60 years. Someone replies that it doesn't matter, while the city chief's son continues to ponder the matter with rapt attention. Grabbing his sword, he turns to one of the soldiers, putting the blade to his throat, and asks if he is satisfied. After a pause, he says that he is pleased, since in ancient times before a military campaign it was necessary to sacrifice a person. The soldier asks him not to joke like that, to which he replies that there is no place for any jokes in war, and delivers a fatal blow to his neck. He recommends that he rest in peace, as from this day on his family will be glorified along with his name. Having senselessly finished off one of his soldiers, he says that it is time to step forward and defeat his enemy. The soldiers watching him think that this bastard is acting like a real madwoman, but they have no choice. After this, they mount their horses and prepare the carts, after which they set off for the city, looking around in anticipation of the enemy. The chief of the guard asks the mayor's son why he is riding in a cart, but he declares that he will not attack. With a smile on his face, he says that his job is to command the troops and that his injury will not do any good. His interlocutor notes that this is a very reasonable idea, after which a cold sweat appears on his forehead. He also states that one can only command an army from the rear, and that having defeated the troops, one can stand with one's head held high. Meanwhile, Barry moves around the city hall and continues to be overcome by disturbing thoughts, so he decides to visit the boss. Opening the doors of his chamber, he loudly addresses him in order to attract his attention and distract him from more important matters. It turns out that the city's boss has been having fun with 2 girls all this time, completely oblivious to everything. Barry says that the young master left earlier, but he is uneasy, so he would like to send 100 mounted warriors after him. The city's mayor says he is absolutely confident that everything will be fine, but adds that he can leave. After a few moments, he recommends leaving quickly so as not to spoil the boss's mood with his presence. After some time, he turns to the soldiers and reports that an order has been received to take 100 horsemen. After this, he dons his armor, commands his men, and declares that they must set out immediately. Meanwhile, night falls over the mountains, and the army of the young master continues its tiring march. The chief of the guard notes that they are about to reach the mountain ranges, so the soldiers need to be given a rest, as they are tired. However, the young gentleman objects, saying that in war, speed is the key, and bandits might attack them at night. The chief of the guard states that the soldiers are tired and can no longer march in full uniform without a minute's rest. The young gentleman replies that they are at war and death awaits them all, so any fatigue means nothing. After some time, a scout approaches them and informs them that there is a fork in the road between the official road and the path ahead. The chief of the guard states that there can be no discussion here, since the most obvious option will be the official road. The young gentleman decides to read a military treatise, and points out that the bandits will know for sure that they will take the official road. Smiling, he notes that in this case he will surprise them and not get caught, after which he chooses to follow the path. Meanwhile, they continue to be watched by bandits who use the vegetation to hide their presence. The bandits realize that the people from the Hama fortress were telling the truth, and the city of Heishi sent a large army to attack the bandits. After this, he rushes away in the hope that he will have time to report this to his boss as quickly as possible. The news that the city's troops were approaching the mountain was carried by scouts to all the bandits' fortresses. This news is initially sent to Faihu Fortress, as their scouts are closest. Having reached the commandant of the fortress, the scout reports that these are indeed troops from the city of Heishi heading towards the gorge. The commandant's brother says that they are not going to us, because this road leads to the fortress of Hama. But he replies that there are only 5 people in this fortress. He adds that if they started to act, everything could be clarified. But now they will have to watch. Meanwhile, morning comes. The exhausted soldiers continue to march, hoping that the battle will be easy. Charlie and Shen spot them early and discover that over 1,000 people have been sent there. Shen says that they need to leave immediately, otherwise they will face a cruel and inglorious death at the hands of these people. Charlie notes that it's too late, so they will proceed as originally planned. Charlie states that they must enter the gorge, and when he asks for a log, Lin must light the explosives in the gorge. Shen adds that they will only be able to close the gorge with an explosion from one side, but not from both. Charlie explains that they will not be surrounded because in a desperate situation, people will display incredible power. In his view, if people knew they had escape routes, they would not fight as hard, and that would make the task more difficult. Gradually, they move closer and closer and discuss what needs to be done. Charlie says we need to wait a little longer to find the perfect moment. Comrades report that the cavalry has already passed the first line, hinting that the time has come to act right now. Charlie begins swinging his axe, cutting through the special ropes, and encourages the others to follow his example. Thanks to the incredibly sharp edge, these thick ropes are cut as easily as if they were straws. With a wild roar, they fall down at night on the heads of soldiers who could not have foreseen such a quality of ambush. The first victims appear quite quickly, unable to dodge the falling rocks in time. Charlie immediately turns to Lin to light the fuse in order to rain down rocks on the heads of the opponents. However, the loyal and proud knight suddenly begins to tremble, feeling how difficult it is for him to make every movement. Charlie asks him if this is his first time killing someone, but he replies that there are too many people down there. Charlie realizes he needs to be brought to his senses immediately, and says he needs to act much more cynically. He emphasizes that this is a war that does not come under a beautiful wrapper, and is not a civilized event. He explains loudly that war consists of 2 people trying to kill each other by any means necessary. Lin gradually comes to his senses, his morale rises, and his will to fight instantly skyrockets. Charlie lights the fuse and says that if these people are allowed to cross the line, they will all die. Moments later, a powerful explosion occurs, which sets off a chain reaction and causes severe collapses. The rocks that break off from the mountain ledges as a result of these explosions are of unprecedented size. A large number of stones fall on the heavily armed and long-lived warriors, burying all living things under them. Quite quickly, the escape route becomes blocked, and the knights find themselves trapped in this gorge. The soldiers turn to their commander and report that several dozen cavalry have already entered the gorge. They look around in horror and assume that they have fallen under the influence of a burning demon who has unleashed his wrath upon them. A few moments later, a powerful explosion is heard, the shockwave of which blows several soldiers aside at once. At the same time, the avalanche continues, driving the riders further and further into unknown lands full of dangerous traps. The desire to survive takes precedence over everything else, so they continue to move forward, hoping not to be crushed. Manny announces that he is detaining the men, while Charlie orders the pre-buried explosives to be ignited. Meanwhile, Lin and Shen continue to drop boxes of gunpowder to instill fear in the hearts of their enemies. Manny is already close to the battlefield because the horse he was given turns out to be incredibly fast. He stands majestically before his enemies, while they desperately hope that they can kill him. Manny says that as long as he lives, no one will be able to pass through this gorge, no matter how hard they try. The warriors try to surround him, but he responds with swift blows from his fantastically long and deadly spear. The soldiers make many attempts, but each one ends rather ingloriously. Another soldier decides to try his luck, but receives a fatal wound to the chest. It should be noted that their chances were significantly reduced due to the fact that they did not rest even once during this trip. The detonation of new batches of explosives causes even more rocks to appear, which fall on the soldiers in the form of a landslide. The soldiers try to retreat, realizing that otherwise they will simply be crushed. Another abandoned barrel of explosives creates a powerful shockwave that throws back the last soldiers who didn't have time to retreat. Running out of the gorge, the soldiers inform their master that there is a demon there who does not let anyone through. All this time, the young master shows no interest in the progress of the battle, being far in the rear. Seeing the retreating soldiers, he gets to his feet and announces that anyone who crosses the line will be executed. He reflects on how he feels possessed by a famous general who will prevent disaster. The soldiers continue to run away, reporting that there is a demon on this mountain that they are not going to fight. They immediately grab their weapons and wonder if the demon would dare to block their path in such a desperate situation. After this, they send him away and start running away, completely ignoring his presence. Several particularly heavy warriors crash into the cart, causing a wheel to fall off and completely rendering it immobile. In addition to its mobility, the carriage also loses stability, causing the large cart to fall to the ground with a crash. Explosions continue to reach the young master's army, no matter how far they run. The guard commander reports that they need to save themselves, as the situation has changed, and now the best option is to retreat. The young master reminds him that the ancient generals gained experience from defeat, so this will not break his will. He takes out his sword and says that now the commander of the guard will witness his incredible path to glory. He takes a few steps towards him, demonstrating his readiness to fight, and emphasizes that now the glory will belong to him too. It is worth noting that the head of the guard did not appreciate such a gesture of incredible generosity on the part of the young man. To escape, he simply pushes a man who has never been in a proper fight. He calls him a stupid bastard and adds that he has to take care of himself now, since he is not going to babysit him. Charlie watches the battlefield and wonders if they won, realizing that the army was completely defeated. Shen confirms his thought, reporting that it appears the last soldiers have retreated and decided not to fight. Charlie addresses Shen and Lin, saying that they should go to the battlefield to observe everything closely. Sitting on the cart, he turns to Lindsay, asking her to beat the drums loudly with all the strength she has. The young girl strains herself and tries to hit the drum as hard as she can to notify everyone of their glorious behavior. Charlie raises his hands in joy and notes that it is time to consolidate his successes on the battlefield. Quite quickly they find themselves on the battlefield, discovering that some knights are still there. Charlie loudly informs them that if they don't want to die, they must hurry, as they only need their horses. The soldiers realize that they have no desire to give their lives for unknown reasons, so they decide to run away. Abandoning their horses, they quickly run away towards a safe exit, noting that they do not want to fight. Charlie and his team watch them closely, not having the slightest intention of letting the ordinary soldiers go. Charlie informs Manny that he will take care of the horses while he and Lin head to the defense field to find the sword. Meanwhile, the bandits from the neighboring fortress are watching the events closely, showing interest in the outcome. The brother of the commandant of this fortress asks him whether he expects that the fortress of Hama will stop a whole 1,000 soldiers. The commandant, whose name is Harry, replies that he doesn't understand anything either, but perhaps someone simply helped in planning this operation. His brother states that the world is truly unpredictable, after which Harry asks if he has forgotten which side he is fighting on. Immediately after this, they rush forward to rob the pathetic soldiers who no longer have the strength or desire to fight. The soldiers' morale is already at zero, so they have no choice but to accept defeat. This also gives carte blanche to the bandits, who can now demand anything they want as ransom. Some soldiers beg for help, saying they are ready to give anything just to be left alive. The robbers reply that they don't care about their lives at all, and that they are only here to get their hands on property. Meanwhile, Charlie catches up with the young gentleman and discovers that he has a pretty good sword in his hands. He orders him to stop immediately, noting that he must tell him something very important. Suddenly, Charlie hears the steady sound of hooves and realizes that another squad is approaching them. He stops and notes to himself that there is a detachment of well-trained cavalry nearby, which is best not to encounter. Meanwhile, Barry orders his warriors to keep their spears at the ready and be prepared for any eventuality. Charlie decides to follow him, realizing that this man has a very strong aura, and it is better not to mess with him. Thoughts flash through his mind that this could be reinforcement, but he doesn't understand why it came now. The young gentleman reaches Barry and asks him to save him, noting that the pathetic humans have deceived him. As he is a few meters away, Barry instantly draws his sword and delivers a quick blow, The young gentleman continues to plead for help when the lifeline is not broken due to a lucky draw by one of the men. Blood starts to gush into his body, and such a wound cannot be cured even if he is taken to the hospital. Gary suddenly commands his allies to inspect the corpses and forms up, after which the system displays his stats. Charlie discovers that he is dealing with a top-notch advisor, and understands that it is better not to enter into open conflict with him. Harry quickly looks around as he hears suspicious sounds that resemble the rustling of people. Charlie manages to hide in time to avoid the gaze of such a dangerous man, and decides to remain quiet for a while. Harry tells his comrades to go back as there is nothing more for them to do here. Charlie continues to watch them in surprise, and does not understand why they decided to simply go back to the city. After thinking for a while, he guesses that not all people in this era are as stupid as Shen. Annoyed, he kicks the rocks, noting that the great sword he so desired has once again eluded him despite his attempts. The system appears before him again, and informs him that it has finally escaped from the dark room. Charlie asks her why she has become less active, to which she replies that she always had a physical embodiment before. Charlie notes that she constantly beat him when she was in physical form, so he didn't miss her very much. The system deals him another powerful blow to the back of the head, and informs him that it acted in the subsystem space for his sake. Charlie asks her if she's going to say again that there was a minor glitch in the system. The system becomes even more angry, and asks if he is ready to repeat his words, looking into its eyes. Charlie jumps and tries to run away, while she grabs a giant hammer and prepares to teach him a lesson. The first attack on Heishi City alerted all the mountain bandits, and Feihu Fortress was one of the first to come to the defense. Meanwhile, Lindsay jumps on a horse and tells her father that everything that is happening reminds her very much of a dream. Shen calmly collects the swords from the battlefield and announces that they need to harness the horses and return home. Lindsay asks him if he likes the white horse she manages to get during the battle. After some time, he hears the peaceful sound of hooves and the loud voice of the now familiar robber. Harry gets to the old man and says that he is getting such good horses during this battle. Looking at him with a stern gaze, he informs him that he will demand several horses from him, so that he will let him pass. Shen looks at him in surprise, and says that they are getting up surprisingly early today, hinting that he does not expect to see them. Gary accuses them of being, in his words, very wrong, and that they will now eat meat, while they allegedly throw only bones to the rest. Taking a few more steps towards them, he says that they must immediately share the horses. Lindsay proudly asks them why they should share stolen horses when they earned them themselves. Shen immediately turns to his daughter and advises her to remain silent if she does not want to incur the wrath of the rest of the bandits. After that, he says that everyone works hard today and gets some resources, but Gary starts to insist. His brother orders Shen to stop talking nonsense and then immediately grabs his sword. With these words, he rushes forward and declares that he is not going to divide anything and will simply take everything they have. Approaching their cart, one of the robbers says that he wants to take the white horse for himself, as it is the most beautiful. However, a few moments later, an arrow hits his horse in the head, which instantly sends the unfortunate animal to the next world. The stunned robber tries to get to his feet and wonders who dared to attempt on his life. They mentally note that it was a brilliant shot, but decide not to say such compliments out loud. Manny says that if he takes even one more step, he will die a quick and almost painless death. Harry asks him if the Hama Fortress really wants to fight its brothers who are fighting on their side. He adds that they take a lot of prey, but for some reason refuse to share a small part of it. There is a dead silence as neither side is willing to back down from their initial positions. Suddenly, this silence is broken by a loud laugh belonging to Charlie, who has been nearby all this time and has heard everything. He rides up to the band of robbers menacingly, and wonders if Master Harry really wants to share the spoils of this army. Manny happily turns towards his master and hopes that his appearance will somehow resolve this difficult situation. The other bandits look at him in surprise, remembering that before he was some kind of pathetic loser. But now everything is changing. Harry reflects on the fact that this young man is surrounded, but he is in complete control of himself, which means he has some kind of ace up his sleeve. Charlie asks him why he doesn't want to share horses anymore, and says he's willing to listen to his proposal. After a short pause, he menacingly says that if he kills them all, they will not have to share any supplies. Some of the robbers lose their composure and say that such a puppy had the audacity to utter words that he will regret. Another robber notes that when this scoundrel's father was alive, he did not even dare to tell them something like that. They assume it's just a bunch of bullshit and say they need to finish him off as quickly as possible. Charlie suddenly starts shouting and orders them to stop immediately if they value their pathetic lives. After this, he points his finger at them and says that he will just ask how many robbers there are here. Harry replies that it makes no difference how many people are here, since there are more of them anyway. Charlie says that in that case, he simply won't be able to satisfy his bloodlust if there are too few opponents. After this, he declares that he has already killed 1,000 people, and that nothing prevents him from destroying as many more for his own amusement. The crowd of bandits standing before him is terrified and in doubt as he actually defeats an entire army. Harry reflects on the fact that there are only 5 people in the fortress of Hamma, who would hardly be able to deal with such a number of warriors. Making a peaceful gesture, he says that he would like to know how Charlie was able to deal with such a large army. Hearing this question, Charlie just laughs loudly and says that such things are too complicated for ordinary people to understand. The other bandits look at him with incomprehension, trying to figure out what is hidden behind this pathetic bravado. However, after a while, having laughed his fill, he points his finger at them and announces that he has a divine technique. Immediately after this, he raises his hand up and says that he will now call real lightning here. The robbers look up at the sky and wonder what the hell is going on, trying to figure out where the lightning should come from. However, upon closer inspection, they realize that the weather is clear and there is no source of lightning. Charlie continues to stand there and repeats her lightning spell, but nothing happens. Charlie repeats this spell once again, hoping that Lin will finally hear him and fulfill his demand. Meanwhile, the robbers come to the conclusion that this guy is just trying to confuse them, so they need to show him. Charlie continues to sit on his horse and think about how lightning is about to strike here, while the enemies rush at him with weapons. However, this time his spell finally works, and a powerful explosion is heard in the gorge, stunning everyone. The bandits look at him with their mouths open, and cannot understand how he was able to create such powerful destruction with his fingers. Charlie continues to sit in place, thinking that he is scared to death, but maintains the face of an incredible robber. He focuses on his coolness, and asks them who else wants to see his incredible abilities. The bandits immediately take a few steps back, realizing that it will be much more difficult to deal with such an enemy. Fortunately, education had not yet reached this area, and this was the era when people threw lit paper into wells for good luck. Harry muses that the man summoned lightning and it stopped 1,000 people so he can destroy them at any moment. Charlie asks them what they are still doing here and adds that right now he will test these abilities again, but on them. The robbers immediately rush to the runway, while he points his fingers at them and says that lightning will strike them now. Harry watches him closely, then suddenly stops him, explaining that he has a couple more questions. Charlie realizes that the situation is getting even more tense as he was hoping to scare them all at once. However, to his surprise, Harry asks if he can afford to keep so many horses in his fortress. Charlie says that if he doesn't have enough resources, he'll just use them for meat to feed the inhabitants. Meanwhile, we are transported to the palace of the city's ruler, while night falls over the city itself. The boss continues to commit adultery in the company of several girls who have been keeping him company all this time. Slow footsteps gradually approach the door, and the sounds of dripping blood become clearly audible. Barry quickly opens the door to his quarters and reports what happened to the incredible bat that he was powerless to prevent. He states that the young gentleman was ambushed by bandits and died, unable to cope with such a large number of enemies. The mayor immediately jumps out of bed, unable to believe that his precious son died such a miserable death. After this, he decides to approach his son's body to take a good look at it before beginning his final journey. He even starts to cry and hugs him, noting that he would never want such a sad fate for his son. Barry watches this closely, calculating the right moment to deal with his opponent. Once he decides that he has given enough time for interaction, he immediately grabs his sword, imbuing it with the power of thunder and lightning. After this, he decides to use the skill of knocking down combs to inflict fatal wounds on the boss. This powerful blow causes the city's chief to fly several meters and crash into the wall of his room. Enraged, he looked at his commander and asked what was going on here and what he was doing. Barry reveals that it was all a lie and he was involved in the death of the pathetic heir. After this, he rushes into the attack and notes that he has clearly been holding the position of chief of this city for too long. After making the attack, he says that it is time to try himself in this position, in order to lead the city to prosperity. The town's chief grabs the lantern and wonders why Barry decided to betray him at a time when he had no certain power or glory. Barry says the city's mayor has lost touch with reality and notes that these are times of turmoil. He adds that the empire is losing its power, and many heroes do not feel their strength in the struggle, and the boss is only concerned with empty pleasures. After this, he emphasizes that such behavior is unworthy of this world, unlike his own actions. The girls on the bed watch this fight in horror, hoping that any stray blows won't hit them. The city's chief asks his former comrade if he really thought too much of himself and wanted to conquer the world. Entering into battle with him, he states that when he fought off the attacks of the clan of robbers, Barry was a pathetic woodcutter. He notes that Barry has read several dramatic books and has now replaced them to fight for this world. He continues the fight, reminding Barry that he was the man who helped him out of the mud. Tossing it aside, he says that even if Barry can't protect the empire, He shouldn't have to fight for it. Barry jumps back and notes that the town's leader, who fought off the bandit clan's attack, has indeed retained his powers. He calls him a pathetic dog that he raised, but which can't even be a good dog, despite all these years. He reminds him that he has slept with more women in his life than he has ever seen. Barry takes this insult to heart and charges forward, declaring that he will finish him off before it becomes a threat. A serious fight begins to break out between them again, which could lead to the destruction of the entire building. However, to everyone's surprise, the city leader's concubines attack him from behind with the intention of delivering a treacherous blow. One of them grabs her hairpin and tries to pierce his skin, thereby breaking his attack momentum. At that very moment, Barry decides to take advantage of the opportunity and pierces him through with his sharpened sword. The town's leader can't believe that the girls he provided for all their needs suddenly decide to betray him. Barry moves closer to his fallen opponent to make sure he doesn't need to be finished off. He also adds that he knows he is not as good as the city chief, but would like to try himself in this role. The city's chief begins to mutter something under his breath, but from such a distance it is very difficult to hear. Barry asks him what he's talking about, and decides to lean in a little to hear his last words. The city's leader explains that Heishi is the Empire's most important strategic point. He also informs him that there is no more bandit clan and no more chaos, and that a time of peace is coming. Barry walks away from his defeated opponent and realizes that he has heard everything he needs to know to become a manager. He calls him a brave warrior, after which he says his final goodbyes by smashing the lantern, which starts a massive fire. That night, only ashes remain of the city governor's palace, and the traces of this terrible crime are completely erased from the face of the earth. The next day, Lindsay tells Charlie not to be lazy, as they are harvesting wheat to keep from starving. Charlie tells them that he cannot continue working any further because he is very tired. Lin delivers several powerful blows to the ears of wheat in order to cut off the most important parts and collect them with him. He notes in passing that he finds it very hard to believe that he, being an artificial warrior, is doing something so strange. Charlie at this point complains that he suddenly has a stomachache and has no strength at all, so he won't be able to help him. Shen advises him to forget such excuses, since he heard this justification yesterday, and even then it was not funny. Charlie says his head is splitting, but Shen reminds him that if they don't hurry, the wheat will dry out. Charlie thinks for a moment, searching for a good reason to shirk work, and claims to have remembered something important. After this, he announces with a feeling of incredible importance that they have not robbed anyone for several days, so they need to leave immediately. Meanwhile, civilians move through the mountains and wonder if there are bandits here. The father turns to his sons and says that today they have collected firewood, and then they will buy a donkey so that he can get married. He reminds him that he always wanted to have a horse, and now he finally has the opportunity to own something like that. Charlie and Lin watch them closely, trying to figure out who these people are, and decide it's time to prove themselves. Having waited for the right moment, they jump out, frightening the peasants who did not suspect anything and accidentally wandered into this trap. The peasants look at them with fear, trying to figure out what to do, and quickly come to the conclusion that it is better to surrender immediately. Falling to their knees, they beg for mercy and say that they want to be spared, and Charlie advises them to stand up, as they have nothing to fear. He turns to one of the peasants, saying that he overheard their conversation and realized that he wanted to buy himself some kind of horse. The father of the family explains that he cannot afford a horse, but his eldest son cannot marry without one. Charlie states that he is a horse dealer and asks if this information makes him feel happier. His father says he doesn't have any money, which makes Charlie wonder if he even has anything valuable to pay with. The frightened peasant, with trembling hands, hands him 2 copper coins as payment for the horse. Charlie carefully counts the coins and asks if he really has nothing else. The father of the family replies that he has 4 more vegetable cakes that his wife prepared for them for the journey. Charlie asks Lin how the pancakes taste, to which he replies that they are quite tasty. He asks him if this is enough as a price for a horse, to which Lin replies that the price is indeed small, but he does not want to kill the horses. Looking at them, Charlie comes to the conclusion that these are poor people, so if they agree, it will be a good deed. Charlie and Lin turn around with a businesslike air and say that this is the first time they have sold anything, so the farmers are lucky. After this, Charlie makes a characteristic gesture, saying that he must go with them to the mountain in order to complete the deal. The frightened peasant insists that if they want to take them prisoner, then let them at least release his son, since he has no heirs. Charlie takes out an axe, and a moment later brings it down next to the frightened peasant in order to restrain him. He asks him if he is refusing the offer to climb the mountain, and tries to confuse him with conversations. After this, he advises them to move faster, adding that Lin will take care of his customers and ensure their safety. The peasant's sons ask if they will be killed, to which the father states that they must not show their weakness and hold on. His legs are shaking, and his sons quickly notice, saying that he is only trying to look brave. The desperate peasant insists that when these scoundrels come to kill them, he is not going to surrender to them just like that. Along the way, he tells his sons to prepare to escape, as they are the future of their family. After some time, they arrive at the place, and Charlie turns to the four peasants to allow them to proceed further. The peasant father says that he will fight these scoundrels for the right to survive, and they immediately ask what he means. Charlie asks him if he will fight instead of choosing a suitable horse for himself. The leader of the peasants asks if he really wants to give them a horse, and Charlie asks how much he wants to take. The father says he would like to take one horse, and Charlie asks if he will take just one after such a long journey. The frightened peasant says that in that case he can try to take 2 horses to keep for himself. Charlie explains that he has 3 sons, and it should be obvious that they should take 1 horse for each. The father informs them that 4 horses are not enough to feed them, and they immediately become dejected, admitting that this is very sad. Charlie states that in that case he can give him 2 horses and asks if they can pick wheat. The father of the family clarifies that they are farmers and know how to do everything that is necessary in this environment. Charlie says he will give them 2 horses if they pick a quart of wheat before dark. Immediately after this, he turns to Lin and offers to give the peasants sickles to harvest the wheat on the hillside. After some time, Shen turns to the protagonist, accusing him of starting to shirk work again. Charlie explains that this is not the case, as he is working at full capacity, but decided to take a little breather. He reflects that the fortress of Hama is now very much like a small family that is gradually thriving. He notes that Lin is like a younger brother, while Lindsay acts like a young wife. Looking around, he comes to the conclusion that he is starting to like it here, and would like to stay longer. The peasants ask their father if he is sure that they will actually be given horses, but he admits that he does not know. Towards sunset they offer to grind grain, but the father declares that they have done enough and recommends choosing horses. After they leave, they talk, admitting that they did not expect to receive 2 horses from the robbers. The father explains that these are not robbers, but real gods who have shown incredible mercy. One of the sons asks if the gods also harvest wheat, to which the father replies that many can do whatever they want. As they move further away, they note that the gods not only harvest wheat, but also probably eat the most delicate flatbreads with onions. That evening, Lin tells Charlie that he has found someone who would like to join them and be part of the great family. Charlie looks at the former head of the guard and wonders if he decided to join at such a strange moment. The head of the guard, Mel, reports that his life has not been easy lately, as he witnessed the fall of the city of Heishi. He adds that Barry seized power and began to purge all disloyal people, and he did not know how they would treat him. Fortunately, at the foot of the mountain he met Lin and was delighted when he offered to settle in the fortress of Hama. Charlie wonders if Barry really killed the city's chief and became the new chief. Mel confirms that it was definitely Barry, but he told everyone that Charlie sent his man to kill the boss and swore revenge. Charlie wonders how they could send anyone when there are only 5 of them. Mel explains that no one knew there were 5 of them here, and legends say there were several thousand people here. Mel adds that there was a bounty on Charlie's head, and Charlie's eyes lit up when he learned the size of the bounty. Mel reports that Charlie has a 50 lan bounty on his head, while Shen's bounty is already 35 lan. He also emphasizes that the bounty on the head of the great warrior Manny was 30 lan, which is also a significant amount. Charlie starts to get angry and wonders why he was only valued at 50 lan, as it is too little for his greatness. He speculates that during the military dynasty, the Longhu currency was created, and 1 lan was equal to about $1,000 from Charlie's past life. Charlie asks Shen how much the price is for Gary's head, and Shen says that it's worth a whopping 180 lan. Charlie realizes that he must now, at any cost, surpass Harry to become the most wanted robber. Mel wonders what good there is in being wanted, as it won't pay any dividends. Lin explains that Commander Mel has deserted, so he can simply join their fortress as a laborer. Mel introduces himself again and says that he welcomes the master and is ready to serve him faithfully. The system displays Mel's characteristics, adding that it didn't expect someone like him to be a simple commander and not a general. Charlie asks him if the fort is good, and Mel replies that in some ways it is actually quite good. Charlie states that he disregards the fortress, but despite their small numbers, everyone has the strength to fight them. Charlie asks Mel to write a 5,000-word application so he can evaluate it and make a decision. Charlie adds that there is no need to complicate the task and recommends thinking carefully about what he can do for the fortress. Mel rubs his eyes and announces that he has a treasure map that will lead to incredible riches. Handing the card to the protagonist, he asks if this can be considered a manifestation of good intentions. Charlie looks closely at the map and wonders what kind of treasure map it is, but Mel explains that the town's chief had it. Mel explains that 30 years ago, a tribe of bandits invaded the city, killed the inhabitants, and plundered the empire, taking with them much treasure. He adds that these treasures could not be taken immediately, so the robbers buried them in order to gradually move them to their place. Charlie remarks that if anyone had known about this, they would have probably dug up this treasure long ago. He reflects on the fact that there is not a single word or any landmarks on this map, so only God knows where this place is. Charlie notes that the card is useless, and that the commander must determine its value differently, adding that he has work to do. Mel is surprised at how difficult it is to become a bandit, and asks what problem they are having. Charlie explains that this is how it works, and begins to talk about several dozen horses that they have captured previously. Mel wonders if the horses have become a nuisance, and he can't keep them, adding that it would be better to get rid of them. He also offers to sell the horses to the merchants, and Charlie agrees, considering it a good solution. Turning his gaze to Shen. Shen rubs his forehead proudly, declaring that he thought exactly the same thing, and suggests that great men think alike. Charlie approaches Mel, commenting that he is doing a great job, and feels that Mel will soon become one of them. Mel is surprised that he got so nervous while going through the test and grins, saying that he is glad to hear it. After some time, the action moves to the Feihu fortress, which is still living its serene life. One of the robbers looks at his horse and says that it needs better care and attention. Harry informs his brother that his horse has gone blind and can no longer go into battle, so it is only fit for farm work. They ask him if he really wants to give the horse to his brother, to which he replies that he clearly heard something wrong. After some time, one of the scouts comes to the fortress and knocks loudly, announcing that he has brought good news. Harry goes to him, wondering what happened, and adds that it is necessary to find out as much as possible about this news. In front of the fortress there are several trees, on each of which a small notice was pinned. Charlie and Lin, who were directly involved, hide in the foliage to test the reaction. Lin asks his comrade if he destroyed all the leaflets he was going to. Charlie answers in the affirmative, and notes that it is now necessary to return back as quickly as possible. The robbers leave the fortress and wonder what is written there, trying to find someone who can read. Harry comes closer, and the bandits ask him if he can tell what it says in the end. Gary explains that this is an advert for horses for sale at a good discount. He looks at his brother and asks why he is filming ads. The brother explains that the piece of paper says that there will be a discount upon presentation of the coupon, adding that this is a good chance. Every fortress on the Great Mountain, without exception, is discussing this announcement, as everyone is interested in its contents. Such offers happen extremely rarely, so many people are considering it. Many people decide to head to the Hama fortress to test the seriousness of its inhabitants. Shen turns to his master and asks if he is sure that anyone will come here, but Charlie asks him to be patient. In his view, dissemination takes time, so one must have the courage to endure the wait. Mel hopes that this man will be patient, as he has had bad luck with bosses in the past. Lindsay suddenly informs her comrades that she sees a large number of people approaching the fortress. Many robbers on horseback decided to visit the fortress to check the validity of the announcement. Charlie orders his comrades to prepare and avoid mistakes in order to complete the deal efficiently. Brother Harry turns to Charlie and orders the gates to be opened, stating that he has come to buy horses. Charlie immediately orders Manny to get his bow ready. Brother Harry declares that he will not leave even if he only has one eye. Harry notes that the brothers acted rashly and asks where the horses are. Charlie reassures him that there is no need to worry about this, since Commander Mel is confidently bringing him up to date. Mel states that this time they will use the dark auction rules to avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Harry asks in surprise what a dark auction is and what the rules are. Mel explains everything and shows the fabric, asking if Gary can see it. After some time, the silhouette of a man leading a small horse appears through the fabric. Mel announces that every horse up for auction will be brought to the gate in advance, and everyone will place their bid. The robbers are outraged, and wonder if they will not even see what the horse looks like, since there might be some kind of deity there. Charlie orders them to be quiet, adding that if they quiet down, he will strike them with lightning. They immediately become quieter, and Charlie comments that it's much better this way, before ordering Mal to continue. Mel explains that they won't be replacing the horses. The fabric is luminous, so they'll be able to see everything perfectly for transparency. He adds that they might be able to get a hardy horse for a fraction of its true value, or conversely, buy a weak horse for triple its value. After this, he declares that the auction is officially open, and the rest of the bandits are still trying to figure out the meaning of what is happening. Shen turns to Charlie and notes that the bandits are in no hurry to raise the price, and Charlie adds that the starting price is not too high. After a while, a beautiful woman emerges from the crowd of robbers and says that she finds Charlie very amusing and that she will make a bet. Taking things a few steps further, she says she wants to offer one soy tribute as startup capital. The robbers immediately turn their gaze to the woman and note that she is an incredible beauty. Shen calls out to Charlie and tells him that this is Cindy from the Jinghua mountain range, who is a very fierce warrior. Cindy also makes it clear that she is not an easy girl and says that they must maintain decorum. No one dares to raise the price, and some of the robbers congratulate her on acquiring a good horse. Mel happily announces that the first horse at such a low price is bought by Cindy, after which he offers to breed the racehorse. As soon as the horse comes out into the light, everyone notices that she is incredibly beautiful and fit. Harry and the other bandits realize that this is the horse they have been trying to take all this time because of its unique qualities. They come to the conclusion that if they didn't buy it, they will definitely steal it as soon as the opportunity presents itself. Cindy instantly reads their intentions and warns them that if they want to rob her, they better think 3 times. Immediately after this, she takes out a small coupon that she kept in a particularly secret place. She explains that the coupon gives a 20% discount when presented. Charlie claims that he is a man of his word and will not deceive either a child or an old man, after which he lowers the price. Cindy thanks him and decides to climb onto the beautiful horse. She also fixes her hair to show off her beauty to everyone else. After this, she turns to her people and announces that it is time to leave, as the auction is over. Charlie watches her with admiring eyes, noting that he has never seen such a beautiful creature. Shen asks what he means, to which Charlie replies that he will dream of this beautiful maiden for a long time. Mel notes that others are still participating and encourages everyone to keep up the momentum to buy the horse they want. This deal sparks interest among the other 5 people, and it finally begins to look like a real auction. Charlie approaches Shen and asks him to tell her at least something about Cindy's personality. Shen explains that before she settled in the mountains, Cindy practiced martial arts and was the best at it. He adds that she was engaged, but her husband died before the wedding, so she married after his death. Due to Cindy's mysterious personality, there are rumors that she killed her husband because she was abused. One night, her father-in-law tried to get into her bed, and she stabbed him, after which she ran away to the mountains to become a bandit. Charlie asks if all of her gang members are women, and Shen confirms that they have a hard life. Charlie wonders why he didn't tell him this important information sooner, and Shen says they should form an alliance. Shen notes that there is no one on this mountain who would associate with Cindy's gang because they are not very fond of men. Charlie and Shen are distracted by the loud, indignant voice of a man who says he has been deceived. One of the bandits says he just sold a blind horse to a man, but Mel explains that he tried to stop him. Charlie asks what happened, and Mel explains that he tried to keep the horse, but the bandit raised the price. The robber assumes that it was a financial scam and believes that it was a dirty trick. He states that he doesn't care, because this time it doesn't count, because he couldn't pay that much for a blind horse. Charlie reminds that the rules were announced in advance and everyone agreed to them, so they cannot be broken. Other robbers advise calming down and note that a man must be responsible for his words. Harry looks at his brother and says that he should give the grain and leave while he still can. Gary gets going and adds that the people he's talking to are very good at deceiving other people. To at least cover his losses, he shows a coupon that will give him a discount. Mel turns to the other bandits and says it's time to continue the auction. In the end, each horse was sold for about 8 Dan, which is a good result. A total of 76 horses were sold, for which about 500 tributes of grain were received, as well as a lot of weapons and other supplies. 1 tribute of grain is equivalent to approximately 50 kilograms, and for the fortress of Hama, such a colossal investment is very significant. This fortress had never seen so much grain, and now the warehouses are still filled with wheat and other spices. Charlie reflects on how war really is the fastest way to make a fortune, and he succeeds. However, he remembers the previous lottery draw and the reward from the system after defeating the son of the city mayor. Meanwhile, the gang of robbers returns home, realizing that they were involved in a less than profitable venture. Brother Gary continues to try to control the blind horse so it doesn't go in circles. Harry wonders if he could get off the horse and lead it himself. He also notes that the situation is so strange that he could write a poem to ease his soul. After this, he asks if there is an art of lightning control in the world, to which the interlocutor replies that it is difficult to answer at this time. The peasants who are always nearby wonder if there are immortal beings in this world. The father remarks that otherwise the inhabitants of the Hama Mountains would not have met them. Only the gods could have sent such merciful people. On the day when the father of the family buys 2 horses from the fortress and returns home, the whole village goes to the mountain in the hope of seeing it. One of the peasants' sons says that they have lived here for a very long time and still have not seen a single god. The father notes that he needs to wait a little longer and not give up, when suddenly he hears the sound of approaching horses. Immediately after this, he jumps down and recommends checking to see if they have met their patrons again. Harry continues to appeal to his brother, saying that he should not fight, and asks his mother to prepare some dishes. The brother replies that he wanted to sell these horses, and wonders if he needs them. Gary points out that other people aren't as stupid as he is, so it's unlikely that he'll be able to sell these horses. Suddenly a peasant appears before them, asking them not to enter, and again bestowing upon them an incredible blessing. Harry asks what they want, to which the peasant replies that they are ready to collect all the grain in exchange for 20 horses. Brother Harry looks at them and wonders what these demands are. After this, he gets off his horse and declares that he was robbed of several dozen tributes of grain, and now he asks for another 20 horses. Immediately after this, he begins to beat the poor peasant and ask who sent him to anger him. Gary realizes that it is the head of the Lee family, and adds that their fortress has high walls and a lot of people, so they did not attack them. A brother named Stephen notes that he has done too many good deeds and orders the peasant to be kidnapped and held for ransom. Meanwhile, night falls over the mountains again, and the time comes to sum up the results of another heroic adventure. Charlie snaps his fingers, indicating that it's time to draw the lottery and receive outstanding rewards for ingenuity. The system immediately materializes in front of him and agrees with his proposal. Smiling, he says that he will not demand much, and politely asks only for an artillery cannon or heavy equipment. However, this time there is a slight delay as the lottery is unable to issue the prize due to a technical issue. She shakes the car vigorously, but the reward still doesn't come out. The system gets angry at the slot machine and orders it to fix it so it doesn't look stupid. Noticing the lack of change, she delivers a swift and decisive knee strike to the slot machine. Immediately after this, a small ball flies out of the machine and lands right next to Charlie. The system congratulates him on receiving the first part of the fortress defense, which is a very useful reward. Charlie reflects on how the reward this time is significantly different from the last one. The construction of the fortress can no longer be postponed. Previously there were only 5 people here and no wealth, so no one touched them. Now things are different, and they already have 25 tons of grain, so their home is a valuable asset. To think things through, he calls Mel and asks where he can recruit people for the fortress. Mel notes that this is a difficult task, adding that the people of the Empire can be divided into 4 classes. He explains that the first class is the Imperial family, and their family, who do not have to do physical labor. The second class is the nobility, and the third is the commoners, including landowners, officials, and merchants. The fourth class is the disenfranchised population, which is at the bottom of the hierarchy and lives the worst. Mel adds that this class typically includes peasants, vagabonds, servants, slaves, and other people who are of little concern to anyone. Charlie asks who owns the bandits if they live such an unusual life. Mel explains that the bandits do not belong to any class, but they can be classified as lower class since the Empire does not recognize them. Charlie remarks that he could not have suspected that the mountain bandit had such a miserable existence. He also states that he plans to build a wall around the fortress to strengthen it as a military installation. Mel thinks it's a great idea, but notes that there isn't enough manpower, but Charlie says he's already thought about that. After this, he hands him a small drawing and asks if he would agree to look over his plans for strengthening the fortress. Mel looks at the drawing with surprise and asks if the master really thought it out. Charlie is mentally happy that his acting is still paying off and says that he actually came up with it himself. Mel immediately bows before him, acknowledging that the master has exceptional talent, so he will help him. Charlie reflects that he knows what to do, but they don't have enough men, so they need to take someone from another fortress. Mel points out that this is no good, as it might let spies into the fortress. But Charlie states that he has a plan. He adds that he will tell about it later, after which they advise him to return and discuss everything with his boss Shen. After this, he is left alone to better study the terrain and realizes that there are a lot of steep cliffs here. Looking around, he realizes that from some heights the location of the fortress can be seen, and this does not make him happy. He reflects on the fact that the people who built this fortress thought only of their own convenience, so now everything needs to be rebuilt. The system once again notifies him that he is making unprecedented progress in exploring his fortress. Charlie concentrates, and a map of the area appears in his mind, which surprises him a little, as he did not expect this outcome. However, such information is extremely useful and should be used as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, we are transported to Feihu Fortress and find that Gary has decided to spend some time alone. His battle meditation is interrupted by a familiar voice, loudly announcing that he brings good news. Harry muses that he has a bad feeling about this, as that voice had previously announced events at the auction. But Stephen wants to know something. As soon as they go out, they again find several notices posted on the trees, and everyone asks the master to read what is written there. Stephen comes out first and asks everyone to take their time, saying that he will calmly read and convey the necessary information. The ad features a drawing of Charlie, and information about how their fort values talented people who want to start life anew. Stephen carefully reads everything that is written there, and notices that the sentence is well written and that its author is a very handsome person. Harry, on the contrary, begins to get even more angry, believing that he has not seen such an impudent person for a long time. He angrily declares that this man has no shame or conscience and is trying to lure people away from their fortress. Stephen asks his brother to calm down and notes that he needs to think through this revenge with a cool head. Harry wonders how he can rest easy, as this is clearly a poaching operation, which is dishonest. Stephen recommends drinking some wine to relieve tension and think things through again. Harry decides to take the advice and feels the strength of the alcohol, adding that he feels better. Immediately after this, he hears the whispers of other bandits who are discussing the proposal to move to that fortress and consider it a good one. Stephen smiles and asks his brother what he thinks about this whole farce that Charlie has orchestrated. After this, he adds that Charlie wants to take these people away, and therefore it is better to take advantage of the situation and send some spies there. He also adds that if they succeed, they will be able to capture this fortress without much difficulty. Gary suddenly looks very surprised, and Stephen asks him what happened to him and what he is thinking. Gary explains that he simply didn't expect Stephen to know what it meant to answer cunning with cunning. Meanwhile, we fast forward to the next day, where a boy named Chandler is contemplating becoming a mountain bandit. He understands that the life of such a person is not really that good, since stories about them are often exaggerated. However, today he is going to go to the fortress of Hama to join them, since they offer good conditions there. He also recalls that the second master said that it was a military trick, one of the 36 stratagems, but he did not understand anything. He remembers that many people came from the fortress, who went there with great desire. Everyone got in line, but the second foreman was preventing it, so Chandler assumed he was a little stupid. He doesn't know hieroglyphs, and doesn't know what to write, so he drew a circle on paper, but it didn't turn out very even, and he felt ashamed in front of others. In the end, he was given an axe and ordered to chop wood for a living, and the second master agreed to help carry the logs. At noon, a beautiful girl told him that if he worked hard, he would get dumplings, and this impressed him very much. For lunch they actually served dumplings with a green filling, and it seems like there was real meat inside. That same evening, the Hama fortress gives everyone 2.5 kilograms of grain for the return journey, which is very profitable. People who didn't go there initially make a fuss and try to sign up for the next group. Chandler hopes that he will still be able to go to the fortress again, but now it is time to sleep. Meanwhile, Stephen tells Gary that the food there was really tasty and quite salty, some of which he stole. Gary notes that he is not interested and asks what Stephen has learned about Charlie's 5 lightning art. Stephen replies that he has no news on this matter, since he did not see the fortress master during the sortie. Harry states that in that case, he must go there tomorrow and take a few people with him to find out everything. Stephen says he's also thinking of going early tomorrow to skip breakfast and eat at their place. On the second day, more people came than the first time, even more than 1,000, but Mel copes with organizing such a number. Some are building a wall of stones, others are digging the earth, firing bricks, and some are intensively cutting down trees. The only person who feels a little uncomfortable is Sylvia, who watches this with some disgust. The thing is that Charlie is next to her all this time, and she decides to ask him what he is doing here. Charlie explains that he maintains a sense of mystery because everyone thinks he practices the art of the 5 lightning bolts. Sylvia says she understands this perfectly well and asks why he chose her room. Charlie smiles and explains that he chose her room because there is a very beautiful girl in it who is pleasant to look at. Sylvia pauses for a moment, pouting her lips to show that she was not thrilled with the compliment. Charlie asks her not to be angry, adding that he is bored. But he sincerely thinks she is beautiful, and she receives a slight reproach for frivolity. Meanwhile, work at the sawmill continues in full swing, as a huge number of people want to get dumplings for lunch. One of the workers turns to Manny and remarks that he is so strong that he could lift a log weighing 300 kilograms. Manny turns around and says that his powers shouldn't be exaggerated, as he's just an ordinary man. Others begin to egg him on, saying that they would like to see what he is actually capable of. Manny approaches the giant log and says that if he does, he will demonstrate the peak of his strength. The workers notice that the log weighs about 250 kilograms, and ask him not to strain too much so as not to injure himself. Manny lifts the log high above his head, and the workers call him a true god, capable of the impossible. Feeling his strength slowly fading, he lets go of the log, causing a small shockwave. Immediately after this, he notes that this is nothing special, since he is not even half as strong as their master. Charlie watches this with interest and is impressed by how much praise the other workers give him. Smiling, he remarks that it is time to show himself to the public so as not to keep people in the dark for too long. With these words, he turns to leave Sylvia and face the ordinary people who have come to work. Sylvia watches from the window and notices how the workers are happy to see Charlie. Manny immediately turns to the protagonist and says that it's time to fight, to which Charlie states that it's better to focus on work. Manny suddenly becomes more aggressive and explains that Charlie has been looking down on him lately, and he doesn't like it. After that, he rushes forward, and Charlie thinks that he needs to take care of himself, since one punch from Manny can knock him out. However, at the last moment he slows down the blow slightly so that the scene does not go beyond the bounds. Charlie easily puts out his hand to intercept Manny's punch. There's a slight pause between them, and Charlie can be heard squeezing Manny's hand tightly. He even pretends to be in pain to add more drama to the moment. Charlie remarks that Manny should step back and know his place, before throwing him away with incredible force. Manny gains momentum and speed and crashes into several wooden beams, causing them to collapse. Charlie comes closer and asks if everything is okay, to which Manny thanks him for the mercy. Charlie advises him not to be so impulsive next time, as he only used a small portion of his power. Everyone is surprised at how strong Charlie can be if such a weak blow can knock out Manny. Mel approaches the workers cautiously and informs them that they need a few more people to finish the job. He shows a giant boulder and explains that it needs to be broken up and dug out to build the wall. The workers notice that the boulder weighs more than 5 tons and ask who could handle such a colossus. Mel approaches Charlie and asks if he can do it, to which he replies that it's a piece of cake for him. After this, he recommends that everyone step aside and adds that he is now using his divine technique. Concentrating, he decides to use lightning summoning to crush the giant rock. At this moment, a powerful explosion is heard, splitting the boulder into many small pieces. The frightened workers move to the sides, trying to take cover from the falling rock debris, even though it is small. Charlie points out that there is no need to worry about such trifles, as it is just a minor obstacle. Immediately after this, he turns to the workers and asks why they are still standing, since they should be working. The workers understand that they need to listen to Charlie and respond that they have not stopped working for a second. Mel looks at Charlie and asks him to take care of himself, as health is critical to the survival of the fortress. Charlie happily retreats to his secret room to continue watching from afar. However, he decides to complain to Sylvia, explaining that he is experiencing attacks of severe pain. Sylvia asks what's wrong, and Charlie explains that he has a severe back pain and can't sit up. 10 days later, all work is completed, and the fortress is transformed, becoming orderly and divided into verified sections. The outer section is defensive, and a wall with a watchtower to monitor the approaches is built from stones. Behind the defensive section there is a training ground where a barrier section is organized in case of a breakthrough. Next to the stables, a public toilet and a restroom were built next to the arable fields for the convenience of the peasants. Behind the work areas are living quarters, including a residential building, kitchen, weapon storage and grain storage. Mel notes that the trees outside have been cut down, and that Manny has set up several traps on the flat ground. He emphasizes that pitfall traps, snares, and special boar traps have been installed. Mel also adds that the fortress used more than 25 tons of grain for all this, and only 500 kilograms remain, which is enough for the current composition. Charlie says that people need to be assigned to dwellings, and grain waste needs to be calculated in order to prepare for the recruitment of new workers. Suddenly, the system appears behind him and informs him that the construction is complete, so he is rewarded with a hot pepper. Charlie tries to find out how much hot pepper he is being offered, adding that he is hoping for a larger amount. Turning around, he sees in front of him a grown-up girl who used to be the embodiment of the system. He looks at her in surprise and asks who she is and why she decided to appear in front of him. The system is moving to version 2 and states that every time a major construction is completed in a mountain fortress, it will grow. After this, she advises Charlie not to lose heart, calling him the man who will become the king of the mountain bandits. After that, she gives him the task of committing many robberies, while Harry learns all the details about Charlie's superpowers. Steven says that everyone was scared because Charlie really does have the art of the 5 lightning bolts. Harry immediately turns to one of the military leaders and asks him how this is even possible from his point of view. The warlord explains that he picked up the stone in the canyon and found traces of a gunpowder explosion on it. Harry asks what gunpowder is, trying to figure out how Charlie was able to fool him. The military commander clarifies that it is similar to the substance used in firecrackers, but much more powerful. Harry looks at them with bewilderment and asks if this means that Ham's fortress has deceived him, to which he receives an affirmative answer. Stephen asks in surprise if this means that lightning art does not exist, and is told that there is no such art. Harry becomes enraged again, declaring that he will immediately lead men to the fortress to destroy it. The military leader advises him to calm down, explaining that they won't be able to escape anyway, so there's no need to rush. Harry says that he has a very hard time holding on to this anger, to which he is advised that everything has its time, and it is better to discuss something else. Charlie reflects that there are currently 3 tasks, which means that recruiting people to the fortress will have to wait. After thinking for a while, he comes to the conclusion that it would be better to complete one of the tasks, which requires impressing Sylvia. Smiling, he addresses the system, and says that it is much better to look into the face of a beautiful woman than to destroy a nest in the grass. Afterwards, he smiles and reflects on how glad he is about it, remembering that it was not in vain that he played games with beautiful girls before. Charlie begins to wonder what he should say to Sylvia to win her affection. Almost instantly he finds her, and happily tells her that he would like to confess something. However, Sylvia does not react to these words at all, and simply turns around, silently heading off to do her business. Charlie thinks this is the wrong reaction, and tries to figure out what the plot for this love scene should be. He decides to think carefully to choose the perfect words and actions to win her over. After some time, he finds her again, and notices that it seems to him as if he has seen her somewhere before. Sylvia turns and leaves, but Charlie shouts after her that he will definitely raise her to be a good wife. Having caught up with her, he explains that there are many good people in the world, but she is the most important person to him. After this has no effect, he decides to slip her a note confessing his feelings. Coming closer to her, he says that he has felt affection and sympathy for her for a long time, but did not take them seriously. He also adds that he doesn't want to regret when these feelings disappear, as it is one of the best feelings in life. Sylvia comes up to him in surprise, puts her hand on his cheek and asks what happened to him. Looking at him with a slightly surprised look, she assumes that something must have happened to him, since he is speaking such strange words in such volumes. Charlie realizes that all his attempts to be even remotely romantic are shattered by the heavy rocks of real life. Shen suddenly interrupts their heartbreaking conversation, explaining that something bad has happened because his daughter has fallen ill. Charlie turns around in surprise and notes that such a problem cannot be postponed, deciding to check her condition. Lindsay does look like she could use a little medical attention, but what happened to her remains unclear. Charlie and his friends go inside and ask her how she is feeling. Lindsay says in a heavy voice that she feels unwell and has no idea what to do about it. Charlie wonders what happened to her, and Shen explains that she found some berries on the mountain and decided to try them. Shen sadly adds that his disobedient daughter still can't learn that she shouldn't try unfamiliar berries. Charlie looks closely at the basket, trying to decide which fruit she decided to try. Shen points to one of the fruits, and Charlie examines it closely, concluding that it is a simple red pepper. Shen asks if the master knows what kind of berry it is, to which Charlie replies that it is not poison, but hot pepper. Charlie explains that it is not a poisonous plant, but just very spicy, so there is no need to be afraid and drink more water. Charlie wonders how people here could not know anything about this vegetable. Without thinking twice, he hands the pepper to Sylvia and asks if she knows what it is, to which she suggests it is some kind of fruit. Charlie explains that it's a hot pepper and discusses how much it might sell for, but she doesn't give a definitive answer. Charlie recommends tasting the peppers together so they can work together to sell them. He understands that even if the inhabitants here know about pepper, it means that in this world it is not yet grown. Charlie realizes that he has become the owner of an exclusive resource that could potentially bring him great fortune. Sylvia decides to try the hot pepper and reports that the vegetable's spiciness is truly impressive. Charlie asks why no one has offered a ransom for him yet, because that means no one wants the vegetable. Sylvia remains silent, but looks at him with a fierce gaze, showing that she does not like this at all. Charlie smiles and tells her that she doesn't have to worry, because even if the whole world betrays her, he will always be there. Meanwhile, Lindsay enters the room and announces that he has returned from a rather successful robbery. Charlie asks how it went, and Lindsay says he got a nice rabbit to roast. Immediately after this, a small girl appears and explains that she is a servant from Sylvia's family, who came from a small town. Charlie asks how the little girl got to the mountain, but Sylvia immediately takes her under her protective care. A little girl named Sarah throws herself into her mistress's arms and tells her that she has missed her very much. She also begins to cry and says that she is incredibly glad that she remained alive and did not end up as food for cruel animals. Sylvia explains to her that she is fine and there is no need to worry, after which the girl asks if she was bullied here. Sylvia is a little embarrassed and says that it's just nonsense. She's perfectly fine, so there's no need to worry. Charlie realizes that there is trouble in Sylvia's family, so he sends Mel and Lynn to ask people about it. According to Lynn, he had been on duty at the foot of the mountain for a long time in order to rob someone. He waited with difficulty for one person, and it turned out to be a little girl who looked no more than 15 years old. The girl told him that her name was Sarah, and that she was a servant of Sylvia's family, who had come here specifically to find her mistress. Sarah was not afraid of Lynn, and insisted that she had to find Mrs. Sylvia, because she loved her very much. Lynn wanted to send her back to the city, but after listening to the story, he realized that taking her to the fortress would be the right decision. Charlie reflects that if it had been someone else, things would have turned out completely differently, and understands the advantage of good looks. After this, he turns to Mel and asks if they will take ransom from this family, to which he receives the answer that this is a difficult question. He emphasizes that the family's situation is difficult, since the head of the trading house has no sons, but many daughters. He also notes that the problem is aggravated by the fact that Sylvia's mother died early, and now the entire inheritance belongs to her younger sister. Sylvia again asks to be released, stating that she is ready to pay any money they want. Charlie looks at her in surprise and asks if she really wants to leave that badly. Sylvia looks at him for a while, but does not dare to give a definitive answer. Charlie wonders to herself what she's hoping for anyway, since people are unlikely to want to be bandits if they're aristocrats. After this, he sits down at his desk and thinks about the fact that she should send something for him. He emphasizes that he will not tolerate any deception on her part. Otherwise, he will kidnap her again. Sylvia reports that the list includes a request for 500 dan of grain, several bolts of cloth, a bamboo book, wine, and some other books. She adds that she is not asking for too much, so as soon as she returns home and settles her affairs, she will double the reward. Charlie agrees to this condition and orders a special carriage to be prepared for her return. He reports that the city is about 35 or 40 kilometers away, adding that he himself will go with security. Turning to his comrades, he recommends that they guard her and ensure that she returns home safe and sound. He also remembers that her family owns an inn, so he gives her some red pepper to try selling. Charlie reflects that the matter is now closed and wonders where he can find an equally wonderful wife. Looking at her, he guesses that her heart is most likely made of stone and nothing can melt it. After that, he takes a few steps towards her, thinking that time is running out, so she had better get into the carriage. After walking a few steps past her, he still decides to say his last words and puts them into the form of a verse. After a dramatic pause, he notes that on the roads, the blossoms create a measured return journey. Sylvia is imbued with the deep meaning of his words, but does not dare to answer. However, after a while, she gathers up the courage to resume the conversation. She asks if they can talk alone for a while. Charlie walks her a few dozen meters and asks what she wants to say. Sylvia reports that over the past few days he has said many nice things to make her love him, but none of it was true. Charlie looks at her, realizing that she's figured him out, but he can't admit it. Sylvia states that if everything he did was not true, then she cannot understand how he sincerely expects her return. Charlie asks what she wants, to which Sylvia replies that she is leaving today and does not know if they will ever see each other again. Smiling slightly, she asks if he could at least tell her the truth before they part. Charlie is a little taken aback and wonders how she wants to hear the truth. He assumes she wants to know how he felt when they first met and recalls her beautiful outfit. Taking a few steps towards her, he realizes that she is weak and innocent, which means he has real feelings for her. After this, he leans towards her ear and tells her that when he first saw her, he felt an incredible attraction to her. Then he pauses slightly to make the moment seem genuine. Charlie blushes a little, but does not dare to reveal the details of his feelings. Sylvia, being a young girl, asks what it all means, instantly ruining the atmosphere of the moment. Charlie's blush deepens as he realizes that these things are difficult for him. Sylvia notices the change in his face and asks what it means and why he suddenly turned so red. Charlie hesitates to answer, and she thinks for a moment, then says that in that case, she will find out from others. Charlie tries to stop her, saying that she doesn't need to look for this information, and he will tell her about it himself someday. After some time, he sees her off, thinking that she is only 17, and she is already so perceptive. Charlie remembers saying and doing many things, but none of them seem to resonate in her heart. The system advises him not to deceive himself, and rewards him for completing this stage with a crossbow. Meanwhile, we are transported to the carriage in which Sylvia and her young maid are traveling. As Charlie promised, they are transported safe and sound, with their innocence intact. Sarah eats a small bun and admits that she never expected the robber to let them go, as she was scared to death. Noticing some strange behavior in her mistress, she asks what happened, assuming that she was thinking about something. Sylvia ponders what it might mean when a man claims to feel a special attraction. Sarah repeats these words, but no possible answer to this question comes to her mind. Once they reach the city, they consider their options, but they still end up in the right place, and this seems to them to be the best outcome of events. After Sylvia's departure, he no longer shows his feelings, but in an abandoned warehouse he finds a giant ballista that the system gave him. Immediately after installing the ballista in the fortress, he begins studying pepper cultivation. First, he dries the seeds, then he takes them out and plants them in pots, and there is absolutely nothing complicated about it. After the required time, the grown seedlings are transplanted into real soil so that they can germinate. After a while, Shen approaches him and asks if there is a possibility to go on a robbery, but Charlie refuses him. After some time, he himself decides to go out on patrol to intercept some unlucky travelers. Suddenly, Cindy appears in front of him and asks if he decided to go out on his own to commit the robbery on such a hot day. Charlie clenches a small blade of grass between his teeth and explains that he is always devoted to the work to which he has dedicated his life. He carefully examines his interlocutor, trying to understand why she decided to find him on such an unusual day. He naturally asks her what she is doing here, assuming that she has decided to find him. Cindy replies that the mountain range has been busy lately and needs help to handle the errands. Charlie notes that the proposal sounds interesting and suggests that she go to the fortress to discuss the details. Cindy follows him and, upon entering the fortress, discovers the large quantity of mountain fruits that are found here. Charlie reports that they have pepper collected from the mountainside and adds that she can take some samples. Then he brings a small kettle and says that they only have well water heated over the fire. He also explains that, if she doesn't mind, he would like to move straight to talking about important matters. Cindy announces that the provincial governor's 60th birthday celebration will take place in a month and offers cooperation. Charlie realizes that this is a good offer, because if they team up and rob the governor, they can get a lot of gold. Cindy explains that Barry has taken over the city and is now thinking about how to seize the rest of the power, and this governor can help him. She emphasizes that for this reason there will be a lot of gifts, which means this is an excellent opportunity to profit. Cindy adds that even though there are 50 people in her gang, they will all unite with Master Charlie thanks to his art of 5 lightnings. Charlie makes a big decision and announces that he is turning down the offer. He justifies his refusal by saying that the art of 5 lightnings is a divine technique, so if they kill many people, they will incur the wrath of heaven. Cindy asks if he really won't provide any assistance, to which Charlie states that he hasn't made a final decision yet. Cindy adds that real men make decisions without hesitation, but he gave her many reasons to be disappointed in him. Charlie considers kicking her out, but realizes he'll have to deal with the consequences if he does. He politely informs her that he will wait for her again and offers her some pepper, but she refuses. After some time, one of the peasants visits Charlie to get an audience with the master. Coming closer, he introduces himself to the bandits from Zhu Fortress and explains that they have no grain, so they ask for a loan of some. Charlie reflects that there are only 30 people in the fort, including old people and children, and they are short of workers. Suddenly he asks him if he wants to plant peppers, to which he receives the answer that he doesn't know what they are. Charlie explains that peppers are grown on the mountain, and if he wants, he can take the seeds to feed himself in the fort. He adds that the yield of this crop is much higher than that of any other, and after harvesting it can be profitably exchanged for something useful. The joyful peasants run to the commandant, who is supposed to hand out the seeds, and thank him for his help. Charlie, meanwhile, is sadly reflecting that there is no food left even for the mountain bandits who do not pay taxes. He predicts that this year will be difficult if Lin and Shen return from the city in a few days. They do not return empty-handed, but bring 2 piglets, several dozen chickens and other goods. Within a radius of 25 kilometers below the mountain, there were about 50 or 60 groups of mountain bandits living in the forests. The news of the birthday gifts spreads throughout the mountain, and many bandits prepare for robberies. In the end, almost everyone on this mountain wants the gifts to stay with them and not go to the Empire. However, during the commotion, Charlie is busy with other things, as he feeds the chickens and works on the garden. Sometimes, of course, he goes down to the mountains to commit robberies, but they are never large or significant. A few days later, he completes 5 out of 10 robberies to complete the assignment. Sometimes he does not take anything from poor people, because it is against his code of honor. Lin examines the tracks of the next poor guy they let go and asks when they will rob. Charlie explains that there is nothing to take from this man, as he is too slow, and it would be strange. Lin hopes that at least someday they will meet someone rich and worthy of robbery. After some time, 2 people appear in the mountains, carefully moving through unfamiliar terrain. These people turn out to be a young man and a girl, who notes that it would be better for them to stay in the city. The young man notes that there is no point in living if you cannot explore the world, to which the girl remarks that the landscape is bleak and dangerous. The young man tries to calm her down, explaining that there are definitely no bandits here, and suggests taking a shortcut. At that moment, Charlie lands in front of them with a bang to show off his incredible skills. The young man immediately notices that this man could rob them, so they need to act decisively and quickly. Charlie explains that the man should stand on the left and the woman on the right to make it easier to determine positions. The girl's brother comes forward and says that there is no need to be afraid, as he will definitely protect his sister. After a while, he quickly assesses his opponent and discovers that he is holding a giant axe. After doing the math, he realizes that fighting a giant axe with a ball will be unprofitable. After this, he abruptly announces that they surrender and steps back, trying to hide behind his sister. The girl shows her sister and says that she was born a beauty, so he can keep her for himself. The indignant girl asks how he can sell her if she has supported him all this time. In response, he notes that he still has a long way to go, so he will have to make sacrifices, and admits that he will miss it. Charlie looks them over carefully and asks who they are and what their names are. The girl introduces herself as Vanessa and explains that her brother is stupid and his name is Cedric. Charlie asks what they do, and Cedric proudly announces that he is a poet. Charlie realizes that this is inconvenient, since all poets, in his opinion, are poor people without a penny. Cedric says his dream is to travel the world and write poetry that will be famous for centuries. Charlie watches them with interest and wonders if this means they have been to many places and seen many wonders. Without waiting for an answer, he congratulates them on the fact that they are now moving into the category of prisoners and must follow him. After some time, he takes them to the fortress, which by this time already looks like a decent settlement. Vanessa looks around and excitedly asks if this is really the same Hama fortress. Charlie explains that the fortress is unlikely to be known, but Cedric states that this is not true. He reminds him that the fortress routed an army of thousands, and Charlie asks how famous he is now. Vanessa claims that many people consider Charlie to be a cunning cannibal who kills many people. Charlie asks in surprise if he really looks like an ogre, and Vanessa confirms that yes, he does look very much like one. Charlie invites them to stay in the fort, promising not to beat them or lock them in, but adding that they can leave if they want. Vanessa wonders why he is keeping them here, assuming the most unpleasant and terrible options. Charlie explains that since Cedric is a poet, he must write down everything he saw on a piece of paper using ink. Cedric agrees, and after a while they find themselves in a specially prepared room. Vanessa asks in surprise why he agreed, and Charlie explains that he found the fortress interesting. Cedric emphasizes that this is the first time he has seen bandits playing for the road, and suggests that the fortress contains many interesting secrets. After this, he gives Vanessa the command to get to work and take care of her brother. He says with a smile that, being great, he will be able to write an amazing poem. Meanwhile, Charlie decides to meet with Mel and asks if there is any news. Mel reports that a detachment transporting gifts will pass through this place in the next 10 days, and the Great One will be present as guard. Charlie asks who the warrior is, and Mal explains that his name is Harrison, and he has no mother or relatives. Charlie notes that he is a great man, otherwise he would not have been allowed on this trip, and asks how the robbery is planned. Mel clarifies that a night attack is planned, and Charlie remarks that it's just a pack of dogs fighting over a piece of meat. He reflects that they will need serious forces to fight, and he feels the atmosphere of anxiety growing on the mountain. The next morning, Cedric wakes up early and goes to his sister's room to wake her up. Vanessa notices that he has a strange face, and says that she thought he won the lottery. Cedric takes her to the pond and she asks what's special about the place, to which he explains that she needs to listen carefully. He says that spring water comes down from the mountain and flows into a pond where there is charcoal. Vanessa asks if the water is safe to drink, and Cedric confirms her guess. He then shows her the restroom and comments that it looks no less interesting than everything else. Vanessa states that she would prefer to avoid a tour of the place, to which he says that he will then explain it to her in words. Cedric explains that the toilets are cleverly designed to fertilize the fields. He emphasizes that many things in the fortress are designed with engineering intelligence, so everything here is not so simple. Vanessa remarks that this is surprising, since only 6 people live here. Cedric continues to admire, and notes that many perfect things have been realized for the 6 people in the fortress. Vanessa remarks that this is a strange reason for admiration, but Cedric orders her to be quiet. After a while, he returns to his room and begins writing poetry until Charlie comes to see him. Cedric asks why he does this, and Charlie replies that he wants to write a book about something great. Vanessa and Cedric look at him in surprise, not understanding how the robber can understand writing. Charlie claims that this is his calling and he wants to create a great work that will touch future generations. Charlie asks them if it seems impossible, but they silently indicate that he looks like a common robber. Charlie says he would like to look at his poems to see how good a poet he is. Cedric explains with a smile that he has written several poems and wishes for the master to appreciate his work. Charlie quickly takes the poems and says that he studies his work with great interest. Having carefully studied the poems, he begins to click his tongue in displeasure, and notes that he expected a little more. He smiles and says that now he has to worry about the Empire's poets, and Vanessa immediately stands up for her brother. After listening to their objections, he notes that the time has come to open their eyes and show them what real poetry is. Taking up a brush, he announces that there is a phrase after which all the poets of the Empire will no longer dare to take up a brush. Cedric says he's interested in seeing the phrase, after which Charlie starts to write it. Vanessa notices that his handwriting is truly ugly, but as soon as he finishes writing the sentence, she freezes. Charlie places his brush in the inkwell and announces that he has finished his great work. After this, he leaves, explaining that it is already late and recommending that they go to bed early. Vanessa asks if there is one phrase that should silence the other poets. Charlie explains that just this phrase will be enough to scare them and everyone else to death. Cedric confirms his words and adds that other poets are unlikely to be able to survive this phrase. He sadly remarks that with this phrase he will never pick up a brush again, as he will be ashamed. The next day, Shen rushes to Charlie's home and reports that a serious problem has occurred that requires an immediate solution. He explains with horror that the neighboring Zhou fortress was destroyed, although they had recently been trading. Charlie says that we need to check everything immediately to find any possible survivors and find out what happened. Once he reaches the fortress, he discovers that a real massacre has taken place there and, most likely, no one is left alive. Charlie thinks it's terrible, and once he gets inside the fortress, what he sees shocks him to the core. He sees more than 30 people, including old people, women and children, all of whom have been killed in a particularly brutal manner and piled up in a heap. Other fortress owners wonder who could have done such a thing, since they all maintain neighborly relations. Cindy explains that the answer is obvious. It was done by strangers who wanted to send them a message. Afterwards, she discovers a small bundle tied to a sword stuck in a pile of innocent bodies. The bandits look at Cindy and ask if she can decipher the writing in the letter. Cindy reports that the message was sent by Harrison, and calls for them to appear at the foot of the mountain in 3 days. Charlie realizes that these strangers have just killed innocent people as a lesson to others, because the life of every bandit is cheaper than a dog's. After some time, the bandits begin to strengthen their fortresses to prevent attacks from the Imperials. Harry says that everyone needs to be on guard today because they need to be as vigilant as possible. He asks his boss if everything is okay, and he replies that no unexpected events are expected. Harry also asks about news from Charlie, to which Steven says it's best not to discuss it now. He assumes that the boy simply wet himself from fear, and after that he will need another month to recover his strength. Charlie notes that the boy is too young to have witnessed such cruelty, as such scenes are terrifying even for him. Vanessa notices that these scoundrels even killed children, and recalls that she does not remember any robbers who did the same. Cedric says he's heard of battles where over 10,000 people die, but now he understands that death is no fun and is scary. Vanessa suggests that he run away, as it is not safe to stay here and they could become victims of a raid. After thinking for a while, he comes to the conclusion that he can leave quietly and without warning anyone. In order to maintain the element of surprise, Charlie suddenly opens the door and asks if they decided to chat instead of sleeping peacefully. Vanessa wonders if he heard the conversation, then reminds him that the master seemed to be ill. Charlie explains that he just has a cold, and that it is nothing serious, and then says that he wants to talk to them. Cedric asks what exactly is interesting, and Charlie replies that he would like to discuss the history of the Empire. In recent days, Charlie listens to Cedric talk about the world, and eventually he gets the full picture. This world turns out to be the same as in his previous life, and the mythology is basically the same as what he is used to. However, at a certain point, history takes a different course, and instead of a period of reign, the states split into 19 parts. After this, history describes only the endless struggle and horror that reigned between these kingdoms. These deaths are so numerous that a significant portion of the population simply dies out. Charlie understands that if this is true, then all the generals he knew from the era of the kingdom have entered history. Cedric continues to draw an up-to-date geopolitical map to keep him informed. He says that this year the Dawu dynasty was founded and is growing in power every day. He adds that 100 years ago, the last battle between dynasties took place on the territory of the empire, and it took place 30 years ago. Eventually this bandit dynasty was driven out, and border violations continued for many years. Vanessa notes that the empire's annual military expenditure is an impressive sum, which can be envied. She adds that, in addition to this, the commander of the border army is distinguished by laziness and high levels of corruption. Charlie asks why they are so concerned, to which the siblings reply that they are worried about their story being distorted. They ask him how the Empire can emerge victorious in the war against these bandits, to which he declares that he is just a mountain bandit. After this, he adds that he was told that the armies of the world can be divided into 3 classes, in which the lowest will fight for its survival. He also adds that the second class will fight for profit, and when they win, their fighting spirit will be strengthened. Cedric adds that the first class are those who fight for glory, are proud of their death, and are the true elite. Charlie asks him if that's really how he was told everything, impressed by the poetry of this statement. Cedric talks about how he once met an old man who shared this unimaginable wisdom with him. Charlie looks at him carefully, trying to figure out where he has heard these words before, which seem familiar to him. After a short pause, He asks him if he is sure that he was not deceived, and that this was not another drunken joke. Cedric remembers that these words were conveyed to him, and asks the master if he has his own vision of the situation. Charlie, from his point of view, believes that the strongest army is the one that fights for its beliefs and is ready to die for them. Cedric asks him if there is really an army in this world that would fight for its beliefs with such tenacity. Charlie says that such armies exist, but they are not the strongest, and the armies that are fighting for survival hold the lead. Vanessa asks him if such an army will be united if everyone only cares about their own skin. Charlie says that running away or deserting may not save lives, and asks them why the Empire keeps losing. Cedric hesitates to answer this question, and in response asks the master what his point of view is on this issue. Charlie says he doesn't think anything, then asks him if he's ever wondered why a dynasty of thieves is being rejected by the Empire. Vanessa says that the Empire and this dynasty are old enemies who have been fighting each other for hundreds of years. Charlie says that the Empire is under the impression that their enemy is demons who are only out to harm them. After this, he adds that in fact these bandits are simply hungry, because they live in the steppes and in terrible conditions. Charlie adds that in such conditions one has to rely only on the mercy of the gods, who are not at all famous for their mercy. He emphasizes that there are many noble lands in the Empire, so these bandits are ready to fight for them. From his point of view, for these bandits it makes no difference whether you die in the steppes or on the battlefield, since on the battlefield you can at least win. Cedric says that 30 years ago, during the first invasion, there was a drought year, and there was a major crop failure everywhere. Charlie says that these bandits are ready to die, while the Imperial troops are simply taking a defensive position. He adds that the border troops are unable to defend the territory because they do not want to die on the battlefield. He emphasizes that there are probably a lot of rumors and talk circulating in the Imperial court, so the defeat is not surprising. Cedric realizes that he has never heard anything wiser in his entire life, and suggests that he go to the capital to meet the Emperor. Charlie realizes that these are most likely just pathetic lies, and if he says anything wrong, his head will be cut off on the spot. Taking a closer look at Cedric, he realizes that this man is absolutely sincere, and is not trying to deceive him. Charlie reflects on how he didn't have to worry about his past life, but here he finds himself being sympathized with by the revolutionaries. After a short pause, he says that this does not suit him, and is clearly overestimated in matters of geopolitics. Cedric says that the gentleman is incredibly talented, adding that he should see the world and become famous for all ages. Charlie says he has no ambition or desire to carry a knife for anyone or stand guard for anyone else. After this, he rises to his feet, saying that he wants to see how they grind hot peppers there. After this, he heads towards the exit and suddenly stops, saying that he would like to discuss something else. Looking at Cedric, he says that he has a very good sword and wonders if he would like to give it to him. Cedric looks into the protagonist's eyes for a long time, then smiles, realizing that this is a rather small price to pay for being here. Charlie smiles and then goes about his business, hoping that his health will only improve with time. Lindsay greets him fairly quickly and says she needs help grinding pepper, to which he quickly agrees. Cedric, meanwhile, looks down at his sword and wonders if the bandit leaders were so impressed by it. Taking up the weapon, he declares that he has not heard such a bold statement for a long time, and tests its sharpness. After this, he raises the guard a little, and the sword begins to sparkle with bright colors, emphasizing that it was made by a skilled craftsman. After this, 3 days pass, and the very day arrives when the caravan sets off for a celebration in the big city. A guard runs up to the caravan and says that he has been tasked with delivering a very important message. He turns to General Harrison and states that there is a dangerous mountain ahead, but there is not a single ambush in it. The guard also says that there are fortresses waiting for them at the foot of the mountain, and Harrison declares that they need to keep moving. Feihu Fortress is considered the largest among the fortresses of this mountain, and has 100 people, not counting the elderly and children. The bandits spot the approaching guards and say that they need to return and report this to the master. Even if the bandits rush into the breach, they will fight to the death against a well-trained army. They have no chance. All the robbers had the task of surviving this day, putting on a stern face and pretending that this day simply didn't exist. Harrison stops briefly next to Harry and looks at him with an arrogant gaze. In the same arrogant voice he calls his name, and then asks why he came to this meeting with a sword. By lowering the shaft of the spear onto his shoulder, he makes it clear that he did not resist and had no desire to fight. After this, he orders everyone to immediately lay down their arms and kneel down if they want to save their lives. Harrison emphasizes that otherwise they will break through the gates and kill absolutely all the people who are here. Harry understands that honor is a very expensive pleasure that a simple robber who cares about his family cannot afford. However, this decision is very difficult for him, and at first his teeth begin to tremble. Stephen and the warlord look at what is happening in horror and hope that everything will turn out relatively peacefully. Harry makes the right decision, falls to his knees and says that they will lead the generals across the road through these mountains. Harrison, with a haughty smile, says that in that case they should follow and show them where to go. After this, the entire caravan passes through their fortress and does not dare to attack a single robber, so as not to break their word. After some time, they find themselves on a mountain ridge where Cindy and her gang of more beautiful women are in charge. They understand that the path also lies through them, so they do not intend to engage in battle, even though it will cost them a lot. Long caravans of mercenaries and guards pass through these lands, not paying attention to the fact that women planted flowers here. After this, they stop near the entrance to the fortress and look closely at Cindy. Cindy knows perfectly well that it's best not to act provocatively here, and bows, saying that they are seeing the generals off the mountain. Harrison orders her to raise her head, which she immediately does so to avoid provoking him. After examining her, he says that this mare is truly famous for her beauty, according to rumors. After this, he decides to allow himself many liberties for which any other man would have already been executed. He abruptly places his spear right on Cindy's forehead, taking advantage of the fact that she cannot answer him in any way. After a short pause, he says that the rumors were indeed true, and she has amazing qualities. Cindy begins to get angry, as this is an unforgivable insult that can only be washed away with blood. Her comrades look at her with concern, hoping that things will not reach the point of obscenity that they will have to endure. Harrison hopes that the bandit leaders will become angry so that he can knock her to death using a legal pretext. Cindy understands his intention perfectly well and decides to grit her teeth to prevent unnecessary bloodshed. She bows her head again and says that she is asking General Harrison to pass through the mountain so as not to delay. Harrison begins to laugh out loud, feeling an incredible moral superiority over the pathetic bandits he hates. After this, they proceed further without difficulty, since no robber dares to set an ambush. Harrison suddenly turns to his comrades, saying that it is time to show the bandits who they are. Calling out the name of the spearmen loudly, he says that the time has come to raise the banner for all to see. The soldiers obey him and raise the standard, which bears the flag of their country and something else. Along with the flag, the severed heads of some bandits who were caught along the way are tied to it. In the eyes of noble people, mountain bandits are not even people, but like wild animals or dogs from the street that can be killed. Harry looks closely at these heads and realizes that one of them belongs to the master of the Jew fortress, who was very peaceful. Mountain bandits are seen as mere fodder to be slaughtered if they suddenly start causing trouble. In this hierarchy, even people from the lower class want nothing to do with bandits, since killing a bandit is considered garbage collection. The strong measure of everything considered these people to be a lower class, whose level of hierarchy could only rival that of ants. Meanwhile, the convoy reaches the already known fortress of Hama, and Harrison loudly asks why no one is meeting him. He loudly declares that if the gates do not open within 5 minutes, he will knock them down with incredible ease and destroy everything inside. He also gives orders to his knights to prepare to storm the fortress and destroy all enemy manpower. Harry wonders what Charlie is thinking, as any delay could end very badly. After some time, the fortress gates begin to open slowly, as if someone is in no hurry to welcome guests. Charlie rides out of there on his horse, continuing to watch his opponents as if they were no particular threat. Harry knows in his mind that this is the right decision because he needs to keep everything under control, despite the humiliating situation. Charlie looks closely at his opponents, after which he sneezes loudly, not embarrassed by anything at all. Harrison looks at him haughtily and says that he doesn't want to see him with a gun anymore. Charlie looks at him carefully, not taking these words seriously at all, and tries to figure out what to do. After some time, he quite calmly tells his comrades that these people need to be robbed. Harry wonders why he dared to take such liberties, because he saw perfectly well what happened in the neighboring fortress. Harrison says to count to 5, and gives him a chance to kneel in front of his horse for a chance at forgiveness. Charlie ignores this suggestion, then lifts his axe high into the air and says that it is time to draw the ballista. Manny and Lynn take aim and prepare to lay down heavy fire to suppress the advancing enemies. Lindsay signals the others to get into maximum combat readiness and beats the drum. Manny instantly reads the command and releases the arrow, sending it flying at incredible speed. The arrow immediately cut through the air with a deafening whistle, providing an additional psychological impact. Harrison only has time to look back and sees several of his comrades fall, seriously injured. He panics and says that the column should disperse, and the infantry should take up defensive positions to wait out the attack. His soldiers immediately raise their shields, but this obscures their view, and they do not understand what is now approaching them. Just a few moments later, the next giant arrow pierces the shields and sends several soldiers to the next world at once. They fall to the ground with a characteristic dull thud, and an incredible fear begins to spread among the fighters. They try to retreat, taking cover behind the wagons, but are fired upon almost without interruption by a huge number of archers. Their heavy armor does not allow them to defend themselves against such weapons, but their weight slows them down considerably. Harrison tries to defend himself using his fighting skills, which allow him to knock some arrows out of the air. After a while, the onslaught subsides, and the general wonders why his opponents suddenly stop attacking. He sees this as a great opportunity, and gives his knights immediate orders to rush into battle to crush the enemy. The knights shout loudly that they will now deal with all their enemies and rush forward to the entrance to the fortress. Charlie turns to Manny again for help and says that these scoundrels need to have their damn heads cut off. Manny rushes into battle and says that he will obey his master until his dying day. He, alone, armed with a spear, breaks through the enemy ranks, and no one can oppose him. His only target is Harrison, who must be eliminated, and the front lines of the attackers are caught in traps. Many of these traps are inventive and sophisticated ways to kill personnel. Only Manny knows where these traps are located, so he is able to fight his way through the ranks of enemies caught in them. This distance of 400 steps becomes the longest journey these soldiers will ever take in their lives. Charlie, meanwhile, decides to use his divine technique and declares that he will now summon lightning. Harry looks up at the sky in surprise and hears an incredible roar, assuming that these are indeed thunderclouds that have appeared out of nowhere. The soldiers in the fortress are preparing to launch special cannonballs from a catapult. These projectiles are attached to a fuse that continues to burn even when the projectile is moving at great speed. The shells explode in the air, showering the enemy with an incomprehensible loose substance that makes it difficult to see them. Cindy asks why the art of 5 lightning bolts has a reddish color, and is told that it is a manifestation of divine fire. Charlie and Lynn leave the fortress, and prepare to repel any enemies that manage to break through. Meanwhile, Manny engages in a duel against Harrison, and it turns out that the general's skills are much weaker than they say. Without much trouble, Manny decides to use his 5 plum blossoms skill and knocks out Harrison with his 5 flower blossoms attack. The impact is so strong that Harrison loses his seat and falls to the ground with a distinctive sound. The soldiers watch in horror as the general falls and say that he is definitely dying. However, their panic turns out to be premature, as the general is still able to move and does not die. Charlie advises his comrade to take his time, as all the other opponents have already been broken. With these words, he heads to Harrison to deal with this stubborn general himself. He tries to resist, but receives a serious blow directly to the shaft of his weapon, causing him to fly off to the side. The blow is so powerful that it is a real miracle that his spear does not break into 2 pieces. Nevertheless, he manages to stabilize his position, but deep furrows remain on the ground from his movements. Harrison refuses to give up and addresses his brothers, saying that they must continue to fight no matter what. Charlie makes a small circle around him and says that he shouldn't call anyone since his brothers are already gone. Harrison looks around in fear, trying to figure out if his soldiers have really been torn to pieces. What appears before him is a truly horrific sight, the likes of which he has never seen in his entire career as a general. Most of his subordinates are torn apart in the battle against Manny and Charlie, and even more people die in traps. Everywhere you can hear the muffled groans of the seriously wounded, who need immediate surgery, otherwise it's the end for them. Harrison realizes that this is an incredible shame, as a few men can defeat a force of hundreds of well-armed warriors. He also understands that this is the end of his career as a general, since they are clearly not going to leave him alive. He realizes that his only option is to die, and he rushes into the attack, declaring that he will fight anyone who dares to attack him. Lin quickly rides up to him on his horse, and with a confident blow from his spear knocks him off balance, causing him to fall to the ground. Charlie reaches his target and carefully examines him, realizing that the enemy no longer poses a threat. He reproaches him for thinking that the fortress of Hama could be conquered so easily, and for not having prepared seriously for the battle. Charlie asks him if he didn't expect this outcome and, smiling, says that he understands. After this, he adds that the general probably considered himself strong and therefore looked down on others. He then punches him in the face and says that he likes to beat people who think too highly of themselves. He also states that such people should be dragged through the mud because they are too proud of their strength and power. Holding the gun to his face, he says he will spare his dog's soul so that he can deliver his message to Barry. Charlie states that he is the representative of the mountain range, and will not allow Harrison to pass, no matter which road he takes. Harrison proudly asks him if he's afraid of Haishi Town's revenge after everything that happened. Charlie menacingly replies that they can come in any number, but the result will always be the same. Vanessa and Cedric say no one expects Charlie to take advantage of the terrain and defeat a force of hundreds of warriors. Cedric asks his sister if she remembers the phrase he wrote on the piece of paper back then. Vanessa says it's impossible to forget something like that because it only had 7 words. Cedric says that such things are not forgotten, and if other talented people find out about this, they will never dip their brushes in ink again. In fact, the phrase Charlie wrote refers to one of the rulers of their era, and in ancient times it amazed people. That day, all the robbers who accompanied the convoy saw how the fortress of Hama was gathering all the carts with treasures up the mountain. Everyone sees this, but no one even thinks about removing the valuables, because after the battle the fortress shows everyone its true power. Mel and Charlie decide to explore the battlefield, saying that they have 10 carts with cargo in total, but their contents are unknown. Charlie says that now that they have all the valuables, it would be better to transport the bodies of the dead to Ju Fortress for burial. Left alone, he calls upon the system, which immediately appears before him and joyfully announces that it has prepared gifts for him. The system says 10 heists completed, which is an impressive result for his skills. She also notes that the amount received and robbed will affect the growth of the system and monitors the extraction. She calculates that in the second robbery they found several copper coins, in the third, hares and a cart, which is already progress. Only later does she notice that in the fifth robbery buttons were stolen, and she realizes that he was content with a very modest haul. However, she becomes even more cheerful when she learns that for the 10th time, he managed to rob a large detachment and get hold of the jewels. After this, she happily informs him that he has opened the fear indicator, and now that the goal is completed, he needs to take care of the next step. She happily raises her finger and calls the general's pedestal to tell him about the new mechanic. Charlie looks in surprise at the giant temple that appeared in front of him out of nowhere, and realizes that now he needs to get 10,000 units of fear. He carefully studies the indicators and understands that as soon as he fulfills the condition, the commander's shop will open for him. Looking around, he spots Shen and wonders why not test this skill on a nearby test subject. Smiling, he takes a few discreet steps so as not to disturb his comrade. Getting closer, he delivers a quick punch to the shoulder to intimidate and test the skill. The system notifies him that he has received 1 fear point, and the old man asks with displeasure what he is doing. Charlie turns the conversation into a joke, and a few hours later Mel returns to him to deliver the report. He reports that out of 10 carts, 3 contained animal skins, and the other 2 contained copper utensils. He also says that 2 of the carts contained medicines, and 3 more carts carried luxury goods. Charlie asks if these resources can be used, and Mel replies that most of them will have to be sold to buy food. Charlie says that it was possible to act differently before, but now the fortress has become stronger, and it is impossible to repeat the old methods. Mel suggests that everything can be sold to Mistress Sylvia, since she opened a tavern, but Charlie reminds her that she hasn't paid him yet. Mel asks if there are any problems, and Charlie says he'll have to go there to find out. He adds that he has not even received news about whether the information she provided was sold, and wants to understand what happened. The next day, Charlie decides to take another stroll around his property and visit some people he knows well. He goes into Cedric's room and asks if he wants to talk, but he is not there. However, he sees a small package and a note, assuming that Cedric has gone about his business. Charlie carefully reads the note, in which Cedric says that he is leaving today and hopes that they are destined to meet again. Charlie always dreamed of a sword, and imagined himself riding a horse across the open spaces in military gear. But time passed, and he did not receive it. In that era, swords were more of a ritual weapon than a combat weapon, since forging technologies were not the best. Therefore, most warriors preferred to fight with spears, swords, and hammers, while bandits chose halberds or poles. Moreover, the sword was a luxury item that required considerable funds and careful maintenance to prevent rusting. In that era, the sword could only be owned by strong warriors or members of the imperial family, so Cedric's identity remains a mystery. Meanwhile, we are transported to the official road between the mountain and the city of Lu, where Cedric and Vanessa are traveling. The sister asks why he decided to leave the sword to the robber, despite his hospitality. Cedric smiles and explains that it's just a sword, so there's no harm in leaving it to such a person. Vanessa notes that it is just a commoner's sword, so it has no real value. After a while, it is noon and the day seems very peaceful. Mel approaches Charlie and tells him that a man he really wants to see has come to the foot of the mountain. Mel says that a secret meeting of a society of approximately 100-200 people took place in the city of Haishi. Looking at the man, Mal says that his name is Lincoln, and he is a member of the Wild Wolves Society, who has lived in the city for many years. Mel adds that they have no connection with the society, and have not had any contact with it before, so it is unclear why he is here. Charlie assumes that the man was sent by Barry to redeem the gifts, and tries to figure out what he will say. Charlie notes that they just took over the city, so they need to calm the officials down so they can work as usual. He also says that he does not understand why the person who came to the negotiations just stands and watches. Mel reports that there have been rumors that this man is incredibly arrogant. Mel adds that the city chief once called him in, and he didn't say a word for 2 hours until the chief spoke first. Charlie smiles and notes that he has always liked proud people because they are entertaining. Mel asks why not invite him to the mountain, to which Charlie states that if he likes waiting, then he won't bother him. After this, Charlie leaves, noting that the weather is nice today, while Lincoln continues to wait. Lincoln is sweltering in the heat and wondering why these bandits haven't invited him yet. Over time, it begins to seem to him that they are simply preparing for the welcoming ceremony, and he realizes that they are indeed being polite. Smiling, he suggests that he needs to be told the news from the city to open his eyes to the real state of affairs. He also reflects that the boss is very angry now, and the consequences will be serious, so it is necessary to succeed. After some time, he notices that there are a lot of mosquitoes here, and they are starting to cause serious inconvenience. She begins to worry that he might ruin his image, but after 3 hours there is no trace of his confidence left. Having already suffered more than one sunstroke, he looks at the gate and wonders why it hasn't opened yet. Realizing that he can't stand this heat any longer, he begins to breathe loudly and prepares to call for help. He introduces himself by name and says that he requests an audience so that he can finally enter inside. Mel turns to Charlie and explains that the visitor has started screaming, so it would be better to let him in. Charlie points out that if he stands any longer, he will get fatal sunstroke, so mercy should be shown. Mel comes out to meet the guest, who is glad that they decided to open the gates. Lincoln recognizes an old acquaintance and notes that they haven't seen each other for a long time, rejoicing at his rescue. Afterwards, he decides to drink some tea, reflecting that he never expected to see him among the mountain bandits after the rebellion in the city. Lincoln also asks where Master Charlie went, to which Mal replies that the master is currently busy with important matters. Lincoln announces that he is relaying information that the town's leader is willing to offer 20,000 strings of coins for the gifts they stole. Mel explains that this is an extremely generous gesture on the part of the city's mayor, but some of the gifts have already been sold. Lincoln reminds the commander of the garrison that these gifts did not originally belong to him. Mel replies that they are mountain bandits, so absolutely everything they stole will belong to them. Lincoln reminds them that there are only 6 people here, so they will be defeated if they accept these terms. Charlie suddenly opens the door, dresses in pompous attire, and announces that in that case he will talk to them personally. Looking at him with a stern gaze, he states that he will only accept a price of 100,000 strings of coins, and that will be the last offer. Lincoln asks in surprise how much money he wants to ask for, while Mal barely recognizes her master. Charlie drags the half-dead man along and notes that he doesn't like to bargain, and if they don't agree, it's no problem. After this he leaves, announcing that there will be appetizers and wine this evening, but he pointedly does not explain the meaning of these words. Lincoln recalls rumors that the owner of the fortress is a cannibal and eats up to 5 kilograms of human flesh for each meal. After this, he agrees to the proposed terms, and Mel announces that they have reached an agreement and sets the location of the transaction. Lincoln notes that the main problem is that they don't have that much money. Mel adds that this is not a big problem as they can pay in installments to pay off over time. Lincoln looks at him in surprise and wonders how such a payment scheme could be organized. Mel explains that they have thought of everything, and if they do not have gold, they can use grain, salt, and cloth to cover the debt. Mel also informs that a 30% down payment is required, and offers to sign the contract if there are no questions. He then tries to confuse him with meaningless bureaucratic nonsense to lower his guard. Lincoln asks if it only takes 30,000 strings of coins to get all the gifts and agrees to it. Lincoln clarifies how the exchange will work, but Mal says there is no need to worry about it. Shen asks Charlie when they can leave, to which he replies that they need to wait until the negotiations are finished. Charlie adds that he plans to go into town in a few days, and Lincoln can go with him to help. Shen asks if he really decided to visit his daughter-in-law, to which Charlie explains that he has never been to this city and is curious. Meanwhile, Harry continues to peacefully fish in the fortress to catch some fish. He enjoys the peace and quiet, and manages to land an impressive fish to show off. Harry reflects that this should be enough for a few days, and is glad for the good day. Suddenly, a loud scream is heard behind him, which frightens him and causes him to make several rash movements. Frightened, he accidentally hits the jug with the fish, which immediately falls into the water, thereby releasing everyone. There's a loud splash, and Harry realizes with irritation that he's wasted his energy and will now have to fish again. Stephen reports that Hama's fortress has posted another notice that he must see. Harry turns sharply to his brother and looks at him extremely negatively, realizing that he came at the wrong time. Before he can do anything, his brother grabs him and declares that he will take revenge for what he did. After Gary nearly passes out, Stephen releases him, tells him not to scare him, and asks what happened. Stephen talks about the pepper, and Gary asks what this strange plant is. Stephen explains that, According to the robbers from the fortress, a kilogram of this pepper can be exchanged for a kilogram of grain. Gary remarks that the proposal seems idiotic to him, but Stephen explains that they sell their product well. Gary realizes this isn't just empty talk and adds that they need to plant beans this year, and they don't have any spare land. Stephen asks for a plot to figure something out, and Gary agrees to only allocate a low-level plot. 3 days later, a cart from the city of Heishi arrives at the fortress, bringing ransom for the gifts they returned. Charlie sees that General Harrison is accompanying her, and tells him that he is incredibly happy to see him again, to which he declares that the feeling is mutual. The transfer process goes quite smoothly, and after that he does not return to his hometown, but goes straight to the birthday party. On a clear, warm morning, Charlie changes into the scientist's clothes given to him by the system to head out there. Meanwhile, we are transported to Sylvia's family home, where important events and negotiations are taking place. Sarah overhears family conversations that indicate that Sylvia has clearly lost her position after being captured by bandits. They assume that the family who wants to marry her off has more suitable options, so it is better to consider them. Meanwhile, Sylvia is in a small courtyard, carefully monitoring the food supply of the birds living nearby. She throws them grains and crumbs of bread so that they are well fed and can survive the winter. From the outside, it may seem like she doesn't care about such things at all, but in reality, she is in serious danger. Sarah runs to her mistress's aid to inform her of the best way to behave while waiting. She asks Sylvia if she knows that they want to marry her off to an old man who is already very old. Sylvia calmly replies that she has heard something similar, and Sarah considers it unfair, since the man is too old. Sylvia notes that after everything that happened, she will hardly be able to marry well, but now she has a chance to become the main wife. Sarah looks at her in surprise and asks if Sylvia really agreed to such an unenviable union. Looking at her carefully, she suddenly asks if Sylvia is still worried about past events. Sylvia is silent for a while and then explains that a person should not be sad in such situations. After this, she pours out the remaining seeds to the birds so that they continue to peck at them and do not go hungry. Meanwhile, we are transported to the city of Lu, where a celebration is taking place for which 10 carts were bought. A hand-drawn portrait and a notice posted on the city gates stated that the man was to be found. Passers-by examine the portrait and note that it depicts the great robber, nicknamed the Toad King. They add that he has a square nose, a broad face, and a black beard, and consider him a murderer and a villain for whom a reward has been placed. Charlie notes that the drawing looks realistic, while Shen finds the image too unrealistic. Charlie is not discouraged and says that it is time to visit the city to find out everything. The guards suddenly stop them and tell them that he looks like the very villain for whom the reward has been placed. One of the soldiers asks if he has a pass, a monk's letter, or a nameplate to pass through. Shen explains that his son wants to have some fun and hopes the guards will allow the couple inside. Immediately after this, they hand the guards a small coin to appease their strict morals. The guard puts the gold in his bosom and says that he is letting them through, trying to find out their names. Charlie takes a moment to think of the most creative name to go with. After this, he identifies himself as a native of the area at the foot of the mountain, explaining that they decided to visit there to find out about the situation. Lin draws the guard's attention to Shen, also giving him a fake name and backstory. The guard looks at them in surprise and notes that this is probably the strangest surname he has ever heard in his career. Nevertheless, he allows them to pass, assuming that if they came from the mountain, they know something about the bandits. Charlie enters the market and notes that the town is in its prime and there is a place to eat. After some time, they go into a tavern and ask a local waiter to bring 250 grams of vodka and beef. The waiters are surprised to announce that they don't have any beef, after which they ask what vodka is. Shen asks to prepare a room for them upstairs, explaining that they left the horse outside and it needs to be fed. After bowing, the waiters bring them a large amount of food and ask if they have any further orders. Shen hands them the coins and asks them to tell him what dishes are available in the tavern so they can choose the right one. Charlie says that he is happy to fulfill the request and lists all the dishes on the menu. Shen reflects that Charlie listed many cooking methods, but here they skimp on oil and salt. Charlie realizes that there are only a few dishes here and considers this a good opportunity to try new dishes. The waiter announces that rare fruits have appeared in the tavern, which are not usually served to important guests. Shen asks what kind of dish it is, after which the waiter explains that several dishes can be arranged for such gourmets. The young man excitedly explains that he wants to introduce them to hot peppers. Charlie tenses up and notes that this is an unusual dish that they had never heard of before. The waiter explains that the taste is unusual, and no one has seen dishes like this, making them unforgettable. He also reports that there are only 5 kilograms of pepper, and Charlie asks where they got it in such quantity. The waiter explains that the pepper was brought from overseas by the wife of a gentleman, a traveling merchant. The waiter asks Charlie if he wants to try the pepper dishes, but Charlie says he's not feeling well yet. Afterwards, the waiter thanks them for their generosity and informs them that he will give them time to enjoy their meal. Shen notes that this pepper probably belongs to the She merchant clan, but Sylvia is not the clan head's wife. Charlie asks if Shen knows why he brought him to the city, and Shen reveals that he relied on his advice. Charlie points out that the best advice is always your own, and they need to remember that they came here to complete a mission. He says that they need to check Sylvia's affairs and buy slaves, after which he asks how the task will be carried out. Sylvia chooses to scout the area, but Charlie changes his mind and entrusts her with the purchase of slaves. Shen says he would like to buy some dresses for his daughter, and is told the amount of silver. Shen smiles and says that he doesn't know much here, so the things may not return, but asks not to worry. Charlie watches him go, then considers what he can do to find out everything about Sylvia's family. After this, he quickly calls the waiter and asks if he really needs anything. Charlie very shyly tries to ask him something, but not a single word comes out of his mouth. This goes on for quite a long time, and one can only hope that the waiter is insightful enough to understand what Charlie needs. At first, he really doesn't understand anything, and looks in surprise at the young man, who is unable to say what he wants. However, after a while he realizes that all this time Charlie has been trying to ask for directions to the brothel. Charlie asks him to speak more quietly, and asks which brothel in this city is considered the best. The waiter says that it is better not to look anywhere except the House of Swallows, since it has the best service and the most beautiful girls. Charlie reflects on the fact that this is his first time in this city, so he shouldn't stay here for long. Charlie looks closely at the girls who are here, and realizes that they look incredibly attractive. After this, he decides to explore the area, and suddenly discovers a familiar back that he saw just recently. He looks closely at this man, and realizes that Shen is going in a completely different direction than he initially said. After this, he carefully approaches him and puts his hand on his shoulder, calling him by a fake name. Shen turns around and is equally shocked to find Charlie standing in front of him, realizing that the situation is awkward. They look into each other's eyes for a while, hoping that someone will be the first to raise the issue of what is happening. Charlie knows it will be very difficult to explain why he is here, let alone to Shen. Shen decides to be the first to start making excuses, pointing out that he was wrong to come here, and this gives Charlie carte blanche. Charlie accuses him of breach of trust, noting that he gave him money that belonged to the people of the fortress, and he spends it in places like this. Shen says he was just passing by and came to take a look, but Charlie claims he was following him and won't believe his explanation. Shen apologizes again, admitting that he was wrong, and then asks him not to tell his daughter about it. Charlie points out that he's not insensitive, then suggests they at least take a look at the women who work there. The girls working in this brothel are indeed very beautiful and often play musical instruments. Rumors are spreading among clients that this house has acquired another courtesan with incredible skills. Some official starts laughing and says that, apparently, the head of this house has become rich since she received a high position. Charlie also sits down at the table to listen in on the conversations and get some information. In an era where information is poorly communicated to people, gossip is the main source of information. Shen is already very drunk and is of little value as a spy, so Charlie has to rely on himself. Charlie hears again that the Toad King has been given a bounty again. One of the officials reports that the price for his head is already as high as 150 liang, emphasizing that he can live on this money for the rest of his life. Others advise him to keep his mouth shut, noting that this man possesses a divine art called the 5 Lightnings. Another client says that the gentlemen are also discussing him, and asks if they have seen the man with their own eyes. His interlocutors note that he speaks as if he had seen this demon in person. The man claims that he not only saw, but also heard the cry of this man, who, according to him, was descending from the heavens. The girl claims that the master's fencing skills are so excellent that no one doubts that he would defeat any opponent. The young man notes that his own fencing skills were not good enough that time, so their duel ended in a draw. After this, he states that if he meets him again, he will definitely use both his sword and his heart to kill this opponent. Suddenly he hears a loud chuckle coming from another table and tries to figure out the reason for it. Turning around, he looks at Shen and asks the old man if he really doesn't believe the stories are true. Shen looks at him in surprise and tries to understand what he should respond to in such a situation. Charlie elbows him in the shoulder and remarks that he finds it hard to believe himself, before asking if he's seen the Toad King. The young man asserts that there can be no doubt in his words and asks who he is to doubt his story. Charlie gives his false name and says that he is known throughout the world as the Traveler with the Gentle Axe. People look at him in surprise, trying to understand how he could come up with such a first and last name. Charlie realizes that he doesn't like hearing drunk old men call him by this strange name, invented as a joke. The drunken patrons claim they don't care who stands in front of them, adding that they are only there for Carmine. Charlie notices that he is also here for her, and the others start laughing at him, claiming that he doesn't have a chance. Charlie looks at them with mild disdain, trying to figure out who this girl is that everyone is talking about. Straining his ears, he finally learns who Carmine is and why she is so popular in local circles. This girl belonged to a wealthy family and, like her family name, was incredibly beautiful. Her father was a military man and was supposed to protect the port from pirates, but he was in secret collusion with them. The just mayor of the city executes the Grail family and sells all their relatives into slavery, and the same fate befalls Carmine. Charlie reflects on the fact that slaves are one of the purposes of his trip to this city, so he listens carefully. He reflects on the fact that Mrs. Carmine is 16 years old this year, young as a flower, and therefore arouses great interest among the aristocrats. In fact, to see her, you need to have a bunch of coins and be able to write interesting poetry. However, even if a person gets to her and has an interesting conversation, she still tells him that she is very tired. The man hands over the silk, which is worth a lot of money and is equivalent to a bunch of coins, and states that he would like to see Carmine. Meanwhile, Charlie approaches another girl and asks her to bring him ink and a brush so he can write a poem. Shen looks at his boss in surprise and wonders what exactly he plans to do with these tools. The other visitors watch him and are surprised that he decided to win her heart in this way. Meanwhile, Charlie finishes an incredible poem to impress this girl. Visitors watching him notice that even this greenhorn dares to write something with naive hope. Charlie remains cheerful and hands over a small piece of silver along with the poem. Other visitors note that today no one knows whom the capricious nature of young Carmine will choose. They also notice that no matter how many people come here, sometimes for several days in a row, they all throw money away. One of them claims to have heard that a gentleman hired a poet to write a poem to impress Carmine. After a long time, the girl returns, and the rest of the visitors wait for her to announce the results. The girl informs Charlie that the mistress wishes to invite him to her room. This leaves everyone else in complete shock, and they can't believe that this boy is already winning Carmine's favor. Charlie pats them on the back, noting that disappointments happen in life, so they shouldn't be discouraged even in such situations. He also makes a characteristic gesture to demonstrate his peacefulness. The drunk client says that he has been coming here for several days in a row, and yesterday, he even managed to get in to see her. Another client suggests that the reason for this is probably the poem that the young man wrote. They ask him what verse they are talking about, to which they answer that he should not move for a single second. He asks what happened, and they add that there is something stuck to his back, after which they discover a small leaflet. Taking this leaflet, they find a drawing of a toad there, and realize that the king of the toads has been here all this time without revealing his identity. One of them gets scared and says that this creature really is omnipresent. Charlie walks on and hears Carmine reading his poem with feeling and intonation, admiring its poetry. She believes that sitting alone by the pond, it seems as if the tiger is restoring its spirit in the shade of green trees. She asks if Mr. Charlie really wrote this poem, and then falls silent for a moment. Charlie comes closer and remarks that she should call him by his name, as it would be better that way. Carmine does as he asks, and Charlie smiles, feeling satisfied with what's happening in the room. He stops next to the giant bed, hung with curtains, and realizes that he still hasn't looked at her face. Charlie, not being an expert in communicating with women, tries to decide what the best step is to talk to her. Carmine suddenly notices that it is already too late, as the sun has long since set. Charlie wonders silently if these words should be taken as an invitation to lie down in her bed. Charlie continues to approach her, and the girl fearfully asks why he is still here. Charlie stops a few millimeters from the curtain, and she asks him to be reasonable and not to do anything unnecessary. Charlie jerks the curtains aside to look at the girl, and discovers that she actually does look pretty. Charlie muses that the rumors about her beauty are a bit exaggerated, then adds that he means her no harm. Carmine takes it differently, and assumes he's simply calming her down before he pounces. She begins to loudly say that she does not want to be touched, and the secret guard in the room gradually approaches. Charlie asks her not to scream so loudly, as the guard makes a sharp move towards him. Charlie only has time to turn around, when he suddenly notices a knife pointed straight at his face at incredible speed. The very next second he finds himself thrown onto the bed and immobilized, unable to escape. The guard asks the lady whether this man deserves a quick death, or whether he should be tortured for what he did. Carmine turns to his bodyguard and asks him not to kill him, as he does not want bloodshed in the room. Charlie chuckles and notices that there seem to be men hiding in her room, watching her all the time. A bodyguard named Michael asks the protagonist what nonsense he is saying before he dies. Carmine sheepishly tries to cover her body, making it clear that she is extremely unhappy with the current situation. Michael is about to finish off the main character, when he suddenly declares that he is able to save the Carmine family. Hearing these words, she immediately starts screaming loudly. ordering the bodyguard to stop immediately and not make a mistake. The next moment, the knife freezes just a few millimeters from Charlie's neck. Michael states that this scoundrel knows about his presence, so he cannot be left alive, lest he tell everything. Carmine turns to her comrade and says that she wants to know what exactly this man can offer her as salvation. Immediately after this, they decide to brew a new teapot so that they can calmly continue their conversation. Carmine asks Charlie who he is and how he can save her family from a similar fate. Charlie glances sideways at Michael, wondering if this man will also be listening to their conversation. Carmine explains that Michael is her father's adopted son and treats her like a little sister, which is why she trusts him. Charlie remembers that next to his portrait, he sees another one belonging to Michael, and assumes that he is deceiving her. He believes that this man is unlikely to have purely brotherly feelings for her, since few people would accompany a girl everywhere at 25. Charlie claims to be the king of the toads who lives on a mountain and robs aristocrats to help the poor. Michael says with open disgust that in front of him stands a most ordinary mountain bandit. Michael claims this is nonsense, since the Toad King defeats Harrison, and Charlie doesn't look threatening. Charlie says he is not deceiving them, gives his false name and claims to be the son of the master of Ham's fortress. Michael looks at him in surprise and cannot believe that he is the son of that very robber. Charlie nods, indicating that this assumption is correct, and that they really do have a true legend in front of them. He says they have never met, but their master has long admired the character of Carmine's father. Carmine happily states that she didn't expect the mountain bandit to know that her father was wrongly accused. Charlie says that the master always maintained that the children of a general should not be held accountable for the sins of their parents, so he sent him here. Carmine looks at him in surprise and wonders what he is going to do. Charlie says that he has already figured out the whole situation, so he is going to return to the fortress for money to buy it back. Carmine is surprised that her rescue is so sudden and comes from such a strange person. She states that Charlie is a great benefactor, and she herself will never forget it, especially if he can save her family. Charlie wonders what he will get for the reward, expressing some hope that he will get it as a bride. Carmine states that in the next life she will be bound to work to repay him for these debts. Charlie realizes that this means giving up on marriage, and to do so he will have to be reborn in the next life. Meanwhile, the girls discuss what they heard about the Toad King being somewhere nearby, and this makes them tense. Other visitors also constantly talk to each other about abstract topics that are not very related to each other. Yet they wonder why Charlie spends so much time there, their eyes turning to Shen. After some time, a maid approaches him and states that Madame Carmine asks him to come to her chambers. Shen looks at her in surprise and tries to understand what this means, but quickly comes under control. After this, he begins to smile and says that he never expected the master to be so merciful. Confused people wonder if they are really going to play that big, and maybe even invite someone else. Of course, the old man won't get what he originally thought, since Charlie is still a decent person. After a while, he finds himself in a room wondering what it all means while Michael holds a knife to his throat. Charlie says that this man is a representative of the Lee family, who does not believe his story, so he needs to be taken to the fortress. Shen asks him what Charlie will be doing during this time, and he states that he still has business to attend to in this city. Opening the window, he says that he will eagerly await the payment of her debt and the completion of the ordered service. Immediately after this, he jumps onto the roof and escapes with the help of his incredible acrobatic skills. Meanwhile, we are transported to another area of the city, where the family with whom Sylvia lives. Charlie looks around and realizes that this house is too big, so finding his friend will be problematic. He reflects that he always knew their domain was quite extensive, but he didn't expect it to be so gigantic. Suddenly he hears girls passing nearby, who are clearly negatively disposed towards Shen. One of the maids says that if Sylvia dares to act like a mistress again, she will show her that she is not. Charlie realizes that these two girls apparently are coming from his friend, whom he hasn't seen for quite a long time. At this time, Sylvia is in her room and feels very depressed because she is not very popular. There is a look of resentment in her eyes, after which she decides to look at the moon to find at least some consolation in it. To her incredible surprise, she notices a painfully familiar silhouette rapidly approaching her across the rooftops. Sylvia, worried, decides to confirm her suspicions and asks her visitor who he is and what he is doing here. Charlie lands like a superhero, and there's a slightly awkward pause between them. Sylvia doesn't even know what to say in this situation, but decides to wait patiently until he gets to his feet. Charlie lifts his face sharply and greets her, his eyes flashing like a wild cat. Sylvia cannot believe that Charlie has come to her and is terrified by such an appearance. She immediately crawls away from him and asks him not to come closer. But the hero calmly shakes himself off and tries to catch his breath. Smiling, he says that all this time he thought that only he could not sleep that night. But it turns out that the lady is not sleeping either. Sylvia peers at him carefully and asks if it is really him. Charlie and Sylvia are silent for a while, not understanding what they should say to each other after such a long separation. Charlie hands her a small bag and asks what she thinks of such a gift. Sylvia looks closely at the woman's sachet and asks if he really stole it from some girl. Charlie says he bought the piece for her, and Sylvia quickly realizes he's lying to her face. Charlie tries to justify himself by saying that he bought it especially for her, and tried to choose the best. Sylvia says she has never worn anything like it and looks at him gratefully, expressing her appreciation. Charlie asks her why she never wore jewelry, and Sylvia states that she was born beautiful. After a short pause, she asks him why he decided to come here, to which he only grins. He says that several months have passed since they became acquainted, and he could not eat or sleep, thinking only about her every day. Sylvia tries to shame him, saying that he behaves very loosely, and sometimes she doesn't like it. Charlie says that he came to see her today, especially to see her and make sure that she is okay. He also notes that she has lost weight and assumes that she is still on a diet, not realizing that these are strange compliments. Sylvia looks at him in surprise, but doesn't dare to hint that it's better not to communicate with other girls like that. Sylvia was kidnapped on her way to a wedding, but after that her entire family was killed, and many blamed her. Charlie hears this story from the first source, and asks if her father is completely indifferent to her. Sylvia says that her father is now seriously ill in bed, which means that hardly anyone will know about it. Charlie exhales tensely, and says that feudal ethics only brings problems and is of no use. Sylvia mentions that other family members treat her coldly because she brought misfortune to her husband. Charlie pats her on the head and says that all these women are pathetic vipers, and he will be on her side. He also makes it clear to her that no matter what, he will defend her honor and dignity. Sylvia asks him how he plans to help her, to which Charlie states that she is like a wife to him, and he will not allow her to be bullied. Charlie heads for the exit and says that she should stay here, and he will solve the problems, and all that remains is to wait for news. Sylvia stops him briefly and he asks her what happened. Sylvia hands him a small cage with birds and says that she would like him to take them with him. Charlie explains that he already had dinner today and doesn't really want to feed the pigeons again. Sylvia calls him a fool and says that pigeons are needed to maintain communication. Charlie jumps over the fence and, luckily, lands normally, face forward. After a while, the sun appears over the city, and Sylvia joyfully greets the morning, feeling that she has become lighter. At noon the next day, Shen decides to visit his master, saying that people have arrived at the fortress. Charlie turns to his friend in surprise and wonders what happened here and who came here. Shen points to Lin and Manny, who brought a gloomy Michael here, thinking he was being deceived. Michael looks at the main character in surprise and asks if he really is that same Charlie. Charlie smiles and confirms that this is indeed the case, after which Michael asks if he has any problems with that. Michael expresses outrage and asks how Charlie dared to deceive him during a visit to his private home. He decides to take out his anger on the protagonist and rushes forward to deliver a crushing blow. Lin stands up and stops the blow with a light movement that he has long practiced. Michael watches in surprise as his attack turns out to be completely harmless, and realizes that he needs to act more decisively. He asks Lin how a lowly mountain thief dared to stand in his way and obstruct justice. He asks if Charlie wants to die and rushes forward, grabbing his sword to draw blood. Charlie stops them and tells them both to stop doing things they will regret later. He states that the battle can be postponed until later, but now it is more important to save the people who need it most. Michael falls silent and realizes that it's best not to stir up any unnecessary dust now. Charlie wonders if they have brought in the required amount of money, and concludes that they have all the resources. Charlie says that this afternoon they will ransom the entire Lee family, and return to the fortress at night, hoping that the road will be open. Shen states that he has already bribed the guards, and they will open the gates long enough for everyone to evacuate. Michael listens carefully to the plan, and Charlie announces that Shen and Michael will go and ransom Carmine. Michael wonders to himself how people can obey such a worthless man with such zeal. Charlie gives everyone else instructions, and says that he will meet them outside the city walls this evening. As evening approaches, several carriages head out of the city, filled with people. When they reach the foot of the mountain, the people come out and wonder if the fortress of Hama has decided to save them. They discuss what to do, adding that their master has fought robbers all his life, and they cannot become the same. Some begin to protest, saying that they would rather become mountain bandits than become worse than death. Charlie turns around irritably, expecting a completely different reaction to the rescue. He says that if they do not want to become the main robbers, they can die, since there are many ways to do this. He emphasizes that now is not the time to pretend to be noble, and that if they want to die, they must do so in their own way. After this, he notes that Michael is delayed for some reason, and Shen adds that he has little time left. After a while, they see Michael approaching, but Carmine is not next to him. Charlie looks at him in surprise and wonders where Carmine and Lin, who was supposed to go with them, went. Michael states that there was a banquet at the house today, and a lady was invited there who left a few hours before their arrival. Shen says that Lin is in the city, so a decision needs to be made as quickly as possible. Charlie listens carefully to the arguments, realizing that if he enters the city now, it will be difficult to leave later. Shen adds that he is beginning a permanent march that could take them beyond the city walls. Manny says he foresaw this situation, so he took an axe with him just in case. After this, he takes out a small package containing a powerful weapon, which the main character wields. Charlie says that in that case, Manny and Michael should go with them to enter the city and kidnap her. We are transported to a wealthy house where a banquet is taking place, to which Carmine is invited. Lin closely monitors the situation in order to try to rescue the girl from captivity in time. Manny and Charlie reach him and ask how things are going at home. Lin states that the lady is inside and reports that many high-ranking families have arrived there. Charlie says they need to scout the road first to ensure they have an escape route. Carmine is surrounded by other girls and performs a beautiful dance for all the aristocrats. Her movements are truly graceful, and she attracts the attention of everyone present. The advisor notes that this girl is very skilled in dancing, and everyone confirms this today. His colleague says that she is from the House of Swallows, and therefore is incredibly refined. The old man grinned and said that if he liked the girl, he could send her to him tonight as a gift. Carmine finishes the dance and leaves, amidst talk that it would be a good idea to invite her again. Afterwards, she sinks down onto the bed and thinks about how much her legs hurt after the grueling dancing. The maid says that she must rest, because when the banquet is over, she will send someone to take her back. Carmine nods attentively and looks around sadly, realizing that the attention she is receiving remains unenviable. After a while, the door slowly opens and she discovers that an unknown man has entered. This man turns out to be the eldest son of the advisor, who calls her an incredibly beautiful girl. Carmine asks him what he is doing here, and the young man replies that it should be obvious to her why he came. After this, he grabs her hand and says that he is going to share a bed with her, like a real husband and wife. Carmine tries to escape from his arms, but she is not able to do so well, as she is too fragile and weak. The man gives in a little, allowing her to free herself briefly, and asks why she is running away. Carmine tries to run away, but her sore legs can't take it and she falls down. The man takes her by the shoulders and says that servants are guarding the door from the outside, so she will hardly be able to get out. Smiling, he declares that no matter how much she wants to, she will not be able to escape under any pretext. Suddenly, their house is attacked, and unknown people throw torches at it, causing a fire. These torches are soaked in a special mixture that makes everything catch fire, even though they are made of straw. The advisor's son looks around and discovers that the room is already partially engulfed in flames. The other servants wonder what is going on and try to save everyone they can. Charlie knocks down the main doors and announces that the Toad King has arrived to rescue his captive. The sound of hooves echoes throughout the palace, creating chaos and panic among the ordinary people who were not expecting the attack. Thanks to this, he makes his way through without encountering resistance, as the servants fall to their knees before him. Charlie tells his comrades that they need to act as brutally and quickly as possible to sow panic. Manny pushes people from one side to the other to scare them and feed Charlie's power. Charlie continues to move forward, causing more and more fear and gradually completing the task. After some time, the head of the palace guard comes out to the common people with a small stick. The aristocrats run to him to get under his protection and hope that he will cope with the attackers. The head of the palace guard reports that the cavalry has arrived, and that everyone else need not fear for their lives. He tries to turn to Manny and asks how he dared to disturb the sacred place with his presence. Manny ignores him, throws a quick punch and tells him to get out of the way. The blow is strong enough to send him flying and extinguish the fire in his eyes. The head of the palace guard falls to the ground and is unable to rise. The terrified aristocrats look at the last defender and realize that their hope is gone. Manny and Lin continue to break into the palace, waving their spears and causing fear. At this time, the advisor's son decides to have some fun before he dies and grabs Carmine. He wonders what all the noise is outside, and thinks that such things are interfering with his enjoyment. Carmine, with tears in her eyes, joyfully says that help has arrived that will save her. The counselor's son tries to reason with her by hitting her hard on the cheek in order to calm her down temporarily. After that, he grabs her by the hair and says that no one will come here, and Carmine objects that they are all finished. The counselor's son steps up his efforts, declaring that no one will be able to break through here, no matter how hard they try. He grabs her by the face and says that otherwise he can finish her off so that no one else can have her. At that moment, the door of the building in which they were hiding was knocked down by a blow of hooves. Charlie breaks inside, happy to finally find the girl he promised to save. The advisor's son turns around in horror and wonders what is going on here. He doesn't have time to react, and a sharpened axe is already raised above his head. The next second, blood is spilled and the advisor's son dies for his actions. Carmine manages to glance at his savior, who quickly looks around in search of opponents. After this, he turns to her and says that if she is not wounded, she should get out of here by jumping on his horse. Carmine agrees, beside herself, saying she's been waiting for an opportunity to escape from here all along. Meanwhile, the advisor who organized the banquet hides in one of the pots to avoid death. He covers his head to avoid making unnecessary noise when suddenly an unknown man in armor enters the room. The advisor hears a strange voice asking if he is already in this pot. The advisor tries to save his life by saying that he can take whatever he wants, but he must not take life. Charlie attacks him and asks how he dared to want to take his own wife. After this, he delivers a swift and powerful blow that shatters the pot along with the person inside. Charlie looks proudly at his defenseless opponent and says that he will grant him a quick death as punishment. The advisor dies and Charlie gains a large amount of fear points, bringing them to 10,000. The general's pedestals are unlocked, and after a while, Charlie sets the place on fire, after which he retreats. They were able to evacuate all the necessary people and also disappear unnoticed under the cover of night. Carmine calls him by a fake name and says she is very happy that he decided to come back for her. Charlie gives his real name and adds that now he doesn't have to pretend to be someone else, but she states that she already knew that. Smiling, she says that she is actually much smarter than she might seem at first glance. She also thanks Charlie for lending her a helping hand and getting her out of there. Michael turns to his mistress and says that it would be nice to take a break, but she declares that she feels fine. Michael adds that men and women should respect each other, and Carmine should take care of her reputation. Carmine states that Charlie is not an outsider, and if Michael does not agree, he must leave. Afterwards, she wonders if Charlie liked her because she was in an awkward situation. Michael can't believe he was disowned so easily in such a short time. He wonders in his mind if this robber was able to win her heart by rescuing her from captivity. He reflects that he has been watching her since childhood, and has seen her become more and more beautiful every day. He understands that he cannot allow the lady to fall into the robber's trap, so he decides to follow him. As soon as they reach the fortress, they give the order to beat the drum to call all the workers. The peasants, who were in the fortress to take part in earthworks, come out of their homes. Charlie looks at these people carefully and wonders how long they have been here. The rescued members of the Lee family say that they are true to the traditions of generations, and cannot join the bandits, disgracing their ancestors. Another man adds that they will stay here for several days, but no one dares to think that they will become mountain bandits. Many of them claim that they are too proud and respect honor to turn into a pathetic herd that attacks others. One of the boys approaches his mother and says that he is very hungry, asking when they will eat. Mel turns to his comrade, saying that the situation is not the most pleasant. Charlie speculates that about 90 people have joined them, and now there are more representatives of the Lee family in the fortress. He understands that these people are not yet loyal, and is trying to figure out how to win their trust. He realizes that you have to be a complete idiot to rescue these people, and gives Manny the command to get them out of here. Manny nods calmly and heads towards the people to lead them away. Several strong-built men come out against him, saying that he does not have enough strength against them. They claim that the Lee family's army controlled the seas for decades and made pirates fearful. Manny is not impressed by their words and rushes into the attack to deal with them faster. Anyone who gets in his way is instantly defeated, unable to withstand even a single blow. Manny lets out a battle cry, declaring that he will deal with anyone who dares to challenge him. There are many who want to do this, but they all face the same outcome due to Manny's incredible strength. Michael watches what is happening and comes to the conclusion that this man is several times stronger than the strongest warrior with a spear. Manny finishes the battle calmly, only feeling a little sweaty towards the end from the constant fighting. Charlie watches his remarkable success and hopes it will serve as a lesson to the other participants. One of the family leaders looks closely and understands that it is better not to joke with this man. Charlie asks them why they are still there, explaining that the rumors about him being a cannibal are not unfounded. Carmine appears behind him to at least somehow apologize to his people. She tries to say that she is very sorry, but she cannot squeeze out a single word in defense of her people. Charlie turns around abruptly and tells them all to leave here since they are not happy with the hospitality. Charlie isn't even deterred by the blazing sun above them, which clearly has a negative effect on the refugees. Despite everything, on this day, the Lee family is expelled from the fortress for failing to thank Charlie. Charlie notes that these people probably wanted to be heroes, but he is not a kind savior who would tolerate such treatment. Shen says that this gang is truly inhumane because they risked their lives and tried to capture the fortress. Charlie says they didn't want to take over the fort, but if their principles were so important to them, they should be willing to die for them. After this, he turns to Manny and Lin, telling them to disarm the traps that might trigger these refugees. He also notes that they will not be able to get into the city, and they do not have their own land, so they are in a desperate situation. Charlie suggests waiting until dark to tell these people that the fortress will be recruiting people. In this way, he hopes to re-educate these people who think too much about their principles. These people are truly in a desperate situation as they have no food or means of subsistence. One of them starts screaming loudly because he had a serious leg injury and still hasn't received treatment. They tell him to be quieter, because this behavior is unworthy of a man. But he continues to shout. Some refugees are angry and wonder why they have to put up with this, while Michael and Carmine listen to them. Meanwhile, from the fortress comes the amazing smell of delicious food that they have started to prepare especially for this purpose. Refugees say that if you ask hard enough, these people will likely share, given their good nature. However, some of them claim that this is a nest of robbers, and if you ask for food, you will disgrace yourself for life. All this is observed by the leader of the group, who is a very conservative person. However, even he understands that the hearts of these people are in serious turmoil due to the current circumstances. He realizes that some want to remain in their greatness, while others are ready to join the bandits. Particularly hungry peasants say that there was red pepper there, which only nobles can buy in the city. The elders reflect that without a home, and without the ability to dress themselves, they find themselves in a very difficult situation. Mel approaches a group of people and says that the fortress will begin recruiting tomorrow morning, and those interested can come to the gates. The elder looks at him carefully and understands that this is all part of a carefully calibrated plan. Michael approaches the elder and says he has an idea, but he doubts it will work. The elder asks what he wants to say, and Michael states that the old people and children can be sent there so that they don't starve. The elder carefully considers this proposal, realizing that in this situation he has no other options. After this, he quotes a great sage, according to whom people with high ideals will not give them up for the sake of survival. The moon continues to hang over the night sky, and one of the peasants, feeling incredible pain in his leg, completely loses his composure. He approaches the gates of the fortress and loudly asks the people there to let him in. With every step he takes, he feels the pain in his leg become more acute and begins to loudly demand that the gate be opened. He says he would like to join the mountain bandits, but also asks for medical treatment. The other refugees are divided into two camps, one insisting that joining the bandits is unacceptable, while others change their minds. The man with the sore leg says that he is a lowly servant of the Lee family, which was destroyed, and now he has become a slave. One day they were invited to the bandits' fortress with politeness, care, prepared food, as well as housing and clothing. However, they gave up all this for the sake of honor, but now one of them is on his knees and praying to the heavens for the gates to open. This is very surprising, because even if he goes through all the humiliations, it will not be enough for the door to be opened for him. He did not bow enough and did not shout loudly enough, although he had already cast aside his pride. However, despite all his attempts, the gates are in no hurry to open, and all this time no one even moves to help him. Charlie states that a person will only understand his true worth when he goes through humiliation. However, as the early morning dawns, the doors suddenly open to suffering refugees. The man with the sore leg cannot believe his eyes, as he has been waiting here for several hours and has already lost hope. Overnight, a large group of people gathers and has already expressed their interest in joining. Charlie loudly greets everyone nearby and says that he is very glad to see them here. He also recommends that they get in line, adding that the first recruitment of people to the Hama Fortress is already beginning. Mel notes that those who want to join the Hama Fortress must undergo an interview. The refugees loudly express their decision to join the squad, and Mal asks one of them who he is and who he was before. The man gives his name and says that before being enslaved he worked as a cook. He also reports that his foot is crushed by a wheel, but this does not prevent him from doing light work. Mel says this is unlikely to allow him to work fully, as his injured leg will take a long time to recover. The man looks at them attentively and plaintively asks to be accepted, promising to work hard. Mel approaches Charlie and asks his opinion on this man's candidacy. Charlie claims that this person can be accepted, provided he is first assigned Category C. The cook asks what this category means, to which he is told that he will find out about it later. Charlie also encourages him to work hard and invites the next person to interview. Lynn suddenly approaches Charlie and informs him that General Harrison is coming from the direction of the city. Charlie turns around with interest and says that such an honored guest should be greeted in person. Seeing the general and his comrade, he joyfully runs towards them, waving his arms and greeting them. He asks if the general has gone to deliver presents for the king's birthday. Harrison explains that he returned because everything went well, and he decided to come back. Charlie asks if everything really went well, or if he is hiding problems, to which Harrison insists he wouldn't lie. Charlie realizes this is a lie because the trip went terribly. The king of the city Harrison went to is the ruler of this land, whose support is important to Barry. However, Barry doesn't know that 30 years ago, during the invasion of the Bandit dynasty, the ruler defended the city along with Barry's predecessor. This ruler was a good friend of the now deceased ruler of the city of Heishi, and they called each other brothers. At first, the ruler does not know about the death of his comrade, but during the gift ceremony he learns the sad news. The enraged ruler refuses the gifts and kills Harrison's escorts, after which he promises to destroy the city of Haishi. Harrison remains silent and does not tell Charlie about this so that he cannot gloat. Charlie wonders why so many people have gathered at the fort. He notices that people are being recruited into the fortress with the promise of good conditions, and asks if they would like to join. Harrison is surprised and does not understand how someone could try to recruit him into their ranks. Realizing that he won't achieve good cooperation, Charlie sighs in disappointment. He immediately extends his hand and begins to demand payment, causing surprise among those around him. Charlie explains that anyone who passes under this ridge must pay 20% of the fare. In response to indignation, he clarifies that he is guided by a document signed by the city mayor. Harrison claims he has no money, but Charlie thinks it's unfair that such a powerful man doesn't have a dime to his name. Charlie offers security services, and Harrison begins to consider accepting the offer. Since he has no money, Charlie offers to leave him 2 guards. Harrison reflects on how a lack of patience in small things can negatively impact big endeavors. He apologizes and clarifies that these are his soldiers, whom he is obliged to lead home to their families. He quickly removes the jade pendant, saying that it can serve as fare. Charlie looks closely at the pendant, realizing that it could be worth a lot of money. A smile appears on his face and he makes it clear that he is satisfied with the offer. With his hands folded in a welcoming gesture, Charlie announces that he will arrange for people to carry the general over the mountain. Harrison thanks Charlie, noting that he is sure that this is not their last meeting, and they will definitely talk again. Charlie watches him go, thinking that, unfortunately, the next time they meet, they'll probably be talking about weapons. Meanwhile, the fortress continues to recruit people, as more and more people want to join. They all crowd around the entrance and talk slowly, hoping that their candidacy will be approved by the commandant. Mel informs Charlie that over 50 people have already joined the fortress, and there are no more than 30 left. Charlie abruptly declares that it is time to finish work for today and continue another time. Night falls, and the people who have received their positions in the fortress decide to gather together and discuss the events. Some of them feel they owe Charlie an apology for not appreciating his good intentions. The elder stands nearby and listens attentively, realizing that the seed of discord will gradually germinate. He is aware of the problems with the position and hopes that he will be able to bring people to their senses, but he foresees that the hopes for this are slim. The next day, Charlie gets up early to greet everyone who wants to join. Carmine carefully enters the fortress and notices that her savior is sleeping peacefully at the table. Coming closer, she calls out to him, and he looks up, trying to figure out who decided to wake him up. Carmine asks if he could come down from the mountain and talk to the elder, as everyone is touched by his action. Charlie explains that he wanted to talk too, but he is very busy and has a lot to do. After a pause, he adds that perhaps later he will have time to visit the elder. Carmine realizes that she won't achieve anything through simple negotiations and decides not to waste time. She is offended, but understands that in this situation, it is impossible to act differently. Charlie notices that people want steps to make it easier to get down when they get into trouble. He understands that the higher you climb, the more serious the fall will be if you don't hold on. Evening comes and Carmine comes to his desk again to deliver an important message. Charlie looks at her sternly and wonders if she has decided to come again to distract him from work. Carmine hands over the letter, explaining that he wants to dedicate it to Charlie in exchange for him taking the rest of the slaves under his wing. Charlie looks at her in surprise, wondering what this could all mean. In fact, the agreement means that if he agrees, he will own Carmine. Charlie is a little confused about the seriousness of the sacrifice, but decides to calculate the agreement to get more information. According to the agreement, owning Carmine does not mean that she will become his property, but he will be able to make her his wife or concubine. He also gains many rights to various things that were considered acceptable at that time. Charlie realizes that the family, forced to take extreme measures, has chosen this terrible method. He reasons that as long as she maintains a good relationship with Carmine, her family will not cause problems. He suggests that people will only think about the bad option for centuries. He believes that even if she is innocent, she has already insulted her ancestors by ending up in a brothel and is now worthless. However, if she refuses to sacrifice herself for her family, it will lower her position even further. Charlie realizes that he has been put in a difficult position because he does not want to make this choice. However, he decides to meet her halfway and agrees to accept her condition. Smiling and looking at her, he says that these people can live here if they want to apologize. The Lee family climbed the mountain non-stop because they had not eaten a single poppy seed for 2 days. However, one person still does not head to the mountain, the elder. Michael wonders why the elder hasn't rested for several days, despite his age. The elder explains that everyone else can go up, but he will go slowly and leisurely. After some time, they find themselves at the fortress and are preparing to enter it. Charlie has been on duty at the entrance all this time, assessing the guests with a stern gaze. The elder takes several difficult steps towards him, realizing that each step is difficult for him. Their eyes meet, and the elder decides to make a very difficult decision. He suddenly stops and concentrates all his spiritual strength that he has been accumulating over the past few days. He addresses his family and all the generations of ancestors present here on this day. After this, he gives his name and says that he has come to finally meet her. Gathering his strength, he hits his head on a stone the next second, so as not to feel shame. Michael and the other family members look at him in surprise, asking what he did. But it is too late. Charlie reflects on the fact that there really are people in this world who are willing to die for so-called honor. Coming closer to the old man's body, he wonders if such a rash act was really worth it. Charlie reflects on how the warrior's path is hard, the road is long. But does honor matter after you've reached the afterlife? He understands that the old man did this in order to sow doubt in the hearts of people. So Charlie knows that people need to see him remove those doubts. The system notifies him that he is receiving a few fear points from people looking at him. Charlie understands that you can get fear if people hate and fear you at the same time. Mel realizes that the situation is difficult and asks Charlie what they need to do. Charlie thinks for a moment, trying to figure out what he can do about it, as the situation is complicated. He turns to his comrades and informs them that they need to bury the elder and then escort the people home. It's going to be a rough night, so Charlie decides to head to the bathhouse to freshen up a bit. After some time, he finishes his water procedures and, having dressed and dried himself properly, goes into his room. To his surprise, he almost immediately discovers that Carmine has been sitting in the room all this time. Charlie looks at her with some confusion, wondering why she was suddenly here. Carmine tries to find the words, but the system notifies her that he is receiving fear points from her. After this, she informs him that the water for washing is prepared, and she is going to serve him. Charlie explains that she must have misunderstood him, then states that it is late, and it is better to go back to the room. Carmine realizes that the gentleman does not need a woman at this time of day, which causes her to become frightened and drop the bucket. Charlie lets out a sad sigh and explains that he has no need to spend time with a woman at a time like this. Carmine asks if he doesn't like the body of his slave, which is given to him for his complete use. Charlie understands that in this era, girls could get married at 14, but he does not adhere to such morals. He decides to leave himself, so as not to give her false hopes, and not to bring guilt upon himself. Carmine suddenly begins to cry, saying that if the master leaves, the slaves will no longer have a reason to live. Charlie realizes that the situation is getting complicated, and notes that there is a serious misunderstanding between them. Carmine grabs the hairpin and tells her that the master probably despises her because she was in a brothel. Beginning to cry sincerely, she prepares to commit suicide, explaining that there is no longer a reason to live. Charlie understands that teenagers are always difficult to talk to, and says he doesn't disdain her. As an argument, he explains that she is still little, and the girl asks why he decided so. Carmine understands that he does not mean to offend her, and admits that the master is truly a great man, and not like ordinary people. Afterwards, she says that if he leaves today, people will think he is not interested. She sadly adds that after this no one will need her, and everyone will treat her like trash. Charlie reflects that her words make sense, as morals in that era were harsh. Immediately after this, he places a small table on the bed to create a small border. Immediately after this, he goes to bed and notes that it is not worth crossing this border at night. After a while, Carmine approaches him, and he asks why she is still awake at such a late hour. Carmine explains that she has never asked anyone for help before and asks if there is anything she can do. Charlie tries to find advice on what to do, but he understands that it will not be easy. After a while, he begins to hear a familiar voice. The system addresses him, calling him a brave man, causing him to open his eyes briefly. Charlie looks around and finds that he is moving into system space without even noticing. The cheerful spirit speaks of the fact that they haven't seen each other for a long time, demonstrating small repair tools. Charlie asks her what she is holding in her hands, to which the girl replies that there is absolutely no need to worry about it. Afterwards, she reminds him that he already earned 10,000 fear points during the last night. She then talks about how he will have to level up his fortress to level 2 in order to use the permanent general. Charlie is indignant and says that he dragged 98 people into the fortress, so the fortress should have moved to the next level. The system explains that the conditions required for the main tasks are simple, but in this case they will be more difficult. Charlie notes that she hasn't mentioned this before, and suggests that she simply didn't finish the feature. The system asks him for a little more time, and since he is 2 people short, it activates another skill for him. The digital banner appears in front of the protagonist, and the system informs him that he has activated the recruiting skill. She explains that this skill is very useful, as its effect varies depending on the fortress's reputation. She also says that this time he activated a double effect called Gemini. The next day, Charlie receives news that two men are climbing the mountain with unknown intentions. These two twins named Luffy and Toofy report that they saw the fortress's banner and wanted to join. Charlie reflects on the fact that these are normal characters, meaning the system recruitment skill is almost useless. Nevertheless, he decides to accept these people into his ranks, clarifying that from now on, they will be one big family. The system rewards him with a lottery draw, after which Charlie declares that the fortress needs to be upgraded first. The system informs him that he can summon a commander into this world once, but it will cost him all his fear points. Charlie thinks it's a pretty high price to pay for one summoning, but the system reassures him that it will get easier soon. After this, she makes a transition between several worlds, and again moves him into an unknown space. She then points to the protagonist, and says that now the generals from another time and space will come under his command. Immediately after this, she snaps her fingers to put her words into action. Charlie looks happily at his interlocutor, who says that they need to be called upon to create a new legend. The system reports that the construction of the general's pedestal has been completed, and the fortress level has been raised to the second level. This updates all the basic strength stats, making the system more sophisticated and advanced. After this, the system informs them that they are finally finished, and it is time to take advantage of the lottery draw. Charlie discovers that he has gained the skill of eloquence, and tries to figure out what exactly this skill affects. The system explains that the effectiveness of a skill depends on how it is used. She also asks him what he wants to do, to which Charlie states that he would like to use the pedestal. Realizing that he does not have enough fear points, he still decides to use the lottery. The system happily announces that it has understood his request and calls the lottery machine. At the same time, the action moves to the foot of the mountain, where Sarah suddenly runs in pursuit of a specific goal. She reflects on the fact that Sylvia's family has abandoned the marriage contract, and now her reputation is in disrepute. She recalls that the head of the family kicked her out of the house and gave her an inn so that she could earn her own living. Sarah sadly notes that no one comes to the tavern, so they receive practically no income. She wonders if this robber and murderer will be able to help in this difficult situation. Meanwhile, the system is charged with a powerful blow to immediately hit the slot machine. At the moment of impact, the system tells the machine not to behave as disgustingly as last time. Charlie watches the complicated relationship in amazement, and suddenly sees that he has been awarded the golden ball. The system looks at the loot with joy, and reports that it has finally dropped without further ado. Charlie reaches out to the ball and discovers that an axe icon is visible within it. As soon as the ball falls into his hand, it begins to glow brightly and sparkle with energetic lightning. Charlie looks at the weapon he received, and announces that he finally hit the jackpot as he received the demon axe. The demon axe, according to legend, was made by a great blacksmith and has the hot blood skill. Charlie tries to hold on to the axe, but he doesn't do it without serious difficulties. Charlie muses that it must be his upgraded original axe, but there's one small problem. The problem is that he is still too weak to lift such a big thing. Without thinking twice, he realizes that he will have to find a way to become stronger and more resilient himself. However, he doesn't have time for this now, so he decides to deal with the affairs of the fortress. Carmine asks him if he is going to eat, to which he replies that he has a lot of important things to do right now. He also asks her how things are going with the exercises he showed her, and she states that she is doing them. Charlie asks her to repeat these exercises, saying that he will watch carefully how she does them. Carmine agrees and begins to hop on one leg, wondering what the benefits of these exercises are. Charlie says this is to strengthen the body, because no one should be weak in these difficult times. He also states that she needs to eat well and exercise a lot, to which Carmine states that she will not let him down. Suddenly the door opens and Sarah enters the room, wondering what they are doing. Carmine turns towards her and suddenly calls her by name, as if they were old acquaintances. Sarah looks at them with some suspicion and asks how Carmine ended up here. Sarah looks around carefully to understand why a young girl suddenly appears in the robber's room. The first thing she sees is a double bed, which can't say anything good. Charlie and Carmine offer her tea, after which Sarah accuses him of making his mistress miss him while he is here having fun. Charlie asks her how Sylvia is doing, after which the young girl immediately becomes sad. She hands him a piece of paper, telling him that he should read it all himself. Charlie says that he will send someone into town tonight to help her. Hearing this, Sarah tries to warn him, saying that after the latest pogroms, all the city authorities are looking for him. Charlie lets out a sad sigh and says that this is indeed true, and he will have to be even more careful. The system appears behind him again, and informs him that it is giving him a task to help the tavern become popular. Charlie approaches Carmine and asks her to call Commander Mel and the brothers Luffy and Tofi here. As soon as she leaves, there is an awkward pause between them, and Charlie tries to start a conversation. After this, He gets up from the table and loudly clears his throat in order to attract her attention. Sarah asks him what he needs, when suddenly he abruptly approaches her, slightly frightening the innocent girl. Charlie gets down on one knee and says that he would like to give her something very important. Sarah begins to suspect that this man is deliberately sending her friend away to use force. However, to her happiness, Charlie hands her some silver, telling her that she should buy herself some new clothes. Sarah exhales tensely, realizing that she had just escaped and that now she would not have to fear for her life and honor. Mel, accompanied by his brothers, goes inside, wondering what happened and why he needed help. Charlie asks them how much silver is in their fortress, to which they state that they currently have 122 liang of silver. Charlie asks to take 100 from these supplies and give it to Sarah, to which the girl states that it would be too much. Charlie tells her to accept the gift and then follow the commander to the warehouse. After this, he turns to the two brothers and asks them if there is a reward on their heads. Luffy and Tuffy say that they have not yet had time to commit any crime, but they promise to try to justify the trust. Charlie is surprised that these brothers think that committing a crime is a good thing. After weighing the pros and cons, he says that he would like to give them the task of protecting one person in the city. Luffy and Tuffy say that the master can rest assured that they will do their best to complete the task. Charlie decides to test them, and asks what they will do to the person who will mock his fiancée. Luffy and Tuffy just nod silently, preferring actions to words, but this causes a slight misunderstanding. Charlie menacingly says that anyone who attempts to take his bride must be flogged. Luffy and Tuffy look at him in surprise and ask why they don't just kill the man. Charlie ordered Carmine to prepare brushes and ink to write down his summary of the business and his previous life. His handwriting was too ugly, so he dictated everything and Carmine wrote it down. That evening, Sarah takes the gifts and sets off on her return journey, accompanied by Charlie, who takes her to the city gates. After some time, they find themselves in a city that is overflowing with various merchants inviting people to come to them. Sylvia works hard, constantly keeping track of the things that need to be purchased and the procedures that need to be carried out. She understands that this is a good place, but there is a large commercial competitor located opposite. The owner of the inn opposite is indeed keeping a close eye on this girl for his own purposes. This man's name is Lincoln, and he realizes that this girl is Sylvia, who was kicked out of the house. A commercial smile spreads across his face as he feels an incredible sense of superiority. He admits that he feels very sorry for the girl, but he wonders how long she will last before she is defeated. Men come into the heroine's tavern and ask her when she is going to sell the tavern. Mel explains that she had no plans to sell the tavern, to which they respond that it is a man's world for such a little girl. Mel calmly says that they are already closed, so it is better to leave so as not to disturb. Mel clarifies that they came to drink, and if they opened their own tavern, they should not throw out customers. Mel clasps his hands and understands that in this situation it is better not to refuse, so as not to create problems. After this, she turns to the waiter and says that he should pour the guests some wine so that they can rest. After some time, the young man brings glasses and a small jug of alcohol. After this, he bows and wishes them a pleasant time, hoping that they will not cause any trouble. The dubious-looking bandits look at him and try to figure out what is the best thing to do now. Suddenly, he throws the jug and glass on the floor, saying that he cannot drink wine if it was poured with dirty hands. He menacingly declares that he now demands that the hostess pour him a drink to ensure its quality. Sylvia looks at them with increasing condemnation and understands that these people definitely want to cause her trouble. The hooligans say they haven't heard that she doesn't show her face to anyone, but today they will take a look at her. He adds that everyone knows she was in the mountain bandit camp, so there is no point in pretending. Luffy and Tuffy enter the tavern and immediately grab one of the wine jugs to engage in battle. They approach the villains using the element of surprise and unleash the full force of their pottery on them. The bandits turn around in surprise to understand what happened. They find one of their comrades unconscious as two people approach them. Luffy and Tuffy decide not to introduce themselves, and immediately grab their knives and rush forward. The bandits beg for mercy, but no one listens and quickly puts their blades to their necks. Since their mission wasn't murder, they simply break the arm of one of the bandits and throw out the rest. Finally, they warn the one who remains in the tavern that next time he will not get off with a broken arm. Sylvia looks at them with some surprise, trying to understand why these two people decided to take her side. Luffy and Tuffy greet her with their characteristic gestures, and explain that they are brothers, and, unfortunately, are late. Sarah also runs in and asks the lady if everything is okay after the events that happened. Sylvia hugs her servant with a smile and says that there is definitely one specific person behind their appearance. Sarah reports that he has sent a full 120 liang of silver and 2 bodyguards who will be stationed here. Sylvia notes that business negotiations are taking place in the room, so she suggests bringing in things first. While Luffy and Tuffy are busy loading the cargo, Sylvia asks the servant if everything was all right during the journey. Sarah says she ran into some mountain bandits, but once she said she was looking for help from the master, they let her through. Sarah states that he also sent her a letter that only she should read. Sylvia looks closely at the letter and quickly discovers that it is written in a woman's handwriting. Sarah feels a little uncomfortable and notes that the lady has become very perceptive. Sylvia seems worried and then wonders what is happening in this fortress and why a woman is writing letters. Sarah can't do anything else except say that she saw a double bed in Charlie's room when she arrived. If Sylvia had known that Carmine had become Charlie's slave, she would not have attached much importance to it. However, the protagonist hid this, so the situation takes on much stranger contours. Sylvia sighs and says that she is not surprised by the man's behavior. After this, she decides to read the letter again, while Sarah states that they now have money to run the business. Sarah also reports that a hot pepper was sent, which is currently incredibly popular. Sylvia agrees to her proposal, after which she wonders what to name the tavern. Meanwhile, combat training continues in the fortress under the guidance of Manny and Lin, who are well versed in this field. These drills involve wearing the same clothes and repeating movements, just like in the army. After a week, people change their previous habits. Their behavior becomes neat and coordinated. Carmine approaches the cook, whose leg had been hurting, and informs him that Charlie has personally called him. The chef says he will go there immediately, remembering that he was previously called to tell about unknown dishes. Today the master calls him again, and the chef has no idea yet what they will talk about, but he appreciates it very much. Charlie greets the cook and asks if he has heard of such a thing as bread. The cook looks at it carefully and asks if it is some kind of noodle analog. Charlie makes quick sketches on paper, explaining that bread can be square or round and is made from dough. The cook assumes it is a type of flatbread, but Charlie states that the bread is larger and softer than a regular flatbread. The chef then suggests that it might be similar to mantai, but Charlie adds that the bread is much larger and baked in an oven. The cook notes that the master has seen many things that he has no idea about, and Charlie realizes that he needs to build an oven. After that, he hands over the drawings and says that we need to create bread, and then try to cook it. After a while, they head to the kitchen, where all the necessary equipment is already located. Charlie shows the chef how to make bread, adding that the principles are a little different from the usual recipes. He also notes that bread is the basis of many dishes and will bring them considerable fame. Charlie struggles to remember the contents of a documentary about bread he watched earlier. The road to bread making was not smooth, but in this situation, nothing else can be expected. The construction of the bakery oven was also not an easy task, since such an engineering structure requires experience. Sometimes the dough burned, and sometimes the bread turned out half-baked. But in the end, all the difficulties were overcome. After so many attempts, the first successful loaf of bread is already ready in the oven. Charlie takes a small spoonful of honey to spread on the bread, and recommends that Carmine try the dish. Carmine tries the bread, waiting a little to avoid getting burned by its high temperature. She immediately remarks that the dish turned out amazing, and asks Charlie to try it for himself. Charlie smiles and praises his cook, stating that they must now make a frying pan. That day, the entire fortress tastes the bread Charlie made, and is amazed at the resulting taste. The taste is liked by everyone, especially children, as the bread is slightly sweet. Meanwhile, troubles continue in the town, as Sylvia learns that no one wants to work at their tavern. Having received a disappointing report from a comrade, she learns that there is more unpleasant news. The elder informs that his mother is very ill, so he will no longer be able to serve her. Sylvia asks him if he will leave completely, and is outraged by what is happening. The colleague explains that he is very guilty before her, so she may not pay him his salary. Sylvia bows to him, saying that he is the elder of her family, so if he wants to leave, she does not dare to stop him. The elder notes that she does not understand what is happening, but at the same time forces her to serve. Sylvia doesn't quite understand what exactly he means, but decides to let him go about his business. All this time, Lincoln is watching her, a smug grin never leaving his face, as he is behind this. The elder bids his mistress a final farewell, saying that he advises her to take care of herself in this difficult life. Sylvia reflects on the fact that she was kicked out of her family and is now forced to live in an old tavern. She also realizes that Lincoln is not going to give up, and believes it is only a matter of time before he finally pushes her out. Sarah suggests going to the market to try their luck, to which Sylvia replies that it is a waste of time and no one will answer her. They are asked what they should do then, when suddenly they hear the clatter of hooves and an approaching carriage loaded with goods. The cook from Hama's fortress looks at Sylvia carefully and asks if she is Mrs. Sylvia. Sylvia, surprised, says that she has come to the right place, after which she asks a counter-question about who he is and what he is doing here. The cook turns to the other girls, saying that they should come out as they have finally arrived at their destination. The cook states his name and says that they want to pay their respects to the lady and greet her. Sylvia immediately becomes embarrassed and asks not to call her that in the middle of the street, as it might attract attention. Honest people say that they understand her perfectly and add that they will definitely help with her problems. Meanwhile, Lincoln continues to watch, wondering where the little girl got so much money. He wonders in his mind whether she knows how to water down wine, slip defective goods, and delay wages. Smiling, he turns to his servant and tells him that he needs to go to the building opposite and borrow some chairs. The servant replies that they are unlikely to be given chairs, to which Lincoln replies that he can simply tell them that they will not succeed. After this, he turns to his dear guests, saying that he did not expect their visit today. His guests declare that they need a private room and ask for his signature dish, adding that there is a hot pepper in the neighboring tavern. Lincoln smiles and recommends that they go to the second floor, adding that he will immediately prepare everything necessary. Smiling broadly, he assures them that even the mayor of the city likes their pepper. A servant quickly approaches him and informs him that there is a problem, and Lincoln demands that he do something immediately. Struggling to find the words, the servant informs them that their hot peppers are out and cannot be obtained quickly. He also advises Lincoln to come up with something as soon as possible, since a lot of people come specifically for this pepper. Lincoln realizes that the cunning, shameless woman must have calculated everything, and therefore ordered a delivery of hot peppers for herself. He cautiously approaches his guests and informs them that they are out of hot peppers, suggesting that they order another dish. However, the guests begin to insist, saying that they heard that they only serve hot peppers to rich people, adding that money is not an issue for them. Lincoln claims he wouldn't hide the pepper, and the truth is, it's really gone. The disappointed official says he expected more from running such a large tavern. After a while, a stunning aroma reaches them, which instantly captures their taste buds. The official turns to Lincoln and tells him it is the smell of hot pepper, accusing him of trying to deceive him. Lincoln sniffs carefully and wonders if that smell is coming from their tavern. They quickly realize that there is no pepper in their tavern, and try to figure out where the smell is coming from. The common people come closer to the tavern and rejoice that it has finally opened. Sarah announces that new customers receive a 20% discount and small gifts to take home. Officials and their comrades say that it is absolutely necessary to see what the selection in this tavern is like. Lincoln tries to stop them by saying that he can give them the famous vinegared fish, known for its taste. He can't keep his customers, and the influx of people wanting to eat at Sylvia's is growing. Sarah watches this with joy and understands that their business will take off and they will become popular. Sarah sees the competition and hears Lincoln declare that he will not feed anyone until he defeats them. As she gets closer, she politely asks him for some stools. Lincoln turns angrily at the little girl and demands that she leave because she won't get anything. Sarah asks in surprise why he yelled at her, reminding him that he doesn't have any visitors anyway. The use of logic and facts leaves the impudent official unable to utter a word. Meanwhile, Charlie asks for reports on how things are going at Sylvia's tavern. Toofy reports that he wrote a letter for the master and asked that it be delivered to him personally. Charlie quickly gives this letter to Carmine and asks her to read everything that is written there. The letter consists of only rare literary words that are unusual for Carmine. In the letter, Sylvia expresses extreme politeness and gratitude for the invaluable help. She mentions Carmine and says that she is very glad to hear that the two of them make a good couple, and wishes them all the best. Sylvia also mentions that if she meets the lady in person, she will show her full respect. Charlie reads the letter carefully on his own, and notes that the words in the letter carry intentions and requests. After this, he asks to move the pen and ink, and allow him to write the letter himself. Carmine asks if she needs her help now or later, to which Charlie replies that he will ask her next time. Once he finishes the letter, he hands it to the pigeon and releases it to deliver the letter to the return address. Charlie turns to Toofy and thanks him for the work he has done, after which he asks him to send letters by carrier pigeon. Toofy looks at him carefully and wonders why he doesn't just take the letter himself. Charlie finds himself in a bit of a bind and is trying to figure out how to get out of this situation. Meanwhile, the dove covers the distance between the mountain of robbers and the city of Sylvia at great speed. Nothing in this world can stop such a fast bird, as it intends to deliver the message on time. Within a few moments, a city appears in front of the dove, where she rushes to get to Sylvia. The lady was surprised that the message arrived so quickly, since only a few days had passed since it was sent. She invites the dove to sit down so that he can regain his strength and get some refreshment. Looking at his paw, she discovers a letter and carefully pulls it out. She wonders how this man is going to explain that he is now living with another woman. After that, she carefully examines the contents of the letter, but it contains only a simple question about whether they will be in touch. Sylvia wonders what this all means, since a homing pigeon is only needed for urgent messages. Sylvia assumes that he probably wants a specific answer, when suddenly Sarah announces that another letter has arrived. Sarah asks what exactly the sender wrote, but Sylvia finds it difficult to give a clear answer. The letters contain monosyllabic questions that do not make sense, and this confuses Sylvia a little. Sarah suddenly discovers that another pigeon has brought a letter. Sylvia opens the letter and sees a question asking if she is in the bathroom right now. Sylvia asks her servant to take the pigeons and feed them while she thinks about her answer. After some time, people approach the entrance to the tavern and ask if they are already handing out money here. In other words, they can't explain why there are so many people here enjoying every second they spend here. Meanwhile, the staff trains other servants, telling them to walk very slowly to avoid dropping food. Sarah, with her characteristic confidence, begins delivering bread at incredible speed. She slips pretty quickly, and the cook reminds her that he warned her to be careful, but she didn't listen. Meanwhile, Lincoln comes to the second sister and tells her that things are going badly because of the tavern across the street. The second sister is surprised, saying that this dilapidated building has been empty for a long time, and this surprises her a little. She also notes that once she took it on, things started to go uphill, and it seems that Sylvia is an inexperienced trader. Lincoln reports that everyone wants to eat at this tavern now, and there are already long lines at the entrance. The second sister wonders with irritation how some swindler could have pulled all this off so quickly. Lincoln says action needs to be taken urgently, or the business will close due to lack of customers. Everyone around him turns to him, saying that he is incapable of anything, and recommends that he contact Donald. Lincoln explains that it's easy to invite Donald, but much more difficult to get him out. The second sister argues that true professionals do what they are good at, and Donald specializes in just such things. Lincoln realizes that he has nothing else to do but trust his sister and rely on her instincts. He enters a very large building, hoping that the owners will be lenient towards him. The atmosphere in this place is truly tense, so Lincoln hopes for the best and prays to all the gods he knows. Gathering his strength, he carefully knocks on a special ring to attract the attention of the guards. The doors slowly open and a disgruntled bandit sticks his head out, asking who has arrived. Lincoln says that he has come to talk to Mr. Donald about a very important matter. After looking around, the bandit lets him pass and says that he must follow him and not move away even a step. Immediately after this, they come out into a large courtyard, where there are numerous trained people discussing something. Lincoln walks past them carefully so as not to attract attention, and hopes that they will not notice him. After some time, he discovers a majestic man sitting in the corner of the courtyard under a tree. Donald is a formidable man, so strong that he could kill a tiger with his bare hands if he wanted to. Lincoln extends his hands to him and says that he would like the gentleman to do him a small favor. Immediately after this, he begins to empty the contents of the bag, which is overflowing with gold medallions. Donnell looks at him menacingly, then turns to his ally, nicknamed Scar, and tells him to deal with this man. Scar, smiling, assures the gentleman that he need not worry, as he will do everything in the best possible way. After this, they reach the tavern and notice that it is quite lively here, so they decide to go inside. Scar grins and says that they have traveled all over the world and tried all the delicacies, so it will be difficult to surprise them. Immediately after this, they decide to book a small table to try the food before proceeding further. One of the bandits approaches Scar and says that this time the bill will be his alone, to which he is indignant. However, after drinking a little, he turns to his brother and says that he needs to add some meat. After some time, all the plates they ordered are completely empty. Having satisfied his hunger, Scar says that they are almost finished, and it is time to get to the real work. With these words, he quietly throws the dead rat right into the dish in which the drinks had been prepared all this time. Once he's satisfied that everyone is paying attention, he loudly announces that he's seen a rat, attracting attention. He indignantly explains that now he understands why the broth here tastes strange, because there is a rat swimming in it. Sarah and her battle brothers turn to look at the villains, trying to understand what is happening. Tufi remarks that this is an old trick and asks why Scar only saw the rat after he had eaten some of the broth. Scar explains that he has had poor eyesight since childhood, so he only noticed the rat after he had eaten half of it. Tufi tactfully notices that the rat is floating whole in the broth, when suddenly Scar takes out a knife and pierces it with the blade. After this, he shows the remains of the rat and claims that he spoke the pure truth, and no one dares to argue with him. Luffy and Tofi take a few steps towards him and note that this behavior is starting to seem familiar to them. Smiling, they note that hooligans have come here, and they are glad to meet people who are close to them in spirit. Sarah and the other staff declare that everyone must lock down and take up arms to defend their portion of the tavern. Scar and his comrades clearly did not expect this outcome, and understand that they are numerically outnumbered. At that moment, the whole situation flashes before their eyes, and they don't understand how to act in order to get out of here alive. They quickly fall to their knees and explain that if they are beaten, they will have to answer for every blow. Luffy turns to the owner and asks what to do with them so that they don't come here again. Sylvia says she sees no particular reason to kill customers immediately after opening. Scar and his companions say that in that case they must close the tavern within 3 days and leave. Toofy and Sarah look at them in surprise, trying to understand what just happened and who they are dealing with. After some time, Lincoln implements his plan and drives carts of manure right to the entrance of the tavern. His advisor reports that the carts are not only in front of the competitors' doors, but also in front of their tavern. Lincoln argues that there is nothing to fear because once the competitors close, their business will improve. A few days later, people were caught blocking the door to the building to prevent customers from entering. Of course, they were thoroughly beaten beforehand to teach them a lesson and set a frightening example for the others. Sarah turns to her mistress and says that she needs to remember the faces of these villains. Luffy says Donald is some kind of psycho, hoping they'll be scared by his pathetic provocations. Charlie also arrives at the tavern with Carmine, and Toofy asks him if he knows the man who is acting strangely. Shen says that this man once killed a tiger with his fists when he was drunk, and that he keeps a dozen robbers in the city. Shen adds that sometimes people come to him for help, and he even helps them, which is why he received the nickname Lazy Tiger. Shen also claims that a huge number of people are proud to be friends with this man and even the government does not touch him. Meanwhile, Carmine decides to take advantage of everyone's busy schedule and try the wine they serve here. Even small doses are strong enough to make her feel very drunk. Unable to withstand such a quantity of alcohol, she falls and falls asleep for quite a long period. Charlie wonders in surprise why the girl drank the wine if it is clearly not intended for children. After some time, we are again transported to the Feihu Fortress, where Shen came to request support. Harry states that Master Charlie robbed Harrison and thus earned his position on the mountain, so they will help him. The next day, Manny asks Stephen what his brother's relationship is with Donald. Stephen explains that there is nothing to worry about, as his brother and Donald made a vow to be brothers forever. Stephen approaches the guard and asks him to tell Donald that he has decided to come to him to meet. The robbers ask him why he came and jokingly threaten to hand him over to the authorities for a hefty reward in silver. Stephen expresses bewilderment and wonders how Donald is, to which the bandits reply that he has drunk himself into oblivion. After this, he looks at Manny and Shen and tries to figure out who they are, mistaking them for young recruits from Feihu Fortress. Stephen explains that these are their brothers from the fortress of Hama, and adds that they are very strong and have outstanding talents. The robbers surround the heroes with interest and say that they have always dreamed of meeting such legends. One of them remarks that it would be interesting to see how long the great ones from the fortress of Hama can resist them. Shen smiles and remarks that this is a bad idea, after which the bandits immediately ask why he thinks so. Shen decides to speak publicly, and says that there are too few people here to fight them on equal terms. The bandits sense an incredible threat from these people and decide not to push their luck in vain. After a while, one of the servants says that Donald wants to talk to them, so they need to go right now. Donnell is not in the worst mood, so this time the deal might go through. Manny decides to address him with the utmost respect, informing him that their boss has sent a friend request. Donnell looks closely at the Buddha statue and states that he does not pray or light incense. He also says that he will not accept this, because he has no shortage of friends, and dogs and tigers must have different paths. He asks me to tell Charlie that he shouldn't stretch his hands too far, because this is not his territory. Stephen tries to challenge his judgment, saying that Charlie is a very powerful person. Shen immediately interrupts him, hinting that now is not the time to throw insults or try to figure out who is right. After this, he bows and says that if they decide to act in this way, he will have nothing against it, but they must remember that the world is a small place. Then he adds that sooner or later they will meet, and then they will see who is the dog and who is the tiger. Donald watches them go and smiles, noting that they shouldn't return empty-handed. After this, he grabs a small stool and throws it at Manny's back with incredible force. Manny, thanks to his reflexes, manages to turn in time and intercept the throw. Stephen is shocked by this action and wonders why they decided to take such a step. Shen states that the road ahead is long, and it is inconvenient to take heavy things with him, after which he asks to return the gift. Manny looks at his offender and returns the gift he received with effort. Donnell intercepts the projectile, smiles and asks his servants to show the guests out. Stephen indignantly says that Donald is behaving like a madman if he wants to forcibly hide the true state of affairs. He also praises Shen, noting that he is a good talker, which is why they were able to get away. Shen asks Manny what happened, and he replies that he was careless and hurt his hand. After this, they reach their fortress to report that the negotiations are not going very well. Shen states that if it weren't for Manny's skill, they wouldn't have been able to get out of there alive and stay there forever. Shen points out that this man doesn't take them seriously and acts as if he is a tiger and everyone else is a dog. Charlie states that this cannot be left to chance, and that this person must be removed from his position. Mel notices that there is a slight power imbalance right now, and asks if Charlie has a plan. Charlie shows them some small drawings with a smile, and tells them that they must have everything ready as soon as possible. He also states that this time he will go to the city on his own to settle this difficult issue. Stephen, meanwhile, says they thought they had patronage, but it turned out not to be true. All of their points of view will no longer be the same as before, as Donald no longer relies on their support and acts independently. Commander Harry says that the opinion of the Hama fortress must be taken into account, since they are very strong. Stephen notes that, given the Commandant's character, the fortress will fight. Harry says he has no doubt about it, but he knows full well the limits Donald has surpassed. The commander adds that if the fortress wants this, they should be given the opportunity, since this will weaken the enemy. He also notes that if the fortress is defeated, they will be able to understand what it is like to be honest. Manny approaches the protagonist and asks if he wants someone to accompany him to the city. Charlie explains that he has already met Donald and it would be very awkward if they ran into each other again. Manny reminds him that his portrait still hangs on the city gates, and therefore he is in danger. Charlie states that in that case they should choose people who can fight, but who don't have a bounty on them. After this, he demands to find some carpenters, adding that he has a great idea. The idea is to make a huge coffin, but most of those present in the party are against such a decision. Charlie states that now is the time for superstition, after which the coffin jumps out and he says that he will be fine. After some time, they decide to place the coffin on a cart in order to pass into the city unnoticed. Soon the city gates appear before them, which are now open to everyone. The guard quickly stops them and asks who they are and where they are going. The peasant explains that the head of their family has died, so they are returning to bury him with honors. The guard reports that bandits are rioting in the mountains, so they are inspecting any cargo, including coffins. Mel, dressed as a peasant, hands the guards a bag of gold and explains that they must not open the coffin and disturb the dead. The guards agree and allow them to proceed further. The funeral procession continues moving, trying not to attract unnecessary attention to its actions. After this, they stop near Sylvia's house and carefully enter inside. Sarah hears a strange noise and decides to go outside to find out what it is. She finds a lot of strangers and asks them what they are doing there, suggesting that they get out. After a few moments, the coffin suddenly begins to shake and attracts the attention of frightened people. Charlie gradually removes the lid of the coffin and slowly appears from there. Sarah and Sylvia watch in horror, unable to believe that a man could come back to life. After a while, the lid falls completely and human hands appear from the coffin. After this, Charlie himself emerges, saying in a bored voice that a little more, and he would have died of boredom. He jumps to the ground and greets the lady, saying that they haven't seen each other for a long time. Sylvia calms down and asks him why he decided to visit her. Charlie explains that if the lady is in trouble, he is ready to jump into fire or water to come to her aid. Sylvia coldly remarks that a living person in a coffin is a bad omen, foreshadowing misfortune. Charlie orders the coffin to be removed from the yard because it could bring bad luck to other people, and also demands wine. Sylvia thinks that she wanted to ask him about Carmine, but now she is losing the ability to think clearly and formulate words. She tries to think about how to build interaction with this person, but her heart does not allow her to think clearly. After this, she recounts what happened, noting that from that day on they blocked the doors with carts of manure. Sylvia also states that with the few people he sent here, they are unlikely to be able to compete with him. Charlie asks the lady not to worry, maintaining incredible determination and confidence in his victory. Turning around and smiling, he says that he has a great plan that will help him cope. Sylvia turns away from him abruptly, trying to hide her embarrassment. But the protagonist does not understand why she is behaving this way. Meanwhile, we are transported to Donald's lair, where a hearty meal is being prepared right now to ensure we are properly fortified. Besides a hearty meal, they also got hold of a large quantity of wine to make the occasion merry. Donald drinks the most because he is the leader and has the highest resistance to alcohol. The robbers explain that their boss can drink as much as he wants, but this does not bother them in any way. Scar says that when his brother drinks 1 cup of wine, his powers are activated and he becomes stronger. After a while, they hear the loud voices of merchants selling wine and ask what they are doing here. Scar is dispatched almost immediately to find out what happened and drive away the troublemakers. Mal, disguised as a merchant, says he sells 1 cup of wine for 100 coins, which causes outrage. He declares that if you drink 1 cup, you will pay a lot. But if you take 10 at once, he will not take a penny from you. Ordinary townspeople express outrage, saying that no tavern demands such a high price for a cup. Other people point out that you need to think about where you can find good free wine. The indignant man declares that if they continue to talk nonsense, he will beat them to death with his own hands. Scar grabs him by the collar and tells him that he should be more polite with people like that. He also adds that if you are brave enough, You should accept the challenge and drink 10 cups of wine without paying anything. The person watching him wonders who he is and why he allows himself to shout so loudly. Scar proves to him that he is not a weakling and orders the merchant to serve him a cup of wine. Mel hands over the drink, explaining that he always welcomes a brave warrior who challenges him. Scar says that he didn't take any money with him, so all he can do is drink the wine. Immediately after this, he discovers how strong this wine probably is and does not feel very well. They start laughing at him, saying that he is an incredible weakling and has already given up after just one mug. Scar asks them why they think he has given up, stating that he still has the strength to continue. After this, he turns to a merchant, who takes him to a man who can drink 10 cups of wine. The merchant explains that he is a little afraid to go there, but Scar guarantees that he will not lose anything. Mel notes that if he dares to go alone, it is better to go together as a crowd. Scar agrees and takes him straight to Donald's lair, who is clearly surprised by this turn of events. Scar explains that he found a man who sells wine at a high price, but if you drink 10 cups in a row, everything will be free. Donald looks at his comrades in surprise, saying that he doesn't understand how wine can cost so much money. The robbers ask Scar if he can't drink 10 cups in a row, to which he replies that this is not true. He tries to put on a brave face, but they say they know perfectly well what he's capable of, because he's a weakling. After this, one of the robbers decides to try the wine and says that it is a pathetic, empty thing. It cannot be intimidated. Scar watches the bandit with a smile, who is already feeling ill, and notes that he was only able to drink 3 cups. The bandit continues to boast, saying that he can drink 10 cups, and asks the merchants to bring more. The other gangsters begin to support him, claiming that he will succeed if he believes in himself. Faith proves insufficient, and the bandit falls to the ground, unable to take any more alcohol. The other bandits laugh at him, saying that he must be a pathetic weakling. After this, they decide to check for themselves how strong this wine is. They approach the merchant and ask him to pour them a cup to make sure the goods are of good quality. After a while, they begin to feel ill because the wine turns out to be very strong. In just a few minutes, most of the bandits fall to the ground, saying that they are unable to cope with the task. Mel says he's a small trader, and a few cups in exchange for letting them go about their business is enough. Donald asks if he's afraid, and adds that they can't afford to pay, so they'll try. Mel agrees to this, but warns that his wine is very strong. But this does not stop the leader of the bandits. After he tries 1 cup, he immediately realizes how the alcohol hits his head with full force. He grins and remarks that it is a good wine, and demands that they pour him more, as he has appreciated its merits. The guards loudly order them to comply, but Donald calms them down, saying that this is not a local merchant. After this, he independently holds out the mug and asks for more. Mel complies with his demands, and again decides to fuel up with a large quantity of very strong wine. Mel tries to stop him, explaining that if he can't continue drinking, he'll take it fine and won't demand money. Donald looks sternly at his interlocutor and says that he should not ask questions, and should only pour wine. Mel reflects on how strong this man is, and that even 1 cup of this wine could knock out their master. Meanwhile, Donald continues to drink more and more, not stopping at all at the cups of wine he has reached. Mel only fuels his greed and endless alcoholism by wondering if he wants another drink. Donald quickly catches his breath, after which he orders more wine to be poured for him. Mel advises him not to drink so much, explaining that he does not light incense or worship Buddha. Donald quickly comes to his senses, realizing that he has heard similar words somewhere before. Looking at his interlocutor, he asks if this has anything to do with the guests who recently arrived. Mal suddenly turns to his battle brothers and announces that it is time to escape their trap. Charlie, Lin, and the other bandits jump out of hiding and explain that this is Hama's fortress business, and everyone else needs to run away. Needless to say, all the other robbers were surprised by the sudden appearance of Charlie and his friends. Several robbers, armed with bladed weapons, rush at the gang leader, hoping to kill him. Donald, despite drinking a lot of wine, remains combative and declares that he is glad for a good fight. As soon as opponents approach him, he delivers several confident and sharp blows, sweeping away everything in his path. The number of people willing to fight him does not decrease, so he has to reduce their number with his blows. Lin also decides to try his luck and grabs a spear to rush into an attack on the red-haired opponent. Donald proves strong enough to easily intercept punches with his bare hands. Immediately after this, he prepares to launch a powerful counterattack and pierce his opponent's chest. Lin somehow manages to react in time to this treacherous move and covers himself with the shaft of his spear. The blows are so powerful that he is thrown back several meters, despite his armor. Lin tries to get up and feels his hands shaking after the blow he received, realizing that the opponent is very strong. Donnell, meanwhile, continues to rip and throw, even using a loud roar to scatter enemies. The fight gets his blood pumping and he remarks that he's finally going to have some fun now, adding that he was bored under cancer. Charlie watches the drunk tigers fighting closely, realizing that it won't be easy to deal with him. Scar and his comrades say that this master is capable of killing a tiger even when drunk. They recommend asking for forgiveness, so Charlie and Mel quickly decide to explain to him that now is the time to negotiate. Charlie makes a manic gesture, announcing that he will take on the task of destroying the enemy himself. Mel watches him, realizing that he is a true hero, or at least has decided to challenge such a powerful enemy. Donald looks at the approaching protagonist and recognizes him as the same Charlie that has been rumored. He asks him why such a man decides to correct the situation by means of harsh blows. Charlie doesn't say a word in response but just claps a few times in a soothing tone. Donald doesn't understand what it means at first, until she begins to perceive it as a lullaby. Mel, Lynn, and the other bandits don't understand anything and look at it as a children's play. Charlie continues to influence the enemy's mind, taking advantage of the fact that he has drunk a large amount of alcohol. Donald actually begins to feel more sleepy as the strong wine takes its toll. Gradually he falls into a trance, but quickly comes out of it, hoping that his feelings will not fail him. Donnell gets even angrier and asks questions, not believing that he just fell asleep after falling for this trick. Such thoughts cause him to become furious, comparable only to the ocean at its worst. To cope with this overwhelming and uncontrollable rage, he rushes forward, hoping to crush Charlie to the ground. He shouts loudly that for such antics Charlie will pay with his miserable life, and will no longer be able to walk normally. However, once he strikes, Charlie is found to be too fast to hit. Donald keeps trying to deal with his opponent, but every blow he lands misses the target. Charlie performs a series of spectacular and effective moves, followed by a powerful counterattack to the head. This powerful blow hits Donald right in the head, after which his already unstable consciousness is sent to sleep. Charlie looks closely at his opponent, hoping that he won't have to finish this man off. Donnell falls to the ground with a dull thud and doesn't move anymore, showing everyone that he has lost consciousness. All the people watching who witnessed the battle are wondering how Charlie was able to win at all. However, bewilderment almost immediately gives way to triumph, and they rejoice for their commander. Some time passes and Donald finally comes to his senses after a long sleep. He looks around and finds himself in handcuffs, demanding immediate release. Charlie enters the cell and asks how Donald is feeling, hoping that he is sobered up by now. Charlie smiles and says he's glad to see him, as this is their official first meeting. Donald calls him a dishonest bastard and demands that he be released amicably so they can resolve the situation. Charlie asks what nonsense Donald is talking about, and then explains that he is the leader, and there is no doubt about it. After this, he makes a characteristic gesture and explains that they are very strong spiritually, and this helped them win. Donnell realizes it was a joke because he is too stupid to recognize the deception. He admits that he fell for the trick, but if he wants to kill Charlie, he must do it right now, since he will not say a word. Charlie explains that this is not his area of interest, and then asks if Donald would like to join him. Donald pauses briefly to make sure he's heard, then begins to laugh loudly. Charlie asks why Donald is laughing so hard and what caused such a fit of mirth. This is followed by lengthy negotiations, during which Charlie tries to win Donald over to his side. But this leads to nothing. Donnell asks if Charlie really wants him to join the fortress when he can't beat him in a fair fight. Charlie reflects on how eloquence is completely useless against more experienced opponents. Meanwhile, rumors are spreading around town that Charlie has managed to defeat such a great man as Donald. Sylvia reflects that after Charlie's gang defeated Donald and his entourage, Charlie's power in the city was strengthened. Ordinary visitors talk to each other, noting that this demonstrates Charlie's incredible strength. One of them says that he is not actually against disagreements being resolved by force in these difficult times. His interlocutor states that the hostess covers her face with a black veil, but he is sure that she has a good figure. The same man remarks that if he continues to speak in the same spirit, it could be dangerous, since the tavern has a patron. They wonder who the patron of this tavern is, and quickly find out that it is Charlie. Meanwhile, the system tells the protagonist that people are talking about him and that it is true, which is why he is now popular. Lincoln brings a second sister, probably to keep an eye on the competition. He sadly notes that they don't have a single customer, and the girl reports that Sylvia is really good at running things. Lincoln claims that anything can be learned, but Sylvia thrives on hot peppers, which are currently in short supply. The second sister watches her closely, and wonders where such expensive ingredients come from. She reflects that their tavern is in a really bad state, no matter what they do, and they can't seem to get rid of Sylvia's influence. After some time, guests come to them, demanding respectful and deferential treatment. Lincoln greets the landowner and tells him that he hasn't been here for a while, then asks what he would like to order. The landowner declares that he will not eat, as all the seats are taken, and there is no free table in the tavern. Lincoln takes this to heart, but decides that he must endure this humiliation at all costs. Sitting down at the table, He says that they will sit here now, regardless of what anyone thinks about it. Meanwhile, we are transported to the Lake Shoal Inn, where things are only going uphill, and no one is even thinking about stopping. Sarah approaches her mistress and informs her that she has brought some people to them who want to discuss something with her. The landowner says he brought his friend from out of town to buy a batch of hot peppers from her. Sylvia explains that she gets her hot peppers from other sources, so she needs to make a request so she can sell them. With these words, she takes the letter, wraps it in an envelope, and hopes that it reaches the addressee. After this, she turns to her servants and informs them that these people are ready to pay a high price for the pepper. Meanwhile, in the underground prison of the fortress, things are going much more calmly and serenely, despite everything. Donnell decides not to rush into organizing his escape and lies down on the straw that is in the cell. After some time, visitors come to him, and he demands to bring wine, showing impatience with delays. Suddenly, Stephen's familiar voice addresses him and asks how he ended up in such a life. After this, Stephen says that he came with another brother to ask Charlie to let Donald go. He also advises Donald to drink less wine, causing Donald to become enraged and claim that his words will bring shame on him. Stephen looks at Donald in surprise and asks how he managed to achieve such an incredible victory. Charlie smiles and explains that he needs to read more books and newspapers, drink less cold water and wash more often. After this, he heads home to perform a ritual that will help him get rich. Carmine is also present during these procedures and says that he is very sleepy. Charlie ignores her demands and then gives the command to the summoning system to this world. After the system answers his call, he explains that he would like to summon generals to this world. The system happily informs him that he now has 20,000 fear points and asks how he wants to use them. Charlie smiles and says he'd like to hold a raffle to win better prizes. The system explains that low-level generals are currently being summoned, and each summon costs 10,000 points. After this, the system explains how the lottery works, noting that the guarantee only works on the 11th call. Charlie thinks it's not a very good offer, but he's been saving up these points for a long time, so it's worth trying his luck. Realizing that the end may justify the means, he announces that he would like to play all his points. The system fulfills his request, and begins the process of randomly selecting a reward. Charlie watches the fire hurricane animation carefully, hoping he won't have to wait long for it to finish. After some time, he is given a bad winemaker named Fred, who looks pretty pathetic. Charlie understands that this is not the worst profession for a fortress, but he will have to work with this person for a long time. He realizes that he has one last try left and hopes that this time he will definitely be lucky. Overcoming all doubts, he presses the button to enter another lottery draw. After some time, he is given an ordinary general named Guyver, who looks more attractive. Charlie sadly notes that when you don't expect much, you end up enjoying ordinary things much more. After a while, he returns to the entrance to the fortress and decides to have a quick snack of a fresh loaf of bread in front of the window. He reflects that quite a lot of time has passed and wonders why they haven't come yet. His prayers are answered and he begins to hear people approaching, rushing up the mountain. Charlie finds 3 people walking towards him and tries to figure out where the other person came from. The trio talk to each other, hoping that they have found the very fortress they were looking for. Along with the 2 people he knocked out of the lottery, another strange boy named Luke got involved. The system tells Charlie that this is an excellent healer, but Charlie still does not understand why this man decided to join him. He goes through their names, trying to figure out where he might have heard them before, hoping that his memory will give him the answer. After some time, he remembers that these are the same heroes he read about in legends during his past life. Luke turns to Charlie, informing him that they have come here specifically, hoping to join him. Charlie introduces himself and asks them who they are and why they came here. Luke explains that they are sworn brothers in the modern peach orchard vows. Charlie looks at them carefully and realizes that when they stand together, it makes even more sense to him. He remembers a short story about the cursed ones in the peach orchard, and realizes that these are exactly the people he was looking for. The system tells him that peach blossoms fade over time, but these are the heroes that remain forever in memory. Charlie realizes that getting 3 such historical figures is an incredible stroke of luck. This makes him curious and he asks them where they came from, as he did not know them before. Guyver explains that they lived in the area not far from here and decided to go traveling, after which they came across this fortress. Charlie reflects on the fact that this matches his assumptions and decides to test his hypothesis. He names a historical figure and asks if they know him, but they don't answer. Charlie, disappointed, exhales and asks why they suddenly decided to join his bandit stronghold. Guyver states that there was one bad man in his village whom they did not kill, so now they are wanted. Charlie remembers the legend of the man the Guyver killed and learns that he was a tyrant disguised as a bean seller. After this, he asks who exactly killed this man, and everyone unanimously points to the calm Luke. Luke looks around and explains that this kill wasn't worth the expense they used. Fred turns to Charlie and tells him that he remembered the man Charlie just asked about. Charlie says he'd like to hear more details and learns it was their great-grandfather. They didn't know exactly about their ancestors, so each added something of their own, which resulted in one coherent story. According to them, their ancestor was an imperfect person, and planted a peach orchard together with the ancestors of another brother. Thus, they created 3 types of weapons, twin swords, halberd and pike, to suppress the rebellions that broke out under the sky. It was not that simple, as the attack by the Yellow Turbans forced them to admit defeat. Ultimately, during the time of turmoil, the ancestors of these people spent most of their lives in their native land, and returned with nothing. They set up trade with merchants in order to at least somehow earn a living and survive their injuries. When evening came, all 3 would gather together and sing about their experiences, sharing their impressions of the past day. Time gradually took its toll, and despite what great warriors they had been in their youth, not a trace remained of it. It is also worth noting that constant alcohol consumption affected their health. Despite everything, the oldest of them lived to be 72 years old and died peacefully in his bed in his sleep. His comrades die one after another, after which their descendants settled in this district to keep their memory alive. The memory of the Great Trinity gradually fades as no one takes them seriously after their return. In this generation, Fred adopted the skill of winemaking, and Guyver took up the legacy of his ancestors and studied military books. Luke, in turn, learned the art of healing from a scientist with impressive knowledge. Charlie wonders if the Trinity can become legendary brothers, or if they will fade into obscurity. Charlie exhales and reasons that in troubled times it is easy to lose yourself, so you need to have an iron will. After this, he invites them to follow him, declaring that they will live in the fortress and will be brothers to everyone, as always. Wanting to satisfy his historical interest, he asks again if they know a historical figure with the surname Shu. They look at him with incomprehension, which again puts the protagonist in an awkward position. Sometime later, Charlie receives a letter from Sylvia describing the pepper procurement situation. He understands that there are currently about 15 tons of hot peppers in the fortress, and quite a large quantity has been planted. He decides to turn to Carmine and explains that he writes poorly, so this time she will make sure it is spelled correctly. He informs her that the price is entirely the owner's responsibility, and she need not worry about delivery. He also says that the fortress wants to exchange every kilogram of hot pepper for a kilogram of grain. The next day, Luke gets a job as a doctor at the fortress, and his first visitors come to him. He asks him what will happen to him, to which he answers quite simply and pessimistically. Such answers, of course, do not satisfy the average person who says he would like to receive more specifics. Luke sighs sadly and explains that he has a common cold, and there is nothing to worry about. The robber turns around and explains that it is just a slight ailment, but for some reason, an unpleasant feeling appears in his soul. Luke looks at him with complete indifference and announces that he is ready to receive the next visitor. Charlie realizes that this man is a real pessimist and thinks that he can be used to undermine the army's morale. Charlie waits until the evening to talk to Luke and give him a stern reprimand for the way he treats patients. He forbids him to practice medicine and asks if he really has no feelings at all. In response, Luke explains that there are bones in the graves, and a person cannot avoid death, regardless of whether he is treated or not. He also states that man is only given a certain lifespan, and then he turns into dry bones. Charlie is momentarily depressed, but quickly recovers thanks to his endurance. Scratching his head, he suggests that this person has a strong influence on other people with his aura. He understands that in the future he needs to communicate less with Luke, so as not to jeopardize the young hero's spirit. Immediately after this, he turns to him and informs him that he has a task for the day, to which Luke replies that he will complete it. Charlie is pleased by such talkativeness and notes that there is a man in the fortress who needs to be convinced to become one of them. Donnell hears customers making their way towards him again, hoping for a larger refill of wine this time. However, after some time, he sees in front of him a gloomy young man who looks at him with an empty gaze. Donnell asks if the young man will bring him some wine, which only brings a smile to his face. After this, he sadly reflects that it is absolutely not worth it, since life is passing him by. Donnell immediately falls under the young man's influence and wonders how this boy managed to break his fighting spirit. Luke sits down in front of the cage and says it's time to have a little talk, but Donnell tries to avoid it. After some time, notices are posted all over the mountain stating that the Hama fortress will exchange pepper for grain. Cindy discovers the bandits, who explain that the yield of pepper per foot is much higher than the yield of grain. This is why the offer seems more profitable to them, since they will be able to earn even more money from it. As soon as she gets closer, the robbers begin to discuss that there are very few people in the world who have pepper, and that it is an expensive commodity. One of the robbers asks if it is true that they also grow a lot of pepper. People behind her back whisper that money is literally being raked in by the shovelful on the ridge due to the high yield. Cindy decides to immediately shut him up with a knife, and warns that if she hears one more word, she will kill him. After this, she carefully reads the ad to understand how profitable her deal is. Having read everything she needed, she goes to her room, thinking that if she was deceived, she would feel very disappointed. As she moves further, she hears someone cooking hot peppers in a pot, and the aroma reaches her almost instantly. Cindy notes that the smell of hot pepper is especially strong here, and decides to quicken her pace. Shen notices her almost immediately, and asks what she is doing there, to which the girl replies that she came to see Charlie. Shen doesn't understand what the girl means, and accompanies her to the protagonist's location. Charlie wishes her good morning and asks if she is hungry, offering her a special stew. Cindy politely declines and asks if he still remembers the promise he made to her. Carmine closely monitors the dynamics of their communication and assumes that the two had a falling out some time ago. Charlie looks at her with confusion and wonders what promise she is talking about. Cindy reflects that they have a huge amount of pepper, but they will not be able to give out that much grain in exchange for it. She asks if he understands that what he is talking about is that on the night when he gave her the seeds, he promised something. This form of conversation puts everyone who heard it in a slightly awkward position. Charlie asks her to express herself more clearly to avoid reasons for spreading rumors and damaging his honor. Cindy is a little shy and explains that it's about hot peppers and an offer of a profitable exchange. She notes that this proposal scares her a little, as it seems extremely realistic. Charlie asks how much pepper they collected, to which the girl replies that there are more than 1,000 kyogas. Charlie is sad that the result was so small, as he expected to receive a much larger batch. However, he states that she must leave him to explore the previously agreed-upon terms of exchange that he had set. He also states that they must roast these peppers before transporting them so that they are in marketable condition. Immediately after this, he turns around and asks everyone to prepare food, noting that there will only be enough for those who are the fastest. Cindy feels a little embarrassed because she didn't expect Charlie to be so accommodating, and to immediately decide everything on his own. Charlie notices that Cindy is still standing there, but doesn't understand why she decided to stay. He mentally assumes that she doesn't want to leave because she wants to talk to him, although he doesn't have much time right now. After this, he politely invites her to go to his room, declaring that he has composed new poems that he can show her. Cindy doesn't respond to this proposal, after which she quickly turns around and runs off in an unknown direction. Charlie wonders if it's because she doesn't like poetry and decides to suggest something else next time. The robbers standing near the notices notice an upset Cindy and ask what happened. They assume that Charlie is the cause of her upset and advise her not to take things too seriously. Cindy continues to run away without saying a word or engaging in conversation with anyone. In fact, she is very happy about what happened and reflects on the fact that now the fortress will not starve in the winter. The robbers look at her in surprise and think that Charlie probably said something offensive to her. A few days later, several more strongholds that grew hot peppers come to him to discuss it. They climb up the mountain in anger, but each of them comes down confused, and then returns to his place and dries the pepper. Sylvia had already negotiated a price with the traveling merchants, according to which a basket of pepper would be paid for with a basket of wheat. Charlie realizes that this is a very profitable deal, and now all that remains is to wait for the harvest of the planted peppers. He also remembers that right now Luke is working on suppressing Donald's consciousness through constant exercises. According to Luke, who is watching closely, the first results are already appearing, and Donald is becoming calmer. A few days later, the construction is finally completed, and Charlie shows off his incredibly beautiful fortress to the world. Thanks to trade contacts with Sylvia, the supply of medicinal herbs is constantly increasing, which improves the quality of treatment. The system congratulates the protagonist on the completion of the infirmary and rewards him with a book on medicine. Charlie studies the book carefully, realizing that it will be useful in making Luke an even better healer. Afterwards, he hands it over personally to Luke, wondering if he should then heal the Emperor. The amount of pepper in the mountains becomes so great that its aroma spreads throughout absolutely all the ridges. Harry goes out for a walk, and almost immediately begins to smell a wonderful scent that attracts him. Stephen runs up to his brother and asks if he has heard the latest news that everyone has been calling back recently. Harry says he knows full well that Hama's fortress is once again up to some strange trick. Stephen looks at him with interest and asks if he thinks it's true or not. Gary speculates that the yield per foot of pepper is more than 10 times that of other crops. Stephen reminds us that the fortress also contains hundreds of kilograms of pepper that can be used. Harry says he won't stop him, but advises him to be careful not to get cheated. He also reminds that he previously did not allow planting peppers, but now he is giving the opportunity to see for himself that he was right. After some time, Stephen loads a whole cart with sacks of pepper and heads towards the fortress of Hama. The robbers watching him are surprised and note that they have never heard of anyone planting pepper. Steven explains that he wasn't doing this for profit and simply wants to expose the insidious scheme with a trick. He adds that now they need to make hot peppers, and if they can't exchange them for grain, he'll see how they make up for it. The doubting bandits begin to smile, noting that this is a very clever idea, and wish him luck. Steven says he wants everyone to come up the mountain with him and watch Charlie come down. Mel notices that a lot of people have come here and assumes that they want to take over the fortress. But Charlie remains calm. Steven turns to the commander and explains that they have come to make the exchange as agreed. Mel nods and checks the bags of pepper, hoping they are in good condition. After a while, he notes with some sadness that the pepper does not look like anyone dried it. Steven begins to get indignant, noting that he shouldn't be cooking peppers for others, hoping this is a chance to expose him. Charlie points out that there's still a bit of pepper here, so they might as well make some concessions since they can dry it themselves. Mel orders his servants to unload the goods in order to deliver the grain to Steven at the agreed rate. Steven looks at him in surprise and wonders what this all means, after which Mel declares that he intends to follow the agreement. After this, the henchmen grab the grain and carefully exchange it with Steven's men at the specified rate. Steven and the other bandits watch what is happening with incredible surprise and try to understand how this is even possible. Immediately after this, Steven begins to face questions from the other robbers under his protection. They accuse him of violating the ban on planting peppers in order to enrich himself illegally. Steven explains that this is just a forced action, since others clearly do not have enough grain. He notes that they planted little pepper, and he only produced 100 kilograms of grain because others did not have enough. Meanwhile, Charlie notices the approaching cart, realizing that these are other robbers. In this wagon sits Cindy, surrounded by her loyal supporters who ensure the safety of the caravan. Charlie notices that Master Cindy has arrived and demands that the sacks of pepper be unloaded and exchanged for grain at the specified rate. The robbers again begin to accuse Steven of dishonesty, claiming that a mistake had occurred. Cindy, a female bandit from the gang, comments that Master Charlie looks great and seems incredibly sweet to them. They ask him why he didn't come to their fortress, since many would like to meet him. Cindy approaches her sisters, informing them that she wants to discuss business matters with Charlie, and asks them to disperse. She asks if she can leave the cargo in storage, and Charlie says he doesn't see the point. Cindy explains with a smile that if they take everything now, they simply won't be able to hold the fortress's defense. Charlie examines the cart and realizes that there is indeed a large amount of pepper, so they simply cannot carry that much grain. Smiling, he suggests that she take some of the grain, and for the rest he will write a receipt to give to her later. Cindy nods with a smile, noting that she is happy to do business with Charlie, and then goes about her business. That same evening, Steven returns to his fortress, loudly calling to his brother, telling him that he has good news. Gary asks what happened, because he came back with the same number of bags he left with. Steven takes out a knife and pierces one of the sacks, revealing wheat spilling out. Harry looks at him in surprise and wonders how he managed to exchange all this. Steven explains that this is not a cheat, as they have no advantage over others. Steven says Cindy traded even more, adding that she received several hundred kilograms of grain. Suddenly they hear a stream of insults that continues for quite a long time. Harry and Steven are amazed at the liberties that a simple robber can take. The commandant begins to get angry and wonders who dared to behave like this in his fortress. Steven tries to prevent bloodshed and stops his brother, explaining that they need to remain calm. Other people gather at the sounds of endless swearing, trying to understand what is going on here. It turns out that these are disgruntled peasants who were previously forbidden to plant peppers, and now they are left with nothing. Harry and Steven decide to go to the cliff that night to think about their actions and change their strategy. Harry notes that these people didn't plant the peppers themselves, but came to scold them as if they were to blame. Steven admits that he himself considered this unreliable, so he ordered the peasants not to plant anything. After some time, the time comes to exchange pepper for wheat. Charlie and the traveling merchant meet everyone at the foot of the mountain to make the process as safe as possible. Ultimately, the exchange took place at a rate of 10 to 1, where 10 kilograms of grain were exchanged for 1 kilogram of pepper. On that day, many fortresses sent spies, and everyone saw carts with grain pulling towards the fortresses. That same day, Charlie and Sylvia exchanged messages regarding their ongoing business relationship. Sylvia reports that things are going well, and she is even thinking about opening another establishment. Charlie is surprised at how quickly she's progressing and assumes it's all down to her business acumen. Given her message, he realizes that such abilities make her a very useful ally. The system informs them that he has completed the third stage of the princess kidnapping mission and has received a lottery ticket. Charlie decides to play the lottery ticket, and the system orders the lottery machine to appear again. This time, the machine starts without physical assistance, shooting out a small ball with a book inside. The book is very rare and is an effective guide for exploratory research. However, now the hero must solve a problem that arose literally this morning. A huge number of people come to the gates of the fortress, declaring that they are here to help plant peppers. They claim that they thought it was a great idea all along, but they were constantly thwarted. Mel tries to calm them down, explaining that the time for planting the soil has already passed, and they will have to wait until the beginning of spring next year. After this, the peasants leave, asking not to forget about them next year and promising to work hard. Meanwhile, Charlie decides to go for a walk in the company of Carmine, to at least take a little rest from important matters. Looking at the sky and the falling leaves, he understands that winter will soon come to these mountains, and survival will become much more difficult. Carmine begins to cringe and suddenly sneezes, attracting the protagonist's attention. He asks her if she is cold, to which the girl replies that she has indeed become much colder. Charlie states that in that case, we need to go to his office to place an order for winter clothes. That same evening, he comes to Donnell and asks why he looks so bad, offering to bring him a blanket. Donnell wonders when he is going to stop torturing him with torture and horrific mental experiments. Charlie explains that such torture is at odds with their principles of treating prisoners well. Donnell says he wishes a normal person would talk to him to make him feel alive. Charlie chuckles, thinking that back then, Luke could even recruit the strongest warriors. He decides to postpone mercy for now and finds that Luke has already come to talk to him. Charlie praises him for the work he has done, and encourages him to continue working just as hard. Luke nods silently and heads towards the cage where Donnell is, scaring him to death again. Donnell understands that he cannot continue at this rate, and that a very cruel death awaits him within these walls. He begins to scream loudly and beg for mercy, declaring that he no longer wants to see Luke before his eyes. The next day, the action moves to the training ground, where the young Master Guyver is resting. Charlie asks him why he and his brothers didn't practice martial arts as much. Guyver explains that his older brother said that when a martial artist goes into battle, he only fights one person. He adds that he learned to defeat tens of thousands of enemies instead, but Charlie doesn't understand such arguments. Charlie asks how long he has been studying and if he knows how to defend himself well in case of any problem. Guyver notes that it's hard for him to admit it, but right now he doesn't have a single mentor. Charlie hands him the book, noting that it might be useful for learning basic techniques. Guyver accepts the gift with interest and begins to carefully study the book, trying to understand its meaning. Charlie asks if he can read, adding that he can provide a tutor if needed, but Guyver states that he can. He also notes that the book contains information about sword fights, and regrets that there is nothing about horseback fighting. After this, Guyver slams the book shut and wonders how the master was able to obtain such a high-quality manual. Charlie asks if he knows the martial arts he uses, and Guyver replies that it is legendary. Charlie smiles, noting that the Celestials have given him the 64 paths of the axe, which will allow them to win. Guyver points out that if a martial artist is better than a book, then there's no point in the book. He also states that the book is too simple, which leaves Charlie quite surprised. The system reports that the young man is incredibly gifted and is capable of grasping the essence of martial arts in an instant. Charlie reflects that this is a very unfair advantage, and he had no idea how strong this man was. He also does not understand how he managed to do this and begins to get irritated, since he does not tolerate competition. Charlie states that if Guyver is so capable, he should be training other people instead of Manny, but Guyver asks for something more challenging. Charlie feels an inexplicable desire to stop talking to this man and leaves him. After this, one of his subordinates comes up to him and tells him that something happened, and he doesn't know whether to tell them about it or not. Charlie explains that unless it's urgent, he doesn't need to know about it, but the robber insists that it's very important. After this, he passes on information to him, but what exactly they talk about remains a secret. Charlie says that he understands everything perfectly, after which he lets the robber go about his business, but he looks worried. That night, Michael comes to the grave of an elder who was buried with full honors. He falls to his knees before the grave and feels the rage begin to fill his body with renewed vigor. He notes that his family fully reflected the pride they felt after becoming generals. Michael can't accept the fact that these people are now even proud to consider themselves mountain bandits. He angrily declares that the whole family and even the young mistress have become the slave of the robber who bought them. Michael's selfish feelings lead him to reflect that if it weren't for Charlie, he would have achieved much more. He considers his main trophy to be Carmine's affection, which is now almost completely lost, because, in his opinion, she has found herself Charlie. Unable to cope with the hardships of life, he begins to grab weapons, declaring that he will deal with them. He calls the family that betrayed him dirty bastards who deserve to die with the bandits. He strikes one blow after another, not realizing what is in front of him, in the hope of quenching his rage at least somehow. He declares that he can kill absolutely everyone, but suddenly an image of Carmine appears in his head. He hits this image many times, thinking that she is a little brat who has betrayed herself and him. Whirling in a murderous dance, striking blow after blow, he claims that he will kill all the abominations in this area. After a while, he finally calms down and discovers that his sword has simply broken due to these blows. Suddenly, people in dark hoods appear behind him, claiming that it was a very good show. Michael turns around and tries to figure out what these people are doing here, hoping that they won't hurt him. A masked stranger asks if he really intends to take out his resentment only on dead things that don't breathe. Michael frowns, realizing he's been caught in a bad mood, and realizes there's a fight coming. However, instead, the robber hands him an amulet, saying that if he is in despair, he can unlock his hidden abilities. Afterwards, he throws him the decoration, noting that Michael can find a place among the northern barbarians. Another masked stranger calls him a pathetic person who is not worth taking on. They do not utter another word and leave silently, leaving Michael a small medallion as a talisman. Michael understands that just before him were the northern barbarians who once attacked this empire a long time ago. By picking up the amulet, he mentally sends his soul on a journey into evil, from which there is no turning back. After this, he carefully makes his way to the fortress, trying to slip past the guards and not attract attention. He opens the barn and carefully examines the large amount of food that has accumulated here. He walks on, noticing the huge number of sacks of grain that are here. After this, he takes out some straw to set it on fire, starting a great fire in the fortress. He hopes that he will be able to set everything on fire so that nothing remains in this damned place. He casts a curse on all the inhabitants who decided to take refuge here, when suddenly someone intervenes. Charlie advises that if Michael can't handle the fire, he can borrow a torch, as he has plenty of them. Immediately after this, she orders the guards to guard the gates so that the thieves cannot escape under any pretext. Michael feels an unquenchable rage, and understands that he needs to deal with this scoundrel to prevent consequences. He rushes forward and calls out the name of his opponent, claiming that he will now definitely kill him. Charlie quickly grabs the sword, and warns that anyone who gets stuck nearby is setting themselves up for a cruel death. Michael remembers that last time he knocked him down with half a punch, but now he has become much stronger in a short time. There isn't much difference between them now, as Charlie manages to block all of his attacks. Michael decides to use the Lee family's skill called Chaotic Wind, but it doesn't work. Charlie jumps to the side to put some distance between them, realizing it was very close. Manny takes a few steps forward, explaining that the master doesn't need to bother, and that he'll deal with this rat himself. Michael tries to resist the great warrior, but his luck runs out in a matter of seconds. This time he receives serious damage, causing blood to spray out of his mouth. Internal bleeding isn't Michael's only problem, but he's thinking about what will kill them all in the future. His determination allows him to hold out for a while longer, and he understands that he must survive at any cost. He grabs a sack of flour and throws it forward, making a hole in it to create a smokescreen. The guards begin to panic and declare that they must capture this man at any cost and not let him escape. At this point, Michael decides to take advantage of the opportunity and quickly knocks down the door to escape unnoticed. He falls to the ground and hears other people chasing him, claiming that they will deal with him in a particularly cruel way. People depend on food and many of them run for it, but Michael wants to survive despite the guards and hopes to starve everyone to death. It gets so noisy outside that even Donald can't sleep, although usually only a cannon shot can wake him up. During this time, he manages to notice the stubble, but now he is concerned about the question of why it is so noisy outside. Michael continues to hide and discovers that one of his former comrades is looking for him. He realizes that he now has nothing in common with these scoundrels, and rushes forward, using the element of surprise. A loud scream is heard in the fortress, and Cindy notes that it is coming from the dungeon. Charlie realizes that this is very bad news, as Michael might free all the prisoners there. He orders all his comrades to move faster to give this man a chance to release the monsters. Michael managed to get hold of the keys that were in the possession of the guard who was looking for him. As it turned out, he was still merciful and did not kill the man completely, but simply stunned him with a blow to the head. Immediately after this, he heads to the dungeon and opens the door, trying to figure out where he can find the exit. Donnell looks at him carefully and wonders if Michael has come to finish him off. Michael explains that he is offering freedom in exchange for Donnell saving his life in this difficult situation. Meanwhile, Charlie and the other guards reach the dungeon to thoroughly examine everything around. One of the guards explains that the man broke in incredibly quickly, so they didn't have time to react. Donnell, moments later, violently kicks down the doors to escape after so many days of confinement. Everyone looks at him in surprise, not believing that he was able to free himself. At one point, Michael becomes the least of the fortress's problems, as the angry giant is not so easy to defeat. Donnell reports that he has managed to escape and now intends to kill his captor. Charlie orders everyone else to disperse so that they don't die in vain fighting this monster. Donald says with a smile that he has studied his opponent's fighting style since last time, and now knows what to do. With these words, he grabs the huge gate and begins to tear it open with the force of his incredibly powerful arms. After this, he loudly declares that they didn't fight last time, but this time everything will be for real. Manny charges at his opponent, declaring that he will fight until his last drop of blood. The two giants begin to fight, and everyone else had better not interfere in this fight if they want to stay alive. Manny attempts to attack, taking advantage of the fact that his spear poses more of a threat. Donald jumps aside and manages to survive the deadly precise attack. After this, he tries to counterattack with a giant door, but this also fails. Nevertheless, the thrill of battle gives him incredible pleasure, and a smile spreads across his face. Charlie points out that he has many archers under his command, and that he would be better off surrendering. Manny jumps to the side, after which the archers are ordered to open fire to contain the beast. Donald manages to get his bearings and puts a giant door forward to protect himself. Despite his best efforts, the projectile hits him in the face, leaving serious scars. Donald turns to Michael, who has been hiding nearby all this time, and says that he should follow him. In this way, they gradually retreat to one of the fortress's exits, despite the fact that there is most likely a trap there. The fortress's inhabitants claim that the gates must be closed to prevent him from jumping out. Michael managed to escape the fortress without receiving a single wound, and because of this, he became a burden. Donnell still decides to drag him to the end, since he saved his life when he opened the door of his cell. After some time, they reach a cliff and realize that there is simply nowhere else for them to escape. Charlie catches up with them and explains that there is no hiding from him and asks why Donald refused to join him. Donald states that he has heard enough of this and will not obey him even if he becomes a ghost. Charlie realizes he'll have to bring in the big guns and turns to his best negotiator. Luke's tired voice can be heard in the darkness, saying that he really missed their conversations. Afterwards, he looks at Donald and explains that despite all their nice conversations, they still give him trouble. Donnell is instantly horrified, realizing that this young man is still pursuing him. Charlie notes that this young man can drive even the strongest people to a terrible state. Luke demands that he pay attention and come back so they can discuss everything properly. Donald wonders in his mind what there is to talk about at all if he can no longer see him after these conversations. Realizing that fortune favors only the brave, he grabs his savior by the shoulder and asks him to hold on tight. After this, he turns around and tries to put as much strength and energy as possible into explaining that they are going to jump down. Donald had heard enough from Luke that the fear of death was the weakest of all possible fears for him. Michael starts screaming loudly because he was not prepared for the sudden fall down. The bandits watching this remark that such a height is frightening, and that it is about 100 feet. Luke wonders why everything happened this way, since he never said a single word against him. Charlie states that even if you jump off a cliff like that, you can still survive, so don't get your hopes up. Manny asks if they should organize a search party, to which Charlie states that it is too risky. He also explains that if these people survived, then they are not destined to die, and they will still have the opportunity to talk. After this, they look up at the sky and suddenly notice how beautiful, graceful snowflakes are slowly falling down. This surprises him a little, and he notes that the first snow this year fell a little earlier than usual. The next day he takes a walk with Carmine, explaining that the blessed snow foretells a rich harvest. Smiling, he remarks that this means that the next year will be good, and bring much happiness. Shen asks him what is good about this, explaining that the crops are suffering from drought, as there has been no rain for 6 months. Charlie notes that this sounds like something normal, as droughts don't last forever and can go on for quite a long time. Shen notes that if there was no rain for a whole season and not even 2 rains were observed, it means that God decided to starve people to death. He also states that the seeds have just been sown and that there is now such a snowfall that the crops will freeze to death. Charlie reflects on how this snow seems like an opportunity to get out into the city to get points and get rid of his fear. Without thinking twice, he turns to his advisor and orders Commander Mel to be brought here to make an announcement. After some time, they gather a squad and decide to go to the city to cause some noise there and carry out a couple of acts of sabotage. While they are driving, Charlie decides to read to his friends the poems he wrote recently. Fred notes that he never expected that the master was so talented and could also write poetry. Charlie explains that he was a student of the sages and wanted to do something for the people, but now blames the world for his failures. Fred smiles and says that he too sometimes whiles away the time by brushing across paper to entertain himself. Charlie is surprised that a man who at first glance seemed uncouth to him understands poetry so well. Their journey is quite calm, without any particular problems, which only strengthens their friendly bonds. The system rewards him with another task, according to which he must rob rich families in the city 10 times. Charlie approaches the task carefully and wonders if the operation that happened to the Grand Advisor's family has already been taken into account in advance. After thinking for a while, he realizes that robbing is not a good idea. But when it comes to rich families, things become different. Manny, meanwhile, reports that they will reach the city in about an hour, adding that there is a temple nearby. Charlie agrees with this state of affairs, noting that they need to rest for a day and head to the city at dawn. After some time, they reach the temple and discover that someone has already settled there, which seems strange. Charlie sends Manny there, explaining that he must check if there are any bandits there. The initial check showed no signs of life, so Charlie goes next. He carefully opens the temple gates and finds an empty room with a quickly extinguished fire. Charlie realizes that the bandits are still there and asks them which road they came from. He advises against doing anything rash and against attacking those who come their way, as it will cost them dearly. The fire continues to burn out gradually, while the bandits lying in ambush slowly emerge from the shadows. Almost immediately, Charlie hears familiar voices calling him by name and asking what he is doing there. Taking a closer look, he realizes that Steven is standing in front of him, surrounded by his comrades, who have already prepared their weapons. After greeting each other, they light a fire and begin to discuss the reasons why they ended up here. Steven reports that he is very surprised that Master Charlie is not enjoying the serenity of the fortress in such cold weather. Charlie explains that he brought the brothers out to be on guard at all times, and asks what they are doing there. He grins and suggests that the fort has run out of food, but Steven states that they have never had problems with food. Suddenly, one of Steven's gang's scouts anxiously reports that someone has arrived. Steven explains that they need to be on guard and orders everyone to put out the fire so as not to attract attention. Charlie looks closely at the approaching silhouettes and notes that it is someone familiar, so it is better to lower the weapon. These silhouettes belong to Master Cindy and her warrior, who also decided to take a walk that evening. Cindy looks at her comrades a little skeptically and says that she did not expect to see such notorious robbers. After this, they light the fire again and decide to roast the meat using their blades. Manny even hands the protagonist a small bottle of wine, explaining that this will keep him warm. Charlie asks to share with the other brothers and notes that it is a very cold night. Steven looks at the protagonist in surprise and asks what kind of food this is and what the meaning of the dish is. Charlie explains that they bake bread and roast meat because things are tough here. He offers them something to eat, but they politely decline, hinting that they have their own food. After this, he takes out a pot in which he cooks a small stew to keep him warm that night. Charlie looks closely at the dish and realizes that it is a porridge made from flour and other ingredients that are not very high quality or tasty. He asks if this is all they are going to eat while on such a dangerous winter expedition. He suggests that organic food and fiber are very beneficial, but this is not enough to survive here. After this, she turns to her friend and asks if he would like to have a drink with them. She also recommends eating more meat and drinking more wine to keep warm on this difficult night. Steven politely but abruptly declines, explaining that they are already full and will not overstay their welcome. Charlie advises them not to be shy, adding that they are all brothers. Otherwise he will think that they only consider him a friend. Steven notes that he has been having a slight stomach ailment lately, and that such food would be harmful to him. Charlie decides that in this case he will not insist, and will not offer them food anymore. A conversation immediately begins between the robbers, during which they share that they have not eaten normal food for several months. They sadly reflect that at this rate they will soon perish completely, and Steven tries to stop the unrest. Charlie's time is recuperating, and he feels that in just a little while, he will be ready to sleep. Before this, he turns to his advisor and advises him to quickly feed the horses before they go to sleep. Shen goes out into the courtyard, where the other bandits are trying to satisfy their hunger with cakes made from grains. Steven suddenly becomes aware of Shen's presence and watches him closely for a while. After this, he asks what Shen is going to feed these horses, noticing that the bag is large. Shen explains that these are black bean cakes that he plans to feed to animals that eat scraps. Steven and the other robbers, who had been eating these very cakes, stand still for a moment, unable to believe it. The next day, 3 groups send their men into the city to scout out the area for robbery. At this time, only Charlie, Cindy, and Steven remain, as they are the leaders of their groups. Cindy asks why they are just sitting there and suggests playing dice to pass the time. Steven agrees to play, as he hasn't tried his luck in such games for a long time. Charlie wonders why they are so happy, since they may not have the money to pay off their losses. Cindy comes closer to Charlie and explains that if she loses, she won't be able to pay the rest of the money. She adds that otherwise she might pay him back with her body. Charlie laughs and declares that if he loses, he will have to pay her back somehow too. Steven clears his throat loudly, reminding him that he is still here. They end up making a bet on wine, and whoever wins has to drink a small glass of wine. Cindy gets drunk pretty quickly, as she's been incredibly lucky today, despite everything. Charlie reflects on how he lost completely and hopes they won't be upset with him. The next evening, the patrol returns, and Charlie offers them some wine to warm up. Shen reports that they spent the entire day driving around the city, making a topographic map to avoid getting lost. Charlie looks at the map and notes that it is very well done, and he did not expect such a result. Shen explains that it was not he who drew it, but Lin, and adds that he is not used to holding anything other than a spear in his hand. Charlie is wondering who could have drawn such a good map when someone raises their hand. Fred reveals that it was him, surprising Charlie, who didn't expect Fred to be a good artist. Fred recalls that he used to be interested in drawing and says that his father wanted to send him to art school. Charlie praises him and reflects on how the route is almost determined and the goal is set in as much detail as possible. Smiling, he feels an incredible excitement about the upcoming robbery and hopes that it will begin soon. Over the next few days, the people of Hama Fortress were so busy that they had little time to sleep. Stephen wonders what their purpose is for doing all this, hoping to get at least some answers. Charlie notes that he doesn't share trade secrets when suddenly one of the spies bursts into the monastery. He turns to Stephen and shows him the flyers posted all over the city. The leaflets contain threats that wealthy families must give away their wealth or face death. Charlie explains that they have been posting flyers all night, after which he is asked if he wants to rob the entire town. Charlie smiles and states that there is no point in exaggerating his merits, as he is too cautious for that. He adds that his goal is not about money, but about gaining a lot of fame. Meanwhile, the barbarians in the city are wondering where this Toad King comes from. One of them states that he recognizes that it was a group of mountain bandits from a nearby mountain who defeat 1,000 soldiers. One of the barbarians says that these warriors should be considered elite soldiers, and this mountain bandit arouses his great interest. Charlie, suddenly appearing behind them, informs them that they don't know how things are here, so there's no need to chat. The barbarians quickly stand up, and one of them becomes furious at such disrespectful treatment. The leader asks him why the young master speaks for the mountain bandits, and Charlie states that they don't like rumors. After this, he notes that everyone says that the king of the toads is very handsome, and the leader of the barbarians replies that he hears something different. Charlie replies that these are all rumors, so it is natural that some people hear false rumors, and some hear true ones. The barbarian leader says that the young gentleman speaks with enough confidence, as if he had seen the king of the toads. Charlie says that he has been a long-time admirer of this figure, to which the barbarian replies that he hopes to see him himself. After this he leaves, saying that he is almost certain that he will soon have a chance to meet him. Shen keeps a close eye on these people and wonders who they are, assuming that they are big shots. Charlie assumes that these people are from a clan of northern barbarians, and that their social status is quite high. Shen asks him how he knew this, to which Charlie replies that this is exactly the kind of information the gods give him, along with other gifts. After some time, they decide to take a walk around the evening city to further explore the situation. They come to the palace of one of the wealthy families, where a wedding is about to take place at that moment. Shen says that this family is so large that they can afford a palace, and that all the descendants of their line are officials. Luke wearily says that chaos reigns in the city now, since previously only the city leader could own the palace. Charlie suggests going inside, adding that it would be better to send Manny there, but Shen is afraid that he will be captured. Charlie says the bounty on his head is definitely higher than it was 6 months ago, and now everyone has forgotten about it. Shen enters the banquet and begins to eat like a beast, as he has become very hungry during this foray. Charlie says he eats like they have nothing at home, and admits that sometimes it's hard for him to watch his behavior. The people at the banquet notice Charlie and his companions, and wonder who they are. Charlie rudely asks them why he even cares, causing them to instantly shut up. Luke looks around carefully and suddenly hears loud words that the bride and groom are finally arriving here. After this, everyone turns their attention to the richly dressed man and woman, but the bride hides her face with a veil. Charlie watches them with interest, wondering if the bride is beautiful. Suddenly, a young man bursts into the wedding ceremony and says that everyone must stop. He loudly declares that this wedding is illegal and that they have no right to get married. The woman immediately flinches and turns towards him, sadly calling him by the name Sam, and there is a hint of desperation in her voice. The guests wonder who it is, and those more knowledgeable fill them in on the details of what happened. They say that Sam is the brother of the groom who enters into a marriage contract with the bride, but then a terrible event occurs. Sam continues to protest while Charlie learns that his brother's family is forcing his wife to marry him. The marriage is concluded in the presence of 3 matchmakers and 6 witnesses, and at that time, it is an important legal document. Sam tries to prevent his wife Selena's wedding, but his brother orders the servants to throw the scoundrel out. The servants immediately pounce on him, and he tries to fight them off, claiming that they have no right to touch him. The angry servants realize that this man can only be spoken to in the language of pain, and they try to beat him. They immediately slam his head into the asphalt, causing his face to quickly turn into a sad sight. Sam curses his brother Dean, saying that he pretends to be close to him, but forces Selena to marry him. Selena looks sadly at her true lover, and hopes that nothing happens to him. Dean notices this and becomes angry, wondering why she is suddenly crying. The realization that her feelings for him are insincere infuriates him, and he says that Sam needs to be beaten as hard as possible. He also states that after his death he should be thrown into a mass grave outside the city so that no one will find him. The servants carry out his order with frightening joy and begin to beat the unfortunate man with all their might. Sam calls them all scum, but he is too weak to stand up for himself. After forcing him to the ground, they also take away his marriage contract, which is his only hope of salvation. Dean takes a stick and explains that if he is trying to steal his bride, he deserves to be punished. He also accuses him of being too weak to hold on to a woman, and therefore must bear the consequences. Sam no longer has the strength to resist, and understands that he will not be able to dodge the blow. The powerful blow from the stick is so strong that it sends him flying and crashing into the wooden furniture. Selena immediately runs to him to help at least partially, but she doesn't succeed as people grab her. Sam opens his eyes briefly to see the servants talking about burning the dark contract. He also watches other people leave, noting that it all seems very sad to him. Sam turns to his wife in his thoughts and realizes that he was unable to prevent the terrible ceremony. After some time, he suddenly notices a young man approaching him, who examines him carefully. He also hears a previously unfamiliar voice asking if he is conscious. Charlie kneels down in front of the beaten young man and asks him if he believes in justice. After that, he smiles and goes over to one of the tables to grab it tighter by the corner. Gathering his strength, he quickly overturns the table to break the dishes and attract attention to himself. After this, he menacingly declares that the fortress of Hama is here, and today they have come to take away the property of this family. Luke sadly notes that he is still not full, but now he will not be able to pick up food from the floor. All those not involved understand that these are mountain bandits and decide to retreat, as a massacre will begin. Our heroes find themselves surrounded, but this is not enough to break their fighting spirit. Dean orders his servants to rush forward to seize the villains and give them a good beating. Shen carefully counts the number of opponents and says that apparently there are quite a lot of enemies here. Charlie realizes it's time to bring out the big guns and quickly calls out to Manny to come help. Manny had been nearby the whole time in the company of Lin and Fred, and was not worried about what was happening. Upon hearing the command, he immediately throws the table aside and rushes forward to destroy the enemies. He shouts loudly, ordering his enemies to get out of the way, sensing that they are not offering any resistance. Despite numerous orders to stop him, people are unable to do anything. Manny acts on his own and only frightens the others even more. He grabs one of the servants to use as a living projectile and rushes towards Dean. Dean doesn't have time to react in time and becomes a victim of the giant, who grabs him by the throat. A few more moments later, it seemed like everything was over, when suddenly an unknown old man orders everyone to stop. The head of the family turns to Charlie and explains that they hold no grudge against him, adding that he is ready to pay for his son's life. Charlie states that he doesn't care about their attitude, since he forcibly took the woman and now takes this house. He also notes that he only has himself to blame, since today the great king is taking away his son's wife. The head of the family declares that if Charlie likes this woman, then he can take her for himself, because he only wants his son to live. Charlie reflects that this could cause problems, as he is not interested in everything, but only in a specific goal. However, looking at the old man, he assumes that as soon as he leaves, the girl will again become the object of anger. After this, he comes closer and lifts her veil to take a closer look. He declares that she is a beautiful girl, worthy of two men fighting over her, and adds that he is taking her. Charlie orders his comrades to take his wife and new fiancé into slavery, after which he successfully leaves. As they walk through the streets, they discuss using a secret passage to catch up with the fugitives. The guards, as always, arrive late but still try to catch up with them, ordering them to stop and surrender. The heroes have to hurry to escape from the stern guards in time. After some time, they leave the city walls, and now they need to find the horses, which should have been somewhere here. Charlie claims to remember where the horses were left, but discovers that they are missing. He angrily wonders what is going on and where the horses have gone. Looking around the area, he comes to the conclusion that there are no horses, and that they have disappeared somewhere on their own. Charlie notes that he let his guard down, which is why someone decided to rob him, adding that there will be no mercy. Shen wonders if someone passing by could just take the horses, but Charlie doubts it. He angrily declares that everything points to the fact that someone has decided to plot against him and try to betray him. Shen notes that the sun is already close, so they must come up with something to avoid attracting attention. Charlie says that Cindy is in the city right now, so they need to leave the hostages with her. Instead of taking action, They move to a land community near the main areas of the city, where they find shelter. Luke explains that his idea is brilliant because last night they searched outside the city, but found nothing. Charlie notes that they won't be able to get out of the city now, and Shen states that he still doesn't understand who could have betrayed them. He suggests that Steven is likely behind this, and Charlie notes that he hasn't ruled it out. In anger, he declares that as soon as he finds the culprit, he will beat him to death, when suddenly Luke calms him down. Charlie says he can't calm down because someone stole his axe, which was tied to the horses. At a distance of about 15 kilometers from the city, there was a group of northern barbarians. They explain that the villains will never guess that it was they who collected the horses and can now escape. The barbarians laugh and taste the wine, noting that it is incredibly strong and tasty. One of the barbarians approaches the prince and remarks that the axe looks good, asking permission to take it. In response, one of the comrades declares that he was the first to set his sights on the axe, so it will go only to him. The barbarian engages in friendly competition with his friend, asking if he really wants to compete. Another barbarian asks what is going on, assuming that his comrade will simply chicken out and refuse a fair fight. The remaining barbarians realize that the fight will be impressive and begin to egg the participants on. The fight turns out to be spectacular, and the observing principal watches what is happening with interest. He advises the participants to calm down and notes that if they want an axe, they should know that it weighs more than 50 kilograms. He watches the barbarians' physical form with interest and wonders if they can lift an axe even together. After this, he declares that everyone can take one spear for themselves, and the axe will be used by the other owner. The barbarian prince picks up the axe and says that it will now be his new favorite toy. He decides to test the incredible power of the axe and approaches a nearby tree. He swings and delivers a crushing blow that leaves the tree no chance. A few moments later, the tree is cut through as if it were incredibly thin. The barbarian prince remains delighted with the sharpness of the axe and continues to hold it tightly in his hands. Looking at this weapon, he says that it is an excellent thing and decides to give it an appropriate name. A snowstorm comes and he decides to name it the Squall Axe. The barbarians turn to the Prince of the North and ask what will happen to them, to which he replies that there is no need to rush. He also says that this land is full of wine, weapons, and gentle women who can be captured. He notes that the tribe's troops are already on the way, so they need to blend in with the crowd and plunder the city. Meanwhile, Charlie and his crew spend difficult nights in the city, feeling the cold creeping up on them. Manny says that they cannot retreat even if the wind gets stronger, since they must rob other families. After this, they share the intelligence they have gained by blending into the crowd and identify the next target. Luke and Lin support this decision, noting that they will follow the master to the end. Charlie asks Shen to stay outside so they can split up after the operation is over and move on to the next house. Charlie says the more discretion the better, as it will allow them to leave the city unnoticed. Manny decides to use his strength to climb one of the walls. He looks around carefully to get a complete picture of the situation. Charlie approaches his friend and notes that he is unlikely to be able to climb to such a height on his own. After they secretly enter the territory, Lin asks where exactly they need to go. Charlie states that their target is the old rich man's house, as he still has his eye on young girls. In a small house there is a girl and a man who look quite young and are chatting happily. The girl asks the man to dim the light so that no one will notice them at the moment. The man notes that there is no need to be afraid, since the old man is not here and no one is watching them. The woman says that she likes brave men and robbers, and adds that he is very brave. Charlie tries with incredible strength to knock down the door in order to get inside in time. Once in the room, he orders no one to move and carefully examines the room. He proudly declares that the fortress of Hama has been chosen to carry out justice, and watches the reactions of those present. In front of him is a simple young man next to a young girl, and this does not look like the goal they are looking for. Seeing the girl, they wonder if she is really 14 years old, or if they have the wrong address. Charlie quickly clears his throat and says that even though they are bandits, they need to maintain decorum. After this, he asks who they are, and the men immediately give in, explaining that they pose no threat. Charlie states that he is looking for an advisor, to which the girl replies that the great advisor is her father. After this, Charlie turns his attention to the woman and realizes that she is definitely over 14 years old. The girl shyly says that she is the advisor's third concubine. Charlie is confused for a while, trying to figure out what's going on here, because it's a real mess. They begin to confer and realize that they were breaking into the wrong house, but decide to act with the people who are there. After this, they go to the hostages, asking them to behave calmly and not to twitch. Then they decide to create panic throughout the entire palace. To do this, they use the simplest means, since the buildings from that era are made of wood and burn easily. Rumors spread quickly throughout the palace due to the sounds of the fire, in order to at least partially eliminate the threat. However, The sight they see makes those present freeze for a moment in horror and incomprehension of what is happening here. They find that the young master and the third concubine are in a suspended state, and someone has put them in a sack. Along with the bag are 2 tablets which state that robbers rob the rich and give the money to the poor. For some reason, they also painted the faces of these innocent people, and then disappeared. Immediately after this, they choose another family as a target, the plunder of which added quite a few fear points. After this, they set out to rob another rich family who refused to distribute their wealth to the poor. Gradually, almost the entire city is engulfed in flames, which will certainly result in a large number of deaths. Charlie and his team decide to take advantage of the chaos to escape the city in time without attracting attention. Charlie creates a huge mess in the city, hoping to use the chaos to escape, but it doesn't work. A group of 6 people is too large to leave unnoticed, and anyone following the tracks in the snow could find them. The barbarian prince carefully observes what is happening in the city and comes across advertisements, finding them interesting. Meanwhile, the heroes find themselves in a small house, where they lick their wounds and rest after a serious adventure. Shen notes that he met an acquaintance on the street who said that they could hide in this house for a few days. Charlie recognizes the man as the wounded Sam and asks if this is a safe way out of the situation. Shen reports that almost no one lives in the house, so they are unlikely to catch anyone's eye. Sam says that Charlie saved him last time, so he will never betray him and guarantees his safety. Charlie agrees with this proposal, adding that for now they need to hide in the house to wait out the commotion. Night falls, and all the robbery participants decide to get some sleep to restore their strength. Charlie is lying on his bed when the system suddenly notifies him that he is continuing to receive fear points. With each passing second, the number of points increases, and this begins to affect the quality of his sleep. Gradually it turns into a real nightmare, which is why he quickly jumps up, looking around. He senses impending trouble and tries to figure out what happened, making a little noise in the process. Manny immediately walks into the room and wonders what happened while Charlie tries to catch his breath. Charlie puts his hand to his forehead and says that he doesn't know yet, but he feels that something terrible has happened. He understands that such a wave of fear points does not bode well, and something needs to be done about it. He turns to Manny and tells him that he should go to sleep, as he will be replacing him on duty. During a sleepless night, he stumbles upon Sam, who orders him to get out of there or he will fight him. Charlie wonders what's going on, and Manny reports that Sam has been acting strange since this morning. Sam continues to threaten and accuse them, claiming that he can handle the mountain bandits and also warning that he may call the guards. Charlie says he's really sleepy while Manny flexes his fists. In a few moments, the loud story of the challenge to a duel comes to a natural end. After a while, he ties Sam up and Charlie asks him if he wants to tell him what's going on. Sam claims that if he is afraid of death, then he studied in vain, and accuses Charlie of destroying his fiancée's entire family. Charlie praises him for his intelligence, noting that he always enjoys talking to an intelligent person. However, the meaning of Sam's second and half sentence suddenly dawns on him, and he asks what it all means. Sam asks if he doesn't know what they've done, and tells him that the entire family was killed last night. He also claims that someone drew a toad sign on the wall in blood and accuses him of not having the right to take justice into his own hands. Shen understands that this is a major setup, and that it was probably fabricated by one of his ill-wishers. Sam says that nothing has been heard from her since they took her, which means she is most likely dead. Charlie asks what the hell they're talking about, since this daughter-in-law already belongs to Dean. Sam clarifies that he was not given the skill of an immortal, since he masters the art of lightning and is omniscient. Sam looks at him with a little irritation and advises him not to say anything strange so as not to get into trouble. Sam asks if he's really innocent, and Charlie says they need to talk about it. After this, Charlie calls a meeting and explains what happened, trying to figure out what can be done. Lin says that someone pretended to be a gang of mountain bandits, but it is still unclear who it could be. Manny suggests it could be Steven and his gang, but Shen insists the mountain bandits wouldn't stoop to such a thing. Fred notes that whoever it is an unknown variable in this situation. Charlie says that whoever these people are, they won't be able to get out of the city after what they did. Charlie states that if they dared to use his name to commit evil, they must be prepared to pay for it with their lives. To do this, they head to different parts of the city to collect some information. In one of the brothels, people begin to argue heatedly about how cruel this Toad King was. Charlie dresses in special clothes to conceal his presence and listens attentively. Frightened people say they are now afraid to go out into the streets, and even more afraid to wait for dawn. One of the girls says that the warrior who can cut off the head of the cursed one will gain access to her body. She also clarifies that their brothel promises free services to this warrior. After some time, panic arises in the city, as another brutal murder has been committed. Guards report that there is chaos at the city's northern gate as a group of horsemen has broken through the gate. One of them cuts a path with the help of a giant axe that once belonged to Charlie. The guards who tried to stop him fall under the blows, and nothing can save them. Frightened people report that these robbers chopped the guards' heads in half with axes. Charlie and Luke come to the criminals, realizing that it was this gang that impersonated them. He angrily notes that these people stole his axe to make themselves look more like the Toad King. After some time, the city sends in real guards to help deal with this danger. At the center of the guard is General Harrison, who understands that the battle will not be easy. The girls standing nearby greet the brave warriors and wish them to be careful. The soldiers and volunteers note that there is no need to worry, as today they will kill these bandits. Charlie watches the crowd and wonders if they are really going to war with so many armed people. They answer him that the king of these people administers justice, and therefore they do not spare any means to carry out such tasks. Luke watches the column and says that they are finally gone, after which they wonder what they should do now. Charlie says they need to leave too, after borrowing horses from Cindy to get his axe back. Meanwhile, a giant army moves forward in the hope of finding the bandits and dealing with them brutally. They reach their goal quite quickly, but their opponents are not mountain bandits at all. A large number of barbarians run out to meet them, already preparing to profit properly. One of them asks the prince if their reinforcements will arrive here to help in the battle. The barbarian prince reports that reinforcements should arrive today, and they will only need to wait for the third wave. He adds with a smile that these opponents need to be brought closer to add drama. The proud barbarian grabs his weapon and declares that this will be the best battle of his life. After this, he carefully watches his opponents, counting their every step and waiting for an opportunity to shoot. When he is only 300 steps away from his target, he quickly takes off his bow and carefully aims to take the shot. After a few moments, he releases the bowstring, sending the arrow into free flight. The shot turns out to be surprisingly accurate, and one of the soldiers immediately falls dead, having received a mortal wound. Nearby peasants lose their fighting spirit when they see a man die in war. Barbarians live this way, so such bloodshed is normal for them. They rush forward, firing their bows to hit as many infantry as possible. If you draw a bow hundreds of steps, you can truly take a life with one arrow. Harrison tries to command the army, noting that they must not lose control of their best soldiers. Having carefully assessed the situation, he realizes that he is not fighting mountain bandits, but a tribe of barbarians. Meanwhile, reinforcements arrive and prepare to surround the Liberation Army. The prince of the northern barbarians declares that with this spoils, they will be able to have a good time. Harrison looks carefully at the threatening crowd of barbarians he must fight and tries to figure out what to do next. One of the common soldiers rides forward and announces that he challenges his opponent to a duel in order to cut off his head. The soldiers respond by declaring that their challenger will kill the barbarian in the name of the people and approve the challenge to a duel. The two riders quickly find themselves next to each other and raise their spears to fight. Their skill turns out to be approximately equal, so it is not possible to immediately identify the winner. The battle continues, but the barbarian feels more confident, as he has spent more time in combat. At a certain point, the soldier gains a slight advantage and prepares to punch the barbarian in the head. However, the barbarian jumps off his horse to perform a powerful maneuver. He flips in the air and delivers a powerful blow that pierces the soldier's body. Such a blow turns out to be fatal, since no doctor can restore a person after this. The soldier's morale drops even further because they had relied too much on this man. The satisfied barbarian wonders who is next, and hopes that the next opponents will be more skilled. This man fought for 3 and won a number of victories, but in the end, he was forced to hang up his sword. However, immediately after this, the prince of the northern barbarians took his side, continuing his streak of victories. The prince of the northern barbarians always enters battle alone and remains unyielding, and his iron axe gives him incredible strength. Harrison realizes that the axe once belonged to Charlie, but they are not allies, although there may have been collusion. After thinking for a while, he begins to guess what kind of barbarian is in front of him, and realizes that he is in serious trouble. He assumes that if others call him a prince, it is the northern wolf in his own personality. Having read his opponent's thoughts, the barbarian smiles and confirms that he is indeed the barbarian prince. When it comes to horseback battles, the riding skills of these tribes are unmatched, as they always live in combat conditions. After the invasion of these bandits, fear spreads among the army soldiers like a plague. Some even come up with a saying that 10,000 warriors will not be able to stop this tribe of barbarians. However, it is better to see once than to hear 100 times, and now the young prince personally goes out onto the battlefield and kills 11 people. All volunteers lose confidence from fear and are reluctant to engage in battle, as they know how it will end. Harrison realizes there is no other way out and takes up the challenge himself, rushing forward. The barbarian king is overjoyed, as he has always dreamed of fighting such a formidable opponent. Their fight begins with lightning speed. and any mistake can cost their lives, so everyone gives it their all. Harrison is indeed a skilled warrior, and he makes the prince work hard, denying him the right to an easy victory. However, this does not mean that the prince was a self-confident slacker, since he was very good at fighting. Harrison almost immediately feels intense pressure from the barbarian and is forced to focus solely on defense. Eventually, the axe proves so powerful that it transfers its momentum even if it misses. Harrison continues to fight, but after a while he is knocked down by a powerful blow from his horse. The prince of the northern barbarians stands proudly before him, while Harrison realizes that these bandits are extremely powerful. The barbarian raises his hand haughtily and says that this was the most boring battle of his life, and he expected more. After this, he orders his opponent to die immediately, so as not to irritate him anymore. Harrison watches the approaching axe closely, wondering if the enemy is truly prepared to kill him here. However, the deadly action is interrupted by a loud cry that addresses the prince of the northern barbarians by name. The barbarian immediately stops his hand, and Harrison can only thank God for the arrival of help at that moment. The barbarian looks at the approaching enemy in surprise and cannot understand how this man knows him. Charlie now sees what is happening through the system, which is why he only now learns the prince's name. The barbarians report that these are the same mountain bandits who brought them a whole bunch of horses for a snack. Charlie becomes furious and orders his comrade to destroy these villains immediately. Manny gallops forward, assuring that the order will be carried out with maximum efficiency and speed. The barbarian prince senses new amusement and immediately loses interest in his opponent Harrison. Manny gains speed and delivers a powerful blow with his axe, which pierces the enemy's wooden weapon. The barbarians understand that this weapon is unsuitable and too fragile for real combat. Harrison notices this vulnerability and shouts loudly to the great warrior, offering his weapon. After this, he carefully aims and launches the axe towards the wooden shield, which is much stronger. Manny easily catches the axe in mid-air and receives strong support in this difficult fight. Immediately after this, he gives orders to his allies to push back the barbarians as hard as possible. The enemy attacks him and declares that he will show the power of his battle axe, Squall. Manny takes this quite calmly and orders his opponent to die quickly. They stop next to each other and an even more intense duel begins between them. Their horses collide heads, and the animals struggle to withstand the onslaught, trying to help their riders. Manny continues to fight, fails to knock out his opponent, and does not give up his position himself. The horses are gaining speed, making the battle even more difficult given the changed circumstances. Harrison, along with the other soldiers, comes to the conclusion that the axe is indeed impressive. Charlie and his allies watch the proceedings closely, and note that Manny is fighting with dignity. Charlie understands that they are equal in strength, but the prince of the northern barbarians has much superior horsemanship skills. Suddenly, Charlie advises Manny to retreat to save his life and not take risks. Manny turns and runs away, while the barbarian asks him with displeasure why he decided to run away. Smiling, he says that since he received this axe, he has never lost a battle. Fred becomes enraged and declares that he will fight him to make him obey these words. Charlie stops him, after which Shen asks how they should handle this situation. Charlie pauses for a moment to carefully consider his plan of action and make a decision. After some time, he reports that there is no other choice but to fight the enemy himself. His team appreciates this bold and selfless choice and advises him to be careful. Charlie steers his horse towards his opponent and looks down at his ceremonial sword. He asks his opponent if he can withstand his incredible onslaught. The arrogant barbarian king declares that he sees nothing that can resist him. Charlie suddenly raises his voice and asks if the enemy can withstand his onslaught for at least a couple of minutes. The frightened barbarian king asks Charlie what he is up to, believing his menacing appearance. Charlie prepares to land some powerful and well-aimed punches to finish the fight. The barbarian claims that he won't succeed, but Charlie replies that he has the perfect plan for this case. Immediately after this, he uses the system to play the lottery and easily win the fight thanks to luck. He asks the system to send a great general who can destroy the barbarian king in the blink of an eye. The system obeys, activating the slot machine to dispense the desired item and not let the user down. Once Charlie lands a punch, he receives a legendary martial arts book that belongs to the last great general. Charlie realizes that this is not at all what he expected, and decides to immediately change his strategy. The barbarian king looks at his enemy in bewilderment and notices that his hands are starting to shake. He asks what happened, but Charlie doesn't answer that question yet. He desperately tries to figure out how to act in this difficult situation, and a brilliant idea comes to his mind. He says that he wants to defuse the situation, as it has become tense, and asks if the enemy trusts him. The enraged barbarian prince becomes furious, declaring that he will not tolerate such humiliation from a pathetic man. Charlie immediately turns to his comrades and tells them that they need to retreat as quickly as possible. The leader of the northern barbarians declares that he will teach the runt a lesson and sets off in pursuit. Manny advises the master to run, promising to delay the enemy long enough for Charlie to survive. Charlie reassures him that it's all nonsense and promises that they will run away together and come back again. The barbarians, meanwhile, declare that they must follow the prince and destroy this group of losers. The other volunteers run away in fear, and all those fear points go to Charlie. The barbarians spare no one and try to destroy anyone who gets in their way. All people face an unenviable fate, but Charlie's fear points increase significantly. One detachment breaks up the army, and each person is conditionally accumulated in this flow, and the army collapses like a mountain. The warriors of this army turn out to be no better than dogs, and now they need to somehow save themselves by moving west. Charlie wonders why this man continues to stalk him even though he has done nothing to him. Over time, the threat becomes more serious as his horse moves faster. He sees the burning red eyes of the enemy, which are trying to get to him as quickly as possible. Charlie understands that these eyes mean one thing. If the enemy catches up with him, he will kill him in an especially brutal way. The northern barbarian tribe lives in the wilderness and is called by many names, but this does not change their strange nature. When they are not violating the borders of another empire, they simply quarrel with each other, causing civil strife. These tribes are rather tongue-tied, so their quarrels are difficult to understand, and they often cannot agree with each other. They usually beat to within an inch of their lives the one who received the most abuse. Charlie continues to retreat, thinking that if he had taken the time to train a little, he could have won. He also understands that his victory over Donald was pure chance, and does not reflect his fighting skills in any way. He muses that if only he became stronger, it would radically change his approach. He understands that everything would have turned out differently if the man hadn't been chasing him like a dog foaming at the mouth. He feels humiliated while the fear points continue to accumulate rapidly. With every second their number grows, and it gradually reaches a critical point. However, these fear indicators are associated exclusively with the deaths of innocent people who were trying to fight crime. Now their blood and countless deaths are imprinted on the protagonist's mind. He tries to calm himself down, realizing that there is still a chance, and that he simply gave in to panic. Frantically thinking up a plan, he realizes that he needs to meet with a martial arts master who can defeat this scoundrel. Suddenly he turns to face his opponent to test his new skill on him. He looks at it with incredible determination, making the opponent believe that he was following the plan all along. For a few moments the barbarian leader feels fear, and 10 points are transferred to the main character's account. After this, Charlie starts to get angry and wonders why this man is looking at him like that. Because he is in a losing position. To get rid of the unpleasant feeling, he rushes forward, intending to finish off the enemy. Manny rushes forward again, announcing that he will do everything in his power to apprehend this scoundrel. However, the barbarian king is not in the mood and loudly orders that no one disturb him. He brandishes a war axe and orders them not to stand in his way if his miserable life is dear to him. He then makes a quick strike that cuts through everything in its path and hits Manny's horse. Manny realizes that he can no longer move at the same speed and needs to retreat quickly. The barbarian continues to swing his axe, ordering the others to get out of his way and not interfere with him. Charlie continues to run away quickly, hoping to find at least something that will help him. His main hope is that the fear points will reach the required number. The barbarian continues to pursue him, but there is very little time left to complete the mission. Charlie is almost on his way to completing his mission when suddenly his horse is struck by a swift blow. He feels time slowing down, and then finds himself in free flight. At a certain point, the system contacts him to give him the opportunity to get out of trouble. Once his points reach 1 million, he decides to use the general's pedestal skill. The system gives him a special panel, thanks to which he can summon the necessary creature. She calls him a brave warrior and informs him that she has received his request, which is immediately being processed. After this, the system says that the Council of Stars penetrated the hearts of the people of this world and changed it forever. The flow of energy intertwines and forms the silhouette of an unknown man armed with a spear. The system explains that historical heroes are reborn through time and space to change the world. Charlie informs him that he might be killed, so there is no time to listen to animations. The system congratulates him on becoming a first-class commander, but he doesn't get to hear his name. The next moment he falls to the ground and a huge pile of snow rises up next to him due to the severity of the impact. Charlie realizes that the system decided to mock him, since the general simply could not appear. He tries to get up quickly, but cannot stand on his feet due to serious injuries. He also understands that a general cannot fall from the sky and strike the enemy like lightning. Looking at the enemy, he comes to the conclusion that this is most likely the end of his adventures in this world. He wonders if this world is too malicious to cause him to die by his own weapons. The barbarian approaches and uses a battle cry to strike terror into his would-be victim. Charlie looks at his horse and realizes that he treated her badly, even though they spent a lot of time together. He expresses hope that she will help him in a difficult situation, which awakens good memories in her. Because of this, the horse that the barbarian king stole begins to behave violently and rear up. The barbarian does not understand what is happening, and does not have time to tame the proud animal. A few moments later, he finds himself on the ground and hits the snowy ground with a dull thud. The horse rushes towards Charlie, and he immediately jumps on it to get away. The angry barbarian turns to one of his supporters and orders him to give him the horse. Charlie, meanwhile, rushes forward to find a place to meet with the general. After some time, a bridge appears in front of him, on which he sees a mysterious figure slowly approaching him. When he gets close, the figure calls him a brave warrior and decides to ask a question. The young man asks if Charlie has ever seen a gentleman who was indescribably handsome and mannered. Charlie, surprised, turns around, trying to understand who it is and why he addressed him specifically. The young man's face begins to suspiciously remind him of the general that the system showed him. Charlie stops a few dozen steps away from the young man, trying to figure out whether he has stumbled upon that very general. There is an awkward pause between them as the barbarian king continues to rapidly approach. Having received no answer to his questions, the young man calmly turns around and starts walking in the same direction. But Charlie catches up with him. He announces that he is the handsome gentleman he is looking for, and the young man, assessing him with his eyes, looks at him. The young man smiles as if he knows perfectly well that there is a fool in front of him, but does not want to offend him. Charlie looks at him closely and asks if he was really talking about himself all this time when he called himself handsome. The boy remains silent, and Charlie begins to go through the names the system has called, trying to figure out who he is. After a while, the boy explains that his name is so simple that they may never have heard of it. After this, he states that his name is Chuck, and that he came from here, from the district where Vitaly, Luke, Fred, and Guyver live. Charlie is surprised to note that this is indeed one of the most common names he has ever heard. At that moment, Luke and his loyal brothers come to his aid, asking the master not to worry. They joyfully announce that they will rescue him from any trap and defeat any opponent who challenges them. Chuck looks at them in surprise, realizing that he knows these people, when suddenly the prince of the northern barbarians catches up with them. He brandishes an axe and announces that he has finally met this scoundrel who dared to challenge him. Chuck dodges to the side with a slight movement and looks at his opponent with a slightly displeased expression. Charlie is amazed at the grace and ease with which the man dodges the swift and deadly blows. The barbarian looks menacingly at his opponent and orders him to immediately get out of the way, as he is in the way. Chuck makes another dodge without much difficulty. After this, with one easy movement, he tears off his straw clothes so as not to have to disguise himself any longer. After this, he asks the barbarian for forgiveness, explaining that he is preventing him from looking for the right person. The angry robber attacks him, telling him that in that case, he will send him to his father. Charlie turns to Chuck and says that he is giving him the opportunity to finish off this scoundrel. Chuck looks closely at the approaching enemy, but hesitates to follow the protagonist's command. Then Luke steps in, getting close enough to shout to his friend. He orders him to finish off the villain to ensure Charlie's safety. Chuck immediately assumes a fighting stance and prepares to engage his opponent. It turns out that all this time he had been carrying with him a well-camouflaged spear, which would now be used. At this time, the northern bandits finally disperse the volunteer troops, forcing them to flee. The joyful bandits report that their prince is surrounded by mountain bandits, and now they need to get him out of there. They decide to send a few people to meet the troops, while they head to the tower. At this time, Chuck is truly fighting brutally against an opponent who is stronger than all the warriors combined. Chaka's spear is so strong that it can even withstand enemy blows. Chuck reflects on how the punches are heavy and extremely difficult to parry. However, he still relies on his incredible agility and fighting prowess to survive. For a long time he manages to dodge the sweeping blows without receiving a scratch. Chuck reflects that stopping the barbarians is difficult, but there is one good way. He decides to launch himself into the air using a special move to show his strength. The tactical trick of the maneuver is to knock the warrior off his horse before he attacks. At this point they cross weapons, and the outcome of the duel depends on who applies more force. Chuck leans his body on the spear to knock down his opponent. At this moment, the prince of the northern barbarians turns out to be stronger and throws him aside, but this does not go unnoticed. Chuck loses a lot of his attack momentum and has to take a defensive stance. He throws a few punches, which his opponent parries with casual lunges, and realizes that the attack takes time. The formidable barbarian falls into a state of battle rage and can no longer account for his actions. Chuck uses the 100-bird spear skill, and the enemy's attacks seem brutal to him. After that, he uses the phoenix singing skill and notes that all wild beasts have one big flaw. Smiling, he states that these wild animals can become easy prey for an experienced hunter who knows their habits. Immediately after this, he takes off and impresses his opponent with incredible speed. He moves so fast that the air around him begins to ignite, creating a threatening aura. After this, he delivers a powerful blow that smashes all obstacles in his path into pieces. The barbarian tries to recreate the chilling aura, but he only manages to produce a poor imitation of that power. The outcome of the fight is decided, and Chuck delivers a powerful and deadly blow directly to the enemy's body. The barbarians heading to help are greatly surprised by the loss of their dear comrade in arms. Manny and Lin rush forward to deny the enemy the opportunity to retreat. Another battle is looming, which can only end when one side stops showing signs of life. Meanwhile, the prince of the northern barbarians feels that he has seriously miscalculated, but hopes that he can save himself. Chuck makes a powerful lunge back to extract the spear from his opponent's body. Immediately after this, a powerful fiery explosion is created at the point of impact, which strikes the barbarian prince. Once he is sure that the enemy is defeated, he calmly exhales and prepares to regain his strength. Smiling, he notes that now that all the obstacles have been removed, he can continue his search for the right person. Looking at Charlie, he asks why he was surprised, since he is not one of them and was just helping out of politeness. Charlie suggests that first-class people cannot simply join the squad, and that they need to complete a special quest to do so. Chuck suddenly turns to him and asks to borrow his horse, as he wants to help in the battle against the barbarians. He adds that the barbarian prince is not dead yet, so he will soon strike back, and it would be better to finish him off. He also emphasizes that this enemy previously had the opportunity to finish him off, and now it must be used. Meanwhile, the barbarian king watches the smoke disperse in the wind and waits for the moment when he can rush into battle. His rage knows no bounds, but once the smoke clears, he finds Charlie standing in front of him. Chuck climbs onto his horse and advises his comrade to hold on tight and hope for the best. Charlie watches him go, then turns his attention to the enemy standing in front of him. The barbarian shifts his hands to his battle axe and prepares to rush into battle. Charlie understands that his entire life depends on this duel, and places his hand on the hilt of the sword. He decides to attack first and rushes forward, hoping to strike quickly and gain an advantage. The barbarian calls him a bandit bastard, and says that he will send him to the next world for this humiliation. He then delivers a powerful blow that misses Charlie's head by just a few millimeters. Charlie narrowly avoided the blow, jumping to the side and allowing the barbarian to swing his axe at the wooden bridge. After this, he jumps back and, like a fighting crane, prepares to fight the enemy again. The enemy's appearance is truly threatening, but he understands that there is no way to escape here. They cross weapons again, and miraculously he manages to withstand the blow thanks to his incredible inertia. Charlie understands that even if he manages to escape, it will be the end, since he cannot show his back to the beast. He continues to fight, realizing that the only tactic here is a constant offensive. He rushes forward, thinking that he cannot take a single step back and show weakness. The confrontation looks legendary, and shockwaves emanate from their attacks. At certain moments, these waves turn into electrical impulses that can injure fighting warriors. The barbarian cannot believe that they are still looking at him with such a menacing gaze, and tries to kill the main character. Charlie dives for a sharp attack, leaving his opponent no chance to resist. The barbarian prince realizes too late that he has opened up at the wrong moment. Everything happens quickly, and with one blow, Charlie cuts off the barbarian's leading arm, rendering him completely incapable of fighting. Scarlet blood spills onto the ground, meaning that the barbarian prince has only minutes left to live. Charlie looks at his fallen opponent and realizes that he won the duel thanks to his wits and courage. The barbarian still looks at him angrily and calls him a pathetic bastard who just got lucky. Charlie states that even such a crude barbarian should know that stealing usually results in hands being cut off. Meanwhile, the other barbarians watch the fate of their prince, and it causes them real despair. Chuck rushes into battle and declares that their precious prince is already dead, before promptly killing several of them. The prince sees his comrades falling dead one after another, and this causes him to experience new bouts of rage. He pounces on the protagonist, again calling him a bandit bastard who will answer for his words and actions. Charlie realizes that this is just a fit of rage, and then calms the enemy with a sharp blow of the sword. After that, he takes a few steps towards him, and is surprised that they still call him a bandit bastard. Coming closer, he asks him if he believes in such a concept as true justice. He also notes that during his entire stay in the city, he did not hear a single rumor about real justice. Charlie states that people of good faith can be blessed, and that the most cruel acts in the world are committed for a good cause. He adds that on the day of judgment, those who deserve to die will die, and those who deserve to live will live. Finally, he notes that there will be no shelter for any evil, so it is better to believe in justice and live by honor. After this, he makes several movements with his sword, recommending that the enemy look back before death and feel this world. He points to the sky, noting that it is incredibly high and, as always, beautiful. He then recommends looking at the ground, as well as the snow that lies on it, and enjoying its beauty. Immediately after this, he puts his sword back into its sheath, not wanting to finish off his enemy with this weapon. After this, he turns to his axe and carefully lifts it, saying that he had been looking for it for a long time. The enraged barbarian prince, in despair, declares that the axe is his because he got it. These words cause true rage in the hero, and he understands that the enemy will have to be finished off. After performing a spinning attack, he notes that the axe has in fact always belonged to him. A powerful attack sprays blood across the bridge, and it is safe to say that the barbarian is dead. Charlie pauses for a moment to catch his breath and recover from the murder. He reflects that the sky is high, the snow is white, and the axe belongs to him, and these truths are not questioned. Harrison drives up to figure out what happened here and what to do next. He discovers the body of the prince of the northern barbarians and realizes that he left his life here. Looking at his departing comrades, Charlie realizes that the mountain bandits have taken their revenge and taken what belongs to them. Looking around, he quickly finds Charlie standing over the enemy's body. He turns around and looks at Harrison with all his might, making it clear that he was the one who took the life of this scoundrel. Harrison understands that he is facing a great warrior, whom it is better not to cross on the battlefield unless you are allies. Charlie announces that he is giving him the horse thief's head, while Manny thanks him for the weapon. He emphasizes that it was incredibly useful in battle, and then returns it to its owner. Harrison looks away and watches as a wooden spear lands a few meters away from him. Meanwhile, Charlie tells his comrades that it's time to leave, as a serious snowstorm is starting. They also wonder where Shen went, to which Charlie states that he should be a few dozen meters away. After some time, they are fully reunited with their squad and head back to the fortress. Charlie asks Chuck if he is looking for the same three brothers who now serve him. Chuck confirms that this is indeed the case, and Charlie asks how they met. Chuck claims it's a long story, and explains that his origins are quite murky and full of mysteries. He explains that he was born in a small village, and then fled to another place because of the plague that killed his parents. He continued to live with the family he was born into, although locals constantly bullied him because of his atypical appearance. Later, he met three brothers, Fred, Guyver, and Luke, who stood up for him during difficult times. He admired Luke the most, who, despite his frail body, was not afraid to stand by his side. He later became a student of a martial arts master and left for 5 years, which is why he did not see his comrades for a long time. After 5 years of training, he returns to find that all three have turned to robbery due to a murder charge. That is why he sets out to look for them and thus ends up here. Manny thanks him for coming to the rescue, assuring him that otherwise they would have gone to the next world themselves. Chuck calmly states that the hero's deeds always outweigh death in life, so no thanks are required. Lin is amazed by his incredible spear technique and asks how he learned it. Chuck states that if there is no fear in the heart, a person is capable of much, and Fred confirms his words. Charlie reflects on how the quotes the young man uses seem painfully familiar to him. He remembers that in his past life there was a great general who bore the same name. While he is thinking, he doesn't notice how he is blocking Chuck's way and apologizes to him, saying that he is in the way. Charlie realizes that this is exactly the phrase he said to the prince of the northern barbarians, and he realizes that Chuck is very peculiar. They also turn to Lin and explain that they never returned a spear to him, but at the same time claim that he doesn't really need it. Meanwhile, Charlie is reflecting on the fact that in today's battle, a tribe of barbarians put an army of several hundred to flight. He understands that if the clan invades again, it will be a real disaster, since the Empire will not be able to resist them. He recalls that the last time this happened, the Empire's commanders were already puzzled over this question. Some advocated fortifying the cities, since the barbarians were not strong in cavalry actions, and this could give an advantage. Others proposed tactics for training horsemen, but the Empire lacked good horses and capable cavalrymen. Charlie muses that perhaps there is another way, because as the last battle shows, these barbarians are not so invincible. Lost in these thoughts, he goes further down the gorge back to his mountain, while his friends talk to each other. Meanwhile, the soldiers, along with General Harrison, finish loading the dead in order to return back. Harrison looks around, then gives the command for everyone to line up and calculate their forces. However, after a few moments he hears a strange hum of approaching people and tries to figure out who it is. Looking to the horizon, he sees a huge number of horsemen approaching at high speed. These horsemen are an army of barbarians who are riding here with all their might after the latest news. The soldiers immediately lose their composure and try to run away, noting that they need to save themselves as quickly as possible. Their fate turns out to be quite unenviable, since most of them were simply killed by the treacherous barbarians. Later, this place turns into a real bloodbath and meat grinder, in which a huge number of people died. More than 100 barbarians deal with the volunteer army in order to take the body of the dead prince with them. Harrison eventually retreats back to the city, bringing with him only 13 of his surviving horsemen.